Section 1 of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kirk Ziegler. The 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Story of the Sultan Al-Yaman and his 3 sons. There was erewhile in the land of Al-Yaman a man which was a sultan, and under him were 3 kinglets, whom he overruled. He had 4 children, to wit, 3 sons and a daughter. He also owned wealth and treasures greater than reed can pen or page may contain, as well as animals, such as horses and camels, sheep and black cattle, and he was held in awe by all the sovereigns. But when his reign had lasted for a length of time, age brought with it ailments and infirmities, and he became incapable of faring forth his palace to the divan, the hall of audience. Whereupon he summoned his 3 sons to the presence, and said to them, "As for me, 'tis my wish to divide among you all my substance ere I die, that ye may be equal in circumstance, and live in accordance with whatso I shall command." And they said, "Hearkening and obedience." Then quoth the Sultan, "Let the eldest of you become sovereign after me. Let the cadet succeed to my monies and treasures, and as for the youngest, let him inherit my animals of every kind. Suffer none to transgress against each other, but each aid each, and assist his co-partner." He then caused them to sign a bond and agreement to abide by his bequeathal. And after delaying a while, he departed to the mercy of Allah. Thereupon his 3 sons got ready the funeral gear, and whatever was suited to his estate for the mortuary, obsequies, and such cerements and other matters. They washed the corpse and enshrouded it and prayed over it. Then, having committed it to the earth, they returned to their palaces, where the wazirs and the lords of the land, and the city folk in their multitudes, high and low, rich and poor, flocked to condole with them on the loss of their father. And the news of his decease was soon bruited abroad in all the provinces, and deputations from each and every city came to offer condolence to the king's sons. These ceremonies dully ended, the eldest prince demanded that he should be seated as sultan on the stead of his sire in accordance with the paternal will and testament. But he could not obtain it from his 2 brothers, as both and each said, "I will become ruler in room of my father." So enmity and disputes for the government now arose amongst them, and it was not to be won by any. But at last quoth the eldest prince, "Wend we and submit ourselves to the arbitration of a sultan of the tributary sultans, and let him to whom he shall adjudge the realm take it and reign over it." Quoth they, "'Tis well," and thereto agreed, as did also the wazirs. And the 3 set out without suite, seeking the capital of one of the subject sovereigns. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the king suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 330th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is befitting of deed and fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that the 3 princes fared seeking a sultan of the sultans, who had been under the hands of their sire, in order that they might take him to arbitrator. And they stinted not faring till the middle way, when behold, They came upon a mead abounding in herbage and in rainwater lying sheeted. So they sat them down to rest and to eat their victual, when one of the brothers, casting his eye upon the herbage, cried, Verily a camel hath lately passed this way, laden half with halwa sweetmeats, and half with hummus pickles. True, cried the second, and he was blind of an eye, exclaimed the third. 'Tis sooth, and indeed he hath lost his tail. Hardly, however, had they ended their words when lo! The owner of the camel came upon them, for he had overheard their speech, and said to himself, By Allah, these fellows have driven off my property, inasmuch as they have described the Berthanandik, the beast, as tailless and one-eyed, and cried out, Ye have carried away my camel. By Allah, we have not seen him, quoth the princes, much less have we touched him. But quoth the man, By the Almighty, who can have taken him except you? And if you will not deliver him to me, off with us, I and you three, to the Sultan. They replied, By all manner of means, let us wend to the sovereign. So the four hied forth, the three princes and the cameleer, and ceased not faring till they reached the capital of the king. There they took seat without the wall to rest for an hour's time, and presently they arose and pushed into the city, and came to the royal palace. Then they craved leave of the chamberlains, and one of the eunuchs caused them enter, and signified to the sovereign that the three sons of such and such a sultan had made act of presence. So he bade them be set before him, and the four went in and saluted him, and prayed for him, and he returned their salams. He then asked them, What is it hath brought you hither, and what may ye want in the way of inquiry? Now the first to speak was the cameleer, and he said, O my lord the Sultan, verily these three men have carried off my camel by proof of their own speech. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with what I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 331st night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the cameleer came forward between the Sultan's hands and said, O my lord, verily these men have carried away the camel which belongeth to me, for they have indeed described him and the burden he bore. And I require of our lord the Sultan that he take from these wits and deliver to me the camel which is mine, as proved by their own words. Presently asked the Sultan, What say ye to the claims of this man and the camel belonging to him? Hereto the princes made answer, By Allah, O king of the age, we have not seen the camel, much less have we stolen him. Thereupon the cameleer exclaimed, O my lord, I hear yonder one say that the beast was blind of an eye, and the second said that he was tailless, and the third said that half his load was of sour stuff and the other half was of sweet stuff. They replied, True, we spake these words. And the Sultan cried to them, Ye have purloined the beast by this proof. They rejoined, No, by Allah, O my lord. We sat us in such a place for repose and refreshment, and we remarked that some of the pasture had been grazed down. So we said, This is the grazing of a camel, and he must have been blind of one eye, as the grass was eaten only on one side. But as for our saying that he was tailless, we noted the droppings lying heaped upon the ground, which made us agree that the tail must have been cut off, it being the custom of camels at such times to whisk their tails and scatter the dung abroad. So 'twas evident to us that the camel had lost his tail. But as for our saying that the load was half halwa and half hamis, we saw on the place where the camel had knelt the flies, gathering in great numbers, while on the other were none. So the case was clear to us, as flies settle on naught save the sugared, that one of the panniers must have contained sweets and the other sours. Hearing this, the Sultan said to the cameleer, O man, fare thee forth and look after thy camel, for these signs and tokens prove not the theft of these men, but only the power of their intellect and their penetration. And when the cameleer heard this, he went his ways. Presently the Sultan cleared a place in the palace and allotted it to the princes for their entertainment. He also directed they be supplied with a banquet, and the eunuchs did his bidding. But when it was eventide and supper was served up, the trio sat down to it, purposing to eat. The eldest, however, having hand in hand a bannock of bread, exclaimed, By Allah! Verily this cake was baked by a woman in blood, to wit, one with the menses. The cadet, tasting a bit of kid, exclaimed, This kid was suckled by a bitch. And the youngest exclaimed, Assuredly this Sultan must be a son of shame, a bastard. All this was said by the youths, what while the Sultan had hidden himself in order to hear and to profit by the prince's words. So he waxed wroth and entered hastily, crying, What be these speeches ye have spoken? They replied, Concerning all thou hast heard, inquire within and without, will find it wholly true. The Sultan then entered his women's apartments, and after inquisition found that the woman who had kneaded the bread was sick with her monthly courses. He then went forth and summoned the head shepherd, and asked him concerning the kid he had butchered. He replied, By Allah, O my lord, the nanny goat that bare the kid died, and we found none other in milk to suckle him. But I had a bitch that had just pupped, and her have I made nourish him. The Sultan lastly hent his sword in hand, and proceeded to the apartments of the Sultana mother, and cried, By Allah, unless thou avert my shame, we will cut thee down with this scimitar. Say me whose son am I? She replied, By Allah, O my child, indeed falsehood is an excuse, but fact and truth are more saving and superior. Verily thou art the son of a cook. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the king suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 332nd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan's mother said to him, Verily thou art a cook's son. Thy sire could not beget boy children, and I bare him only a single daughter. But it also fortuned that the kitchener's wife lay in of a boy, to wit thyself. So we gave my girl babe to the cook, and took thee as the son of the Sultan, dreading for the realm after thy sire's death. The king went forth from his mother in astonishment at the penetration of the three youths, and when he had taken seat in his palace, he summoned the trio, and as soon as they appeared, he asked them, Which of you was it that said, She who kneaded the bread was in blood? Quoth the eldest, That was I. And quoth the king, What led thee to suspect that she was menstruous? He replied, O my lord, when I took the bannock and broke off a bitcock, the flour fell out in lumps. Now had the kneader been well, her strength of hand would have remained, and the bread would have been wrought by all the veins. But when the blood came, her powers were minished, for women's force is in their hands. and as soon as the monthly period cometh upon them their strength is lost. Their bodies contain 360 veins, all lying hard by one another, and the blood of the catamenia floweth from them all. Hence their force becometh feebleness. And this was my proof of the woman which was menstruous. Quoth the Sultan, "'Tis well. We accept as certain thy saying upon this evidence, for it is agreeable to man's understanding, nor can any challenge it, this being from the power of insight into the condition of womankind. And we are assured of its soothfastness, for 'tis evident to us without concealment. But which is he who said of the kid's meat that the beast was suckled by a bitch? What proof had he of this? How did he learn it, and whence did his intelligence discover it to him?" Now, when the deceased Sultan's second son heard these words, he made answer, "I, O King of the age, am he who said that say." The king replied, "'Tis well." And the prince resumed, "O my lord, that which showed me the matter of the meat, which was to us brought, is as follows. I found the fat of the kid all hard by the bone, and I knew that the beast had sucked bitch's milk. For the flesh of dogs lieth outside, and their fat is on their bones, whereas in sheep and goats the fat lieth upon the meat. Such then was my proof, wherein there is nor doubt nor hesitation. And when thou shalt have made question and inquiry, thou wilt find this to be fact." Quoth the Sultan, "'Tis well. Thou hast spoken truth, and whatso thou sayest is soothfast. But which is he who declared that I am a bastard, and what was his proof, and what sign in me exposed it to him?" Quoth the youngest prince, "I am he who said it." And the Sultan rejoined, "There is no help but that thou provide me with a proof." The prince rejoined, "'Tis well." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that night was the 333rd night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youngest prince said to the Sultan, "O my lord, I have evidence that thou art the son of a cook and base born, in that thou didst not sit at meat with us, and this was mine all sufficient evidence. Every man hath three properties which he inheriteth at times from his father, at times from his maternal uncle, and at times from his mother. From his sire cometh generosity or niggardness, from his uncle courage or cowardice, from his mother modesty or immodesty, and such is the proof of every man." Then quoth to him the Sultan, "Sooth thou speakest, but say me, men who like you know all things thoroughly by evidence and by your powers of penetration, what cause have they to come seeking arbitration at my hand? Beyond yours there be no increase of intelligence. So fare ye forth from me, and manage the matter amongst yourselves. For 'tis made palpable to me by your own words that naught remaineth to you save to speak of mysterious subjects. Nor have I the capacity to adjudge between you after that which I have heard from you. In fine, an ye possess any document drawn up by your sire before his decease, act according to it, and contrary it not." Upon this the princes went forth from him, and made for their own country and city, and did as their father had bidden them to do on his deathbed. The eldest enthroned himself as Sultan. The cadet assumed possession and management of the monies and treasures, and the youngest took to himself the camels and the horses, and the beeves and the muttons. Then each and every was indeed equal with his co-partner in the gathering of good. But when the new year came, there befell a drought among the beasts, and all belongings to the youngest brother died, nor had he aught of property left. Yet his spirit brooked not to take anything from his brethren, or to even ask them aught. This then is the tale of the king of Al-Yaman in its entirety. Yet is the story of the three sharpers more wondrous and marvelous than just recounted. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the king would suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 334th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy of celebrating." And she began to recount the story of the three sharpers. End of section 1. Section 2 of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of the three sharpers. Saying, "Verily their adventure is wondrous, and their actions delightsome and marvelous," presently adding, "There were in time of yore three sharpers who were wont every day in early morning to prowl forth and to pray, rummaging among the mounds which outlay the city. Therein each would find a silver bit of 5 paras, or its equivalent, after which the trio would foregather, and buy whatso sufficed them for supper. They would also expend 2 nusfs upon bast, which is bang, and purchase a waxen taper with the other silver bit. They had hired a cell in the flank of Wakala, a caravanserai without the walls, where they could sit at ease to solace themselves and eat their hashish after lighting the candle, and enjoy their intoxication and consequent merriment till the noon a night. Then they would sleep, again awakening at day dawn, when they would arise and seek for spoil, according to their custom, and ransack the heaps, where at times they would hit upon a silverling of 5 dirhams, and at other times a piece of 4. And at eventide they would meet to spend together the dark hours, and they would expend everything they came by every day. For a length of time they pursued this path until, one day of the days, they made for the mounds as was their wont, and went round searching the heaps from morning to evening, without finding even a half para. Wherefore they were troubled, and they went away and nighted in their cell without meat or drink. When the next day broke, they arose and repaired for booty, changing the places wherein they were wont to forage. But none of them found aught, and their breasts were straitened for lack of a find of dirhams wherewith to buy them supper. This lasted for 3 full-told and following days, until hunger waxed hard upon them and vexation. So they said one to other, "Go we to the Sultan, and let us serve him with the sleight, and each of us 3 shall claim to be a past master of some craft. Haply Allah Almighty might incline his heart uswards, and he may large us with something to expend upon our necessities." Accordingly all 3 agreed to do on this wise, and they sought the Sultan, whom they found in the palace garden. They asked leave to go in to him, but the chamberlains refused admission. So they stood afar off, unable to approach the presence. Then quoth they one to other, 'Twere better we fall to, and each smite his comrade, and cry aloud, and make a clamour, and as soon as he shall hear us, he will send to summon us." Accordingly they jostled one another, and each took to frapping his fellow, making the while loud outcries. The Sultan, hearing this turmoil, said, "Bring me yonder wights." And the chamberlains and eunuchs ran out to them and seized them, and set them between the hands of the sovereign. As soon as they stood in the presence, he asked them, "What be the cause of your wrath one against other?" They answered, "O King of the age, we are past masters of crafts, each of us weeding an especial art." Quoth the Sultan, "What be your crafts?" And quoth one of the trio, "O our lord, as for my art, I am a jeweller by trade." The king exclaimed, "Passing strange! A sharper and a jeweller! This is a wondrous matter." And he questioned the second. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, which was the 335th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan asked the second sharper, saying, 'And thou, the other, what may be thy craft?' He answered, 'I am a genealogist of the horse kind.' So the king glanced at him in surprise, and said to himself, 'A sharper yet he claimeth an astounding knowledge.' Then he left him and put the same question to the third, who said to him, 'O king of the age, verily my art is more wondrous and marvellous than aught thou hast heard from these twain. Their craft is easy, but mine is such that none save I can discover the right direction thereto, or know the first of it from the last of it.' The Sultan inquired of him, 'And what be thy craft?' Whereto he replied, 'My craft is the genealogy of the sons of Adam.' Hearing these words, the sovereign wondered with extreme wonderment, and said in himself, 'Verily he informeth with his secrets the humblest of his creatures. Assuredly these men, and they speak truth in all they say, and prove soothfast, are fit for naught except kingship. But I will keep them by me until the occurrence of some nice contingency wherein I may test them. Then if they prove themselves good men and trustworthy of word, I will leave them on life, but if their speech be lying, I will do them die.' Upon this he set apart for them apartments, and rationed them with 3 cakes of bread and a dish of roast meat, and set over them his sentinels, dreading lest they fly. This case continued for a while, till behold, there came to the Sultan from the land of Ajam a present of rarities, amongst which were 2 gems, whereof one was clear of water, and the other was clouded of color. The Sultan hent them in hand for a time, and fell to considering them straightly for the space of an hour, after which he called to mind the first of the 3 sharpers, the self-styled jeweller, and cried, 'Bring me the jeweller man.' Accordingly they went and brought him, and set him before the sovereign, who asked him, 'O man, art thou a lapidary?' And when the sharper answered, 'Yes,' he gave him the clear watered stone, saying, 'What may be the price of this gem?' And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, 'How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!' Quoth she, 'And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?' Now when it was the next night, and that was the 336th night. Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, with love and goodwill, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that the sharper took the jewel in hand and turned it rightwards and leftwards, and considered the outside, and pried into the inside. After which he said to the Sultan, O my lord, verily this gem containeth the worm bred within the heart thereof. Now when the king heard these words, he waxed wroth with exceeding wrath, and commanded the man's head to be stricken off, saying, This jewel is clear of colour, and free of flaw or other default, yet thou chargest it falsely with containing a worm. Then he summoned the linkman, who laid hands on the sharper, and pinioned his elbows, and trussed up his legs like a camel's, and was about to smite his neck, when behold, the wazir entered the presence, and seeing the sovereign in high dungeon, and the sharper under the scimitar, asked what was to do. The Sultan related to him what had happened, when he drew near to him, and said, O my lord, act not after this fashion, and thou determine upon the killing of yonder man. First break the gem, and, if thou find therein a worm, thou wilt know the white's word to have been veridicable. But an thou find it sound, then strike off his head. Right is thy rede, quoth the king. Then he took in hand the gem, and smote it with his mace, and when it brake, behold, he found therein the worm, a middlemost thereof. So he marvelled at the sight, and asked the man, What proved to thee that it harboured a worm? The sharpness of my sight, answered the sharper. Then the Sultan pardoned him, and, admiring his power of vision, addressed his attendant, saying, Bear him back to his comrades, and ration him with a dish of roast meat and 2 cakes of bread. And they did as he bade them. After some time, on a day of the days, there came to the king the tribute of a jamland, accompanied with presents, amongst which was a colt whose robe black as night showed one shade in the sun and another in the shadow. When the animal was displayed to the Sultan, he fell in love with it, and set apart for it a stall, and solaced himself at all times by gazing at it, and was wholly occupied with it, and sang its praises till they filled the whole countryside. Presently he remembered the sharper who claimed to be a genealogist of the horse kind, and bade him be summoned. So they fared forth and brought him, and set him between the hands of the sovereign, who said to him, Art thou he who knoweth the breed and descent of horses? Yea, verily, said the man. Then cried the king, By the truth of him who set me upon the necks of his servants, and who saith to a thing be, and it becometh, and I find aught of error or confusion in thy words, I will strike off thy head. Hearkening and obedience, quoth the sharper. Then they led him to the colt, that he might consider its genealogy. He called aloud to the groom, and Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 337th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, with love and goodwill, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that the sharper called aloud to the stirrup holder, and when they brought him, he bade the man back the colt for his inspection. So he mounted the animal, and made it pace to the right and to the left, causing it now to prance and curvet, and then to step leisurely, while the connoisseur looked on, and after a time quoth he to the groom, "'Tis enough." Then he went into the presence and stood between the hands of the king, who inquired, "What hast thou seen in the colt, O Kashmar?" Replied the sharper, "By Allah, O king of the age, this colt is of pure and noble blood on the side of the sire. Its action is excellent, and all its qualities are praiseworthy save one. And but for this one it had been perfect in blood and breed, nor had there been on earth's face its fellow in horseflesh. But its blemish remaineth a secret." The Sultan asked, "And what is the quality which thou blamest?" And the sharper answered, "'Tis sire was noble, but its dam was of other strain. She it was that brought the blemish, and if thou, O my lord, allow me, I will notify it to thee." "'Tis well, and needs must thou declare it," quoth the Sultan. Then said the sharper, "Its dam is a buffalo cow." When the king heard these words, he was wroth with wrath exceeding, and he bade the linkman take the sharper and behead him, crying, "O dog, O accursed, how can a buffalo cow bear a horse?" The sharper replied, "O my lord, the linkman is in the presence, but send and fetch him who brought thee the colt, and of him make inquiry. If my words prove true and rightly placed, my skill shall be stablished. But an they be lies, let my head pay forfeit for my tongue. Here standeth the linkman, and I am between thy hands. Thou hast but to bid him strike off my head." Thereupon the king sent for the owner and breeder of the colt, and they brought him to the presence. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth the sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 338th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan sent for the owner and breeder of the colt, and asked him, saying, Tell me the truth, anent the blood of this colt. Didst thou buy it or breed it, so that it was a rearling of thy homestead?" Said he, "By Allah, O king of the age, I will speak naught which is not sooth, for indeed there hangeth by this colt the strangest story. Were it graven with graver needles upon the eye corners, it had been a warning to whoso would be warned. And this it is. I had a stallion of purest strain, whose sire was of the steeds of the sea, and he was stabled in a stall apart for fear of the evil eye, his service being entrusted to trusty servants. But one day in springtide the Sais took the horse into the open, and there picketed him, when behold, a buffalo cow walked into the enclosed pasture where the stallion was tethered, and seeing her, he brake his heel ropes, and rushed at her, and covered her. She conceived by him, and when her days were completed, and her throwing time came, she suffered sore pains, and bare yonder colt. And all who have seen it, or have heard of it, were astounded," said he, presently adding, "By Allah, O king of the age, had its dam been of the mare kind, the colt would have had no equal on earth's surface, or aught approaching it." Hereat the Sultan took thought and marveled. Then summoning the sharper, he said to him when present, "O man, thy speech is true, and thou art indeed a genealogist in horseflesh, and thou wottest it well. But I would know what proved to thee that the dam of this colt was a buffalo cow." Said he, "O king, my proof thereof was palpable, nor can it be concealed from any wight of right wits and intelligence and special knowledge. For the horse's hoof is round, whilst the hoofs of buffaloes are elongated and duck-shaped. And hereby I ken that this colt was Jumart, the issue of a cow-buffalo. The Sultan was pleased with his words, and said, Ration him with a plate of roast meat and 2 cakes of bread. And they did as they were bidden. Now for a length of time the third sharper was forgotten, till one day the Sultan bethought him of the man who could explain the genealogy of Adam's sons. So he bade fetch him, and when they brought him into the presence, he said, Thou art he that knowest the caste and descent of men and women? And the other said, Yes. Then he commanded the eunuchs take him to his wife, and place him before her, and cause him declare her genealogy. So they led him in, and set him standing in her presence. And the sharper considered her for a while, looking from right to left. Then he fared forth to the Sultan, who asked him, What hast thou seen in the queen? Answered he, O my lord, I saw a somewhat adorned with loveliness and beauty and perfect grace, with fair stature of symmetrical trace, and with modesty and fine manners and skilful case. And she is one in whom all good qualities appear on every side, nor is aught of accomplishments or knowledge concealed from her, and haply in her centre all desirable attributes. Nathless, O King of the age, there is a curious point that dishonoureth her, from the which were she free none would outshine her of all the women of her generation. Now when the Sultan heard the words of the sharper, he sprang hastily to his feet, and clapping hand upon hilt, barred his brand, and fell upon the man, proposing to slay him. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 339th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious King, the Director, the right guiding, Lord of the Reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan fell upon the sharper with his sword, purposing to slay him. But the chamberlains and the eunuchs prevented him, saying, O our lord, kill him not until his falsehood or his fact shall be made manifest to thee. The Sultan said to him, What then appeared to thee in my queen? He is fairly fair, said the man, but his mother is a dancing girl, a gypsy. The fury of the king increased hereat, and he sent to summon the inmates of his harem, and cried to his father-in-law, Unless thou speak me sooth concerning thy daughter and her descent and her mother, I. He replied, By Allah, O King of the age, naught saveth a man save soothfastness. Her mother indeed was a Gazia. In past time a party of the tribe was passing my abode, when a young maid strayed from her fellows and was lost. They asked no questions concerning her, so I lodged her and bred her in my homestead till she grew up to be a great girl and the fairest of her time. My heart would not brook her wiving with any other, so I wedded her, and she bare me this daughter, whom thou, O king, hast espoused. When the Sultan heard these words, the flame in his heart was quenched, and he wondered at the subtlety of the sharper man. So he summoned him and asked him, saying, O wily one, tell me what certified to thee that my queen had a dancing girl, a gypsy to mother? He answered, O king of the age, verily the Gazia race hath eyeballs intensely black and bushy brows, whereas other women than the Gazia have the reverse of this. On such wise the king was convinced of the man's skill, and he cried, Ration him with a dish of roast meat and 2 scones. They did as he bade, and the three sharpers tarried with the Sultan a long time, till one day when the king said to himself, "Verily, these three men have by their skill solved every question of genealogy which I proposed to them. First, the jeweler proved his perfect knowledge of gems. Secondly, the genealogist of the horse kind showed himself as skillful, and the same was the case with the genealogist of mankind, for he discovered the origin of my queen, and the truth of his words appeared from all quarters. Now 'tis my desire he do the same with me, that I also know my provenance." Accordingly they set the man between his hands, and he said to him, "O fellow, hast thou the power to tell me mine origin?" Said the sharper, "Yes, O my lord, I can trace thy descent, but I will so do only upon a condition, to wit, that thou promise me safety after what I shall have told thee. For the saw saith, Whilst Sultan sitteth on throne, where his despite, inasmuch as none may be contumacious when he saith smite." Thereupon the Sultan told him, "Thou hast a promise of immunity, a promise which shall never be falsed." And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 340th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the Reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan pledged his word for the safety of the sharper with the customary kerchief, and the man said, "O king of the age, when as I acquaint thee with thy root and branch, let it be between us twain, lest these present hear us." "Wherefore, O man?" asked the Sultan, and the sharper answered, "O my lord, Allah of all might hath among his names the Veiler." Wherefore the king bade his chamberlains and eunuchs retire, so that none remained in the place save those two. Then the sharper came forward and said, "O my lord, thou art a son of shame and an issue of adultery." As soon as the king heard these words, his case changed, and his color waxed wan, and his limbs fell loose. He foamed at the mouth. He lost hearing and sight. He became as one drunken without wine, and he fell fainting to the ground. After a while he recovered, and said to the sharper, "Now by the truth of him who hath set me upon the necks of his servants, and thy words be veridical, and I ascertain their sooth by proof positive, I will assuredly abdicate my kingdom, and resign my realm to thee, because none deserveth it save thou, and it becometh us least of all and every. But an I find thy speech lying, I will slay thee." He replied, "Hearing and obeying." And the sovereign, rising up without stay or delay, went inside to his mother with grip on glaive, and said to her, "By the truth of him who uplifted the lift above the earth, and thou answer me not with the whole truth in whatso I ask thee, I will cut thee to little bits with this blade." She inquired, "What dost thou want with me?" And he replied, "Whose son am I, and what may be my descent?" She rejoined, "Although falsehood be an excuse, fact and truth are superior and more saving. Thou art indeed the very son of a cook. The Sultan that was before thee took me to wife, and I cohabited with him a while of time without my becoming pregnant by him or having issue. And he would mourn and groan from the core of his heart, for that he had no seed, nor girl nor boy. Neither could he enjoy aught of sweet food or sleep. Now he had about the palace many caged birds, and at last, One day of the days, the king longed to eat somewhat of poultry, so he went into the court and sent for the kitchener to slaughter one of the fowls, and the man applied himself to catching it. At that time I had taken my first bath after the monthly ailment, and quoth I to myself, If this case continue with the king, he will perish, and the kingdom will pass from us. And the Shaitan tempted me to that which displeased Allah. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 341st night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that the queen continued, And Satan tempted me, and made the sin fair in my sight. So I went up to the kitchener, attired and adorned as I was in my finest apparel, and I fell adjusting with him, and provoking him, and disporting with him, till his passions were excited by me. So he tumbled me at that very hour, after which he arose and slaughtered one of the birds and went his ways. Then I bade the handmaids sprinkle water on the fowl, and clean it and cook it, and they did my bidding. After a while symptoms of pregnancy declared themselves in me, and became evident. And when the king heard that his queen was with child, he waxed gladsome and joyful, and gave alms and scattered gifts, and bestowed robes upon his officers of state and others, till the day of my delivery, and I bare a babe, which is thyself. Now at that time the Sultan was hunting and birding, and enjoying himself about the gardens, all of his pleasure at the prospect of becoming a father. And when the bearer of good news went to him, and announced the birth of a man-child, he hurried back to me, and forthright bade them decorate the capital, and he found the report true. So the city adorned itself for 40 days in honor of its king. Such is my case and my tale. Thereupon the king went forth from her to the sharper, and bade him doff his dress. And when this had been done, he doffed his own raiment, and habited the man in royal gear, and hooded him with the taylasan, and asked him, saying, What proof hast thou of my being a son of adultery? The sharper answered, O my lord, my proof was thy bidding our being rationed. After showing the perfection of our skill, with a dish of roast meat and 2 scones of bread, whereby I knew thee to be of cook's breed. For the kings be wont in such case to make presents of money and valuables, not of meat and bread as thou didst, and this evidenced thee to be a bastard king. He replied, Sooth thou sayest, and then robed him with the rest of his robes, including the kalansua, or royal headdress under the hood, and seated him upon the throne of his estate. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 342nd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan enthroned the sharper upon the throne of the state, and went forth from him after banding all his women to him, and assumed the garb of a Darwaysh, who wandereth about the world, and formerly abdicated his dominion to his successor. But when the sharper king saw himself in this condition, he reflected and said to himself, Summon thy whilom comrades, and see whether they recognize thee or not. So he caused them to be set before him, and conversed with them. Then perceiving that none knew him, he gifted them and sent them to gang their gate. And he ruled his realm, and bade and forbade, and gave and took away, and was gracious and generous to each and every of his lieges. So that the people of that region, who were his subjects, blessed him and prayed for him. Such was the case with the sharper. But as for the Sultan who fared forth in the habit of a Darwaysh. End of section 2. Section 3 of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sultan who fared forth in the habit of a Darwaysh. He ceased not wayfaring, as become a wanderer, till he came to Cairo city, whose circuit was a march of 2.5 days, and which then was ruled by her own king Mohammed. He found the folk in safety and prosperity and good ordinance, and he solaced himself by strolling about the streets to the right and left, and he diverted his mind by considering the crowds and the world of men contained in the capital, until he drew near the palace, when suddenly he sighted the Sultan, returning from the chase and from taking his pleasure. Seeing this, the Darwaysh retired to the wayside, and the king happening to glance in that direction, saw him standing, and discerned in him the signs of former prosperity. So he said to one of his suite, Take yon man with thee, and entertain him till I send for him. His bidding being obeyed, he entered the palace, and when he had rested from the fatigues of the way, he summoned the fakir to the presence, and questioned him of his condition, saying, Thou, from what land art thou? He responded, O my lord, I am a beggar man. And the other rejoined, There is no help, but thou tell me what brought thee hither. The Darwaysh retorted, O my lord, this may not be save in privacy. And the other exclaimed, Be it so for thee. The twain then rose and repaired to a retired room in the palace, and the fakir recounted to the Sultan all that had befallen him since the loss of his kingship, and also how he, a Sultan, had given up the throne of his realm, and had made himself a Darwaysh. The sovereign marveled at his self-denial in yielding up the royal estate, and cried, Laud be to him who degradeth and upraiseth, who honoureth and humbleth by the wise ordinance of his all might, presently adding, O Darwaysh, I have passed through an adventure which is marvellous. Indeed, 'tis one of the wonders of the world, which I needs must relate to thee, nor from thee withhold aught thereof. And he fell to telling. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 343rd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that the king fell to telling the beggar man the history of Mohammed, Sultan of Cairo. End of section 3. Section 4 of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, Translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The History of Mohammed, Sultan of Cairo. I began my career in the world as a Darwaysh, an asker, owning naught of the comforts and conveniences of life, till at length, one day of the days, I became possessor of just 10 silverlings, and no more, which I resolved to expend upon myself. Accordingly I walked into the bazaar, purposing to purchase somewhat of provant. While I was looking around, I espied a man passing by, and leading in an iron chain a dog-faced baboon, and crying, "Haraj! This ape is for sale at the price of 10 fadas." The folk jibed at the man, and jeered at his ape. But quoth I to myself, "Buy this beast, and expend upon it the 10 silverlings." Accordingly I drew near the seller, and said to him, "Take these 10 fadas." Whereupon he took them, and gave me the ape, which I led to the cell wherein I dwelt. Then I opened the door and went in with my bargain, but began debating in my mind what to do, and said, "How shall I manage a meal for the baboon and myself?" While I was considering, behold, the beast was suddenly transformed, and became a young man, fair of favor, who had no equal in loveliness and stature and symmetric grace, perfect as the moon at full on the 14th night. And he addressed me, saying, "O Sheikh Mohammed, thou hast bought me with 10 fadas, being all thou hadst, and art debating how we shall feed, I and thou." Quoth I, "What art thou?" And quoth he, "Query me no questions concerning whatso thou shalt see, for good luck hath come to thee." Then he gave me an ashrafi, and said, "Take this piece of gold, and fare thee forth to the bazaar, and get us somewhat to eat and drink." I took it from him, and repairing to the market, purchased whatso food our case required. Then returning to the cell, set the victual before him, and seated myself by his side. So we ate our sufficiency, and passed that night, I and he, in the cell. And when Allah caused the morn to dawn, he said to me, "O man, this room is not suitable to us. Hie thee and hire a larger lodging." I replied, "To hear is to obey," and rising without stay or delay, went and took a room more roomy in the upper part of the Wakalah. Thither we removed, I and the youth, and presently he gave me 10 dinars more, and said, "Go to the bazaar and buy thee furniture as much as is wanted." Accordingly I went forth and bought what he ordered, and on my return I found before him a bundle containing a suit of clothes suitable for the kings. These he gave to me, desiring that I hie me to Haman, and don them after bathing. So I did his bidding, and washed, and dressed myself, and found in each pocket of the many pockets 100 gold pieces. And presently, when I had donned the dress, I said to myself, "Am I dreaming or wide awake?" Then I returned to the youth in the room, and when he saw me, he rose to his feet, and commended my figure, and seated me beside him. Presently he brought up a bigger bundle, and bade me take it and repair to the Sultan of the city, and at the same time ask his daughter in marriage for myself. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 344th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan of Cairo continued. So I took it and repaired with it to the king of that city, and a slave whom the youth had bought bore the bundle. Now when I approached the palace, I found thereabout the chamberlains and eunuchs and lords of the land. So I drew near them, and when they saw me in that suit, they approved my appearance, and questioned me, saying, What be thy business, and what dost thou require? I replied, My wish is to have audience of the king. And they rejoined, Wait a little while till we obtain for thee his permission. Then one of the ushers went in and reported the matter to the Sultan, who gave orders to admit me. So the man came out and led me within, and on entering the presence I salaamed to the sovereign, and wished him welfare, and presently set before him the bundle, saying, O king of the age, this be in the way of a gift which besitteth my station, not thine estate. The Sultan bade the package be spread out, and he looked into it, and saw a suit of royal apparel, whose like he never had owned. He was so astonished at the sight, and said in his mind, By Allah, I possess naught like this, nor was I ever master of so magnificent a garment. Presently adding, It shall be accepted, O Sheikh, but needs must thou have some want or requisition from me. I replied, O king of the age, my wish is to become thy connection through that lady concealed and pearl unrevealed, thy daughter. When the Sultan heard these words, he turned to his wazir and said, Counsel me as to what I should do in the matter of this man. Said he, O king of the age, show him thy most precious stone, and say to him, An thou have a jewel, evening this one it shall be my daughter's marriage dowry. The king did as he was advised, whereat I was wild with wonderment, and asked him, An I bring thee such a gem, wilt thou give me the princess? He answered, Yea, verily. And I took my leave, bearing with me the jewel to the young man who was awaiting me in the room. He inquired of me, Hast thou proposed for the princess? And I replied, Yes. I have spoken with the Sultan concerning her, when he brought out this stone, saying to me, An thou have a jewel evening this one, it shall be my daughter's marriage dowry. Nor hath the Sultan power to false his word. The youth rejoined, This day I can do naught, but tomorrow, inshallah, I will bring thee 10 jewels like it, and these thou shalt carry and present to the sovereign. Accordingly, when the morning dawned, he arose and fared forth, and after an hour or so he returned with 10 gems which he gave me. I took them and repaired with them to the Sultan, and entering the presence, I presented to him all the 10. When he looked upon the precious stones, he wondered at their brilliant water, and turning to the wazir, again asked him how he should act in this matter. Replied the minister, O king of the age, thou requiredst of him but 1 jewel, and he hath brought thee 10. 'Tis therefore only right and fair to give him thy daughter. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 345th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the minister said to the monarch, Give him thy daughter. Accordingly the Sultan summoned the Kazis and the Effendis, who wrote out the marriage contract between me and the princess. Then I returned to the youth who had remained in the room, and told him all that had occurred, when he said, 'Twere best to conclude the wedding ceremony, and pay the first visit to thy bride at once, but thou shalt on no wise consummate the nuptials until I bid thee go in unto her, after somewhat shall have been done by me. Hearing and obeying, replied I. And when the night of the going in came, I visited the Sultan's daughter, but sat apart from her by the side of the room during the first night, and the second night, and the third. Nor did I approach her, although every day her mother came, and asked her the usual questions, and she answered, He hath never approached me. So she grieved with sore grief, for that 'tis the wont of womankind, when a maid is married, and her groom goeth not in unto her, to deem that happy folk will attribute it to some matter which is not wholly right. After the third night the mother reported the case to her father, who cried, This night except he abate her pucelage, I will slay him. The tidings reached my bride, who told all to me. So I repaired to the young man and acquainted him therewith. He cried, When thou shalt visit her, say, By Allah, I will not enjoy thee unless thou give me the amulet bracelet hanging to thy right shoulder. I replied, To hear is to obey. And when I went in to her at nightfall, I asked her, Dost thou really desire me to futter thee? She answered, I do indeed. So I rejoined, Then give me the amulet bracelet hanging over thy right shoulder. She arose forthright and unbound it and gave it to me, whereupon I bled her of the hymeneal blood, and going to the young man gave him the jewel. Then I returned to my bride and slept by her side till the morning, when I awoke and found myself lying outstretched in my own caravanserai cell. I was wonderstruck, and asked myself, Am I on awake or in a dream? And I saw my whilom garments, the patched gabardine and tattered shirt alone with my little drum, but the fine suit given to me by the youth was not on my body, nor did I espy any sign of it anywhere. So with fire burning in my heart after what had befallen me, I wandered about crowded sites and lone spots, and in my distraction I knew not what to do, whither to go, or whence to come. When lo and behold, I found sitting in an unfrequented part of the street a Maghrabi, a Barbary man, who had before him some written leaves, and was casting omens for sundry bystanders. Seeing this state of things, I came forward and drew near him, and made him a salam, which he returned. Then after, considering my features straightly, he exclaimed, O Sheikh, hath that accursed done it, and torn thee from thy bride? Yes, I replied. Hereupon he said to me, Wait a little while, and he seated me beside him. Then as soon as the crowd dispersed, he said, O Sheikh, the baboon which thou boughtest for 10 silver bits, and which was presently transformed into a young man of Adam's sons, is not a human of the sons of Adam, but a Jinni, who is enamored with the princess thou didst wed. However, he could not approach her by reason of the charmed bracelet hanging from her right shoulder. Wherefore he served thee this sleight, and won it, and now he still weareth it. But I will soon work his destruction to the end, that jinn-kind and mankind may rest from his mischief. For he is one of the rebellious and misbegotten imps who break the law of our Lord Solomon, upon whom be the peace. Presently the Maghrabi took a leaf and wrote upon it as it were a book. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 346th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Maghrabi wrote a writ and signed his name within and sealed it. After which he handed it to me, saying, O Sheikh, take this missive and hie thee herewith to a certain spot where thou must wait and observe those who pass by. Harden thy heart, and when thou shalt see approaching thee a man attended by a numerous train, present to him this scroll, for 'tis he who will win for thee thy wish. I took the note from the Barbary man and fared forth to the place which he had described, and ceased not faring until I reached it after travelling all that night and half the next day. Then I sat down till darkness set in to await whatso might befall me. When a fourth part of the night had passed, a dazzling glare of light suddenly appeared from afar, advancing towards me, and as it shone nearer, I made out men bearing flambeaux and lanthorns, also a train of attendants befitting the kings. They looked on and considered me, whilst my heart fluttered with fear, and I was in sore affright. But the procession defiled and drew off from before me, marching two after two, and presently appeared the chief cortege, wherein was a Sultan of the Yaman. As he neared me, I heartened my heart and advanced and presented to him the letter, which he, having halted, opened and read aloud. And it was, "Be it known to thee, O Sultan of the Yaman, that the bearer of this our epistle hath a need which thou must grant him by destroying his foe. And if opposition be offered by any, we will do the opponent die. And thou fail to relieve him, thou wilt know to seek from me relief for thyself." When the king of the Yan had read the writ, and had mastered its meaning and its mysteries, he forthwith called out to one of his sergeants, who at once came forward and bade him bring into his presence without delay such and such a jinni, who by his spells had wrought round the daughter of the Cairene Sultan. The messenger replied, hearing and obeying, and departed from him, and disappearing was absent an hour or thereabouts. After which he and others returned with the jinni, and set him standing before the king, who exclaimed, "Wherefore, O accursed, hast thou wrought ill to this man, and done on this wise and on that wise?" He replied, "O my lord, all came of my fondness for the princess, who wore a charm in her armlet which hindered my approaching her, and therefore I made use of this man to effect my purpose. I became master of the talisman, and won my wish, but I love the maiden, and never will harm her." Now when the Sultan heard these words, he said, "Thy case can be after one of two fashions only. Either return the armlet, that the man may be reunited with his wife, and she with her husband, as whilom they were, or contrary me, and I will command the headsman strike thy neck." Now, when the jinni heard this speech, and 'twas he who had assumed the semblance of a dog-faced baboon, he refused and was rebellious to the king, and cried, "I will not return the armlet, nor will I release the damsel, for none can possess her save myself." And having spoken in this way, he attempted to flee. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 347th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting, and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Merid would fain have fled from before the king of the Yan, but the sovereign bade other Marids and more forceful arrest him. So they seized him and pinioned him, and bound him in chains and collar, and dragged him behind the king of the Yan till the latter had reached his place, and had summoned him, and had taken from him the armlet. Then the Sultan gave order for him to be slain, and they slew him. When this was done, I prayed for the charm armlet, and I recovered it after the Marid's death. They also restored to me my fine suit. So I proceeded to the city which I entered, and as soon as the guards and courtiers saw me, they cried out for joy and said, "This is the son-in-law of the Sultan who was lost." Hereat all the lieges hurried up to me and received me with high respect and greeted me. But after entering the palace I proceeded forthright till I reached the apartment set apart by them for myself and my spouse, whom I found in a deep sleep and stupefied, as it were, a condition in which she had lain ever since I took from her the talismanic armlet. So I replaced the jewel upon her right shoulder, and she awoke, and arose, and ordered herself. Whereat her father and family, and the lords of the land, and all the folk joyed with exceeding joy. After this we lived together in all happiness till the death of her sire, who, having no son, named me his successor, so that I became what I am. Now when the Darwaysh Sultan heard all this, he was astounded at what happeneth in this world of marvels and miracles. Upon which I said to him, "O my brother, wonder not, for whatso is predetermined shall perforce be carried out. But thou needs must become my wazir, because thou art experienced in rule and governance, and, since what time my sire-in-law the Sultan died, I have been perplexed in my plight, being unable to find me a minister who can administer the monarchy. So do thou become my chief counselor in the realm." Thereupon the Darwaysh replied, "Hearkening and obedience." The Sultan then robed him in a sumptuous robe of honor, and committed to him his seal ring, and all other matters pertinent to his office, at the same time setting apart for him a palace, spacious of corners, which he furnished with splendid furniture, and wadded carpets, and vassal, and other such matters. So the wazir took his seat of office, and held a divan or council of state forthright, and commanded and countermanded, and bade and forbade according as he saw just and equitable. And his fame for equity and justice was dispread abroad, insomuch that whoever had a cause or request or other business, he would come to the wazir for ordering whatso he deemed advisable. In this condition he continued for many years, till on a day of the days, the Sultan's mind was depressed. Upon this he sent after the minister, who attended at his bidding, when he said, "O Wazir, my heart is heavy." "Enter then," replied the minister, "O King, into thy treasury of jewels and rubies, and turn them over in thy hands, and thy breast will be broadened." The Sultan did accordingly, but it took no effect upon his ennui. So he said, "O Wazir, I cannot win free of this melancholic humor, and nothing pleasureth me in my palace. So let us fare forth, I and thou, in disguise." "Hearing is obeying," quoth the minister. The twain then retired into a private chamber to shift their garb, and habited themselves as Darwayshes, the Darwayshes of Amjanland, and went forth and passed through the city right and left till they reached Maristan, a hospital for lunatics. Here they found two young men, one reading the Koran, the other hearkening to him, both being in chains like men jinn-mad. And the Sultan said in his mind, "By Allah, this is a marvelous case," and bespake the men, asking, "Are ye really insane?" They answered, saying, "No, by Allah, we are not daft, but so admirable are our adventures that they are graven with needle gravers upon the eye corners. They have been warners to whoso would be warned." "What are they?" quoth the king. And quoth they, "Each of us, by Allah, hath his own story." And presently he who had been reading exclaimed, "O King of the age, hear my tale." And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 348th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, with love and goodwill, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youth began relating to the Sultan the story of the first lunatic. End of section 4. Section 5 of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of the first lunatic. I was a merchant and kept a shop wherein were Hindi goods of all kinds and colors, high most priced articles, and I sold and bought with much profit. I continued in this condition a while of time, till one day of the days, as I, according to my custom, was sitting in my shop, an old woman came up and gave me the good morning and greeted me with the salam. I returned her salute when she seated her upon the shop-board and asked me, saying, O master, hast thou any pieces of choice Indian stuffs? I replied, O my mistress, I have with me whatso thou wantest. And she rejoined, Bring me forth one of them. Accordingly I arose and fetched her a Hindi piece of the costliest price and placed it in her hands. She took it, and examining it, was greatly pleased by its beauty, and presently said to me, O my lord, for how much is this? Said I, 500 dinars. Whereupon she pulled forth her purse and counted out to me the 500 gold pieces. Then she took the stuff and went her ways. And I, O our lord of the Sultan, had sold to her for 500 sequins a piece of cloth worth at cost 350 gold pieces. She came to me again, O my lord, on the next day, and asked me for another piece. So I rose up and brought her the bundle, and she paid me once more 500 dinars. Then she took up her bargain and ganged her gait. She did the same, O my lord, on the 3rd and the 4th day, and so on to the 15th, taking a piece of stuff from me and paying me regularly 500 golden pieces for each bargain. On the 16th, behold, she entered my shop as was her wont, but she found not her purse. So she said to me, O Quahaya, I have left my purse at home. Said I, O my lady, an thou return 'tis well, and if not, thou art welcome to it. She sware she would not take it, and I, on the other hand, sware her to carry it off as a token of love and friendship. Thereupon debate fell between us, and I, O our lord the Sultan, had made much of money by her, and had she taken 2 pieces gratis, I would not have asked any questions anent them. At last she cried, O Kawaya, I have sworn an oath, and thou hast sworn an oath, and we shall never agree except thou favor me by accompanying me to my house, so thou mayest receive the value of the stuff, when neither of us will have been forsworn. Therefore lock up thy shop, lest anything be lost in thine absence. Accordingly I bolted my door and went with her, O our lord the Sultan, and we ceased not walking, conversing the while we walked, I and she, until we neared her abode, when she pulled out a kerchief from her girdle and said, "'Tis my desire to bind this over thine eyes." Quoth I, "For what cause?" And quoth she, "For that on our way be sundry houses whose doors are open, and the women are sitting in the vestibules of their homes, so that haply thy glance may alight upon some one of them, married or maid, and thy heart become engaged in a love affair, and thou abide distraught, because in this quarter of the town be many fair faces, wives and virgins, who would fascinate even a religious, and therefore we are alarmed for thy peace of mind." Upon this I said in myself, By Allah, this old woman is able of advice, and I consented to her requirement, when she bound the kerchief over my eyes and blindfolded me. Then we walked on till we came to the house she sought. And when she rapped with the door ring, a slave girl came out, and opening the door let us in. The old body then approached me and unbound the kerchief from over my eyes, whereupon I looked around me, holding myself to be a captive, and I found me in a mansion having sundry separate apartments in the wings, and 'twas richly decorated, resembling the palaces of the kings. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 349th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting, and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youth pursued, By Allah, O our lord the Sultan, of that house I never saw the fellow. Then she bade me hide within a room, and I did her bidding in a corner place where beside me I beheld heaped together and cast down in that private sight all the pieces of stuff which the ancient dame had purchased of me. Seeing this, I marvelled in my mind, and lo, appeared two damsels as they were moons, and came down from an upper story, till they stood on the ground floor. After which they cut a piece of cloth into twain, and each maiden took one and tucked up her sleeves. Then they sprinkled the court of that palace with water of the rose and of the orange flower, wiping the surface with the cloth and rubbing it till it became as silver. After which the two girls retired into an inner room and brought out some 50 chairs, which they sat down, and placed over each seat a rug with cushions of brocade. They then carried in a larger chair of gold and placed upon it a carpet with cushions of orfrayed work, and after a time they withdrew. Presently there descended from the staircase, two following two, a host of maidens in number, till they evened the chairs, and each one of them sat down upon her own. And at last suddenly appeared a young lady, in whose service were 10 damsels, and she walked up to, and they seated her upon the great chair. When I beheld her, O my lord the Sultan, my right senses left me, and my wits fled me, and I was astounded at her loveliness, and her stature, and her symmetric grace as she swayed to and fro, in her pride of beauty and gladsome spirits, amongst those damsels, and laughed and sported with them. At last she cried aloud, O mother mine, when the ancient dame answered her call, and she asked her, Hast thou brought the young man? The old woman replied, Yes, he is present between thy hands. And the fair lady said, Bring him hither to me. But when I heard these words, I said to myself, There is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Doubtless when this damsel shall have discovered my being in such hiding place, she will bid them to do me die. The old woman then came forwards to me, and led me before the young lady seated on the great chair, and when I stood in her presence, she smiled in my face and saluted me with the salam and welcomed me, after which she signed for a seat to be brought, and when her bidding was obeyed, set it close beside her own. She then commanded me to sit, and I seated me by her side. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 350th night. Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, with love and goodwill, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youth pursued. She seated me beside her, O our lord the Sultan, and fell to talking and joking with me for an hour or so, when she said, O youth, what sayest thou of me and of my beauty and my loveliness? Would heaven that I could occupy thy thought and please thee so that I might become to thee wife, and thou to be me man. When I heard these words, I replied, O my lady, how dare I presume to attain such honor? Indeed, I do not deem myself worthy to become a slave between thy hands. Hereupon said she, Nay, O young man, my words have in them nor evasion nor alteration. So be not disheartened or fearful of returning me a reply, for that my heart is fulfilled of thy love. I now understood, O our lord the Sultan, that the damsel was desirous of marrying me, but I could not conceive what was the cause thereof, or who could have given her intelligence concerning me. She continued to enjoy herself in the gladsomest way till at length I was emboldened to say to her, O my lady, and thy words to me be after the fashion of thy will, remember the proverb, when a kindness is to be done, this is its time. By Allah, O youth, there cannot be a more fortunate day than this present. O my lady, what shall I apportion to thee for dowry? The dowry hath been paid to me in the value of the stuffs which thou entrustest to this ancient dame who is my mother. That cannot suffice. By Allah, naught shall be added. But, O youth, 'tis my intention forthright to send after the Kazi and his assessors, and I will choose me a trustee, that they may tie together us twain without delay. And thou shalt come in to me this coming evening. But all such things be upon one condition. And what may be that condition? This, that thou swear never to address or to draw near any woman save myself. And I, O our lord Sultan, being unmarried and eager to possess so beautiful a bride, said to her, This be thine, and I will never contrary thee by word or by deed. She then sent to summon the Kazi and his witnesses, and appointed an agent, upon which they knotted the knot. After the marriage ceremony was ended, she ordered coffee and sherbets, and gave somewhat of dirhams to the Kazi and a robe of honor to her trustee. And this done, all went their several ways. I was lost in astonishment, and said in my mind, Do I dream, or am I on wake? She then commanded her damsels to clear the hammam bath, and cleanse it, and fill it afresh, and get ready towels and waistcloths, and silken napkins, and scented woods and essences, as virgin ambergris and otters, and perfumes of varied colored hues and kinds. And when they had executed her orders, she ordered the eunuchry standing in her service to take me and bear me to the bath, largessing each one with a sumptuous dress. They led me into a hammam which had been made private, and I saw a place tongue is powerless to portray. And as we arrived there, they spread vari-colored carpets, upon which I sat me down, and doffed what clothing was upon me. Then I entered the hot rooms, and smelt delicious scents diffused from the sides of the hall, sandalwood, cumarin, lignaloes, and other such fragrant substances. Here they came up to me and seated me, leathering me with perfumed soaps, and shampooed me till my body became silver bright. When they fetched the metal tasses, and I washed with water lukewarm, after which they brought me cold water mingled with rose water, and I sprinkled it over me. After this they supplied me with silken napkins and drying towels of palm fibre, wherewith I rubbed me, and then repaired to the cool room outside the caldarium, where I found a royal dress. The eunuchry arrayed me therein, and after fumigating me with the smoke of lignaloes, served up somewhat of confections, and coffee, and sherbets of sundry sorts. So I drank after eating the mahjun. About eventide I left the baths with all the unitary in attendance on me, and we walked till we entered the palace, and they led me into a closet spread with kingly carpets and cushions. And behold, she came up to me attired in a new habit, more sumptuous than that I had seen her wearing erewhile. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 351st night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youth continued, And I, O our lord the Sultan, went into the closet, and behold, she met me wearing a habit of the most sumptuous. So when I sighted her, she seemed to me from the richness of her ornaments like an enchanted hoard, wherefrom the talisman had been newly removed. She sat down beside me, and bent lovingly over me, and I rose up, for I could no longer contain my passion, and wrought that work which was to be worked. Presently she again disappeared, but soon returned in vestments even richer than the last, and she did with me as before, and I embraced her once more. In short, O our lord the Sultan, we ceased not dwelling together, I and she, in joyance and enjoyment, laughter and disport, and delicious converse for a space of 20 days. At the end of this time I called to mind my lady mother, and said to the dame I had espoused, O my lady, 'tis long since I have been absent from home, and 'tis long since my parent hath seen me, or would have thought concerning me. Needs must she be pining and grieving for my sake. So do thou give me leave to visit her, and look after my mother, and also after my shop. Quoth she, No harm in that. Thou mayst visit thy mother daily, and busy thyself about thy shop business. But this ancient dame, my mother, is she who must lead thee out and bring thee back. Whereto I replied, 'Tis well. Upon this the old woman came in and tied a kerchief over my eyes according to custom, and fared forth with me till we reached the spot where she had been wont to remove the bandage. Here she unbound it, saying, We will expect thee tomorrow about noontide, and when thou comest to this place, thou shalt see me awaiting thee. I left her and repaired to my mother, whom I found grieving and weeping at my absence. And upon seeing me she rose up, and threw arms around my neck with tears of joy. I said, Weep not, O my mother, for the cause of my absence hath been a certain matter, which be thus and thus. I then related to her my adventure, and she on hearing it was rejoiced thereby, and exclaimed, O my son, may Allah give thee gladness! But I pray thee solace me, at least every 2 days, with a visit, that my longing for thee may be satisfied. I replied, This shall be done. And thenceforth, O our lord the Sultan, I went to my shop and busied myself as was my wont till noontide, when I returned to the place appointed, and found the old woman awaiting me. Nor did I ever fare forth from the mansion without her binding my eyes with the kerchief, which she loosened only when we reached my own house. And whenever I asked her of this, she would answer, On our way be sundry houses, whose doors are open, and the women sitting in the vestibules of their homes, so that haply thy glance may alight upon some one of them, matron or maid. All sniff up love like water, and we fear for thee lest thy heart be netted in the net of amours. For 30 days, a whole month, I continued to go and come after this fashion, but, O our lord the Sultan, at all times and tides I was drowned in thought and wondered in my mind, saying, What chance caused me foregather with this damsel? What made me marry her? Whence this wealth which is under her hand? How came I to win union with her? For I knew not the cause of all this. Now, on a day of the days, I found an opportunity of being private with one of her black slave girls, and questioned her of all these matters that concerned her mistress. She replied, O my lord, the history of my lady is marvelous, but I dare not relate it to thee in fear lest she hear thereof and do me die. So I said to her, By Allah, O handmaid of good, and wilt thou say me sooth, I will veil it darkly, for in the keeping of secrets there is none like myself, nor will I reveal it at any time. Then I took oath of secrecy when she said, O my lord. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 352nd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youth continued. Then the handmaiden said to me, O my lord, my lady went forth one day of the days to the hammam, with the object of pleasuring and of diverting herself, for which purpose she made goodly preparation, including gifts and presents, matters worth a mint of money. After leaving the baths she set out upon an excursion to eat the noonday meal in a flower garden, where she enjoyed herself with exceeding joy and enjoyment, eating and drinking till the evening. And when she designed to depart, she collected the fragments of the feast and distributed them amongst the mean and the mesquin. On her return she passed through the bazaar street, wherein standeth thy shop, and it was a Friday when thou wast sitting, adorned with thy finest dress, in converse with the nearest neighbor. And suddenly, as she fared by, she beheld thee in such a state, and her heart was stricken with sore stroke of love, albeit none of us observed her condition and what affection she had conceived for thee. However, no sooner had she reached her palace than her melancholy began to grow upon her with groans of her cark and care, and her colour left her. She ate and drank little and less, and her sleep forsook her, and her frame was sorely enfeebled, till at last she took to her bed. Upon this her mother went to summon a learned man, or a mediciner, that he might consider the condition of her daughter and what sickness had gotten about her. She was absent for an hour, and returned with an ancient dame who took seat beside her, and putting forth her hand felt the patient's pulse. But she could perceive in her no bodily ailment or pain, upon which the old woman understood her case, but she durst not bespeak her of it, nor mention to her mother that the girl's heart was distraught by love. So she said, There is no harm to thee, and Inshallah, tomorrow I will return hither to thee, and bring with me a certain medicine. She then went forth from us, and leading the mother to a place apart, said to her, O my lady, Allah upon thee, pardon me for whatso I shall mention, and be thou convinced that my words are true, and keep them secret nor divulge them to any. The other replied, Say on, and fear not for aught which hath become manifest to thee of my daughter's unweal. Happily Allah will vouchsafe welfare. She rejoined, Verily, thy daughter hath no bodily disorder or malady of the disease kind, but she is in love, and there can be no cure for her save union with her beloved." Quoth the mother, "And how about the coming of her sweetheart?" "This is a matter which may not be managed except thou show us some contrivance whereby to bring this youth hither and marry him to her. But contrivance is with Allah." Then the old lady went her ways forthright, and the girl's mother sought her daughter, and said to her after kindly fashion, "O my child, as for thee, thy disorder is a secret and not a bodily disease. Tell me of him thou requirest, and fear not for me. Belike Allah will open to us the gate of contrivance, whereby thou shalt win to thy wish." Now when the maiden heard these words, she was abashed before her parent, and kept silence, being ashamed to speak. Nor would she return any reply for the space of 20 days. But during this term her distraction increased, and her mother ceased not to repeat the same words, time after time, till it became manifest to the parent that the daughter was madly in love with the young man. So at last quoth she, "Describe him to me." Quoth the other, "O mother mine, indeed he is young of years and fair of favour. Also he wonneth in such a bazaar, methinks on its southern side. Therewith the dame arose without stay or delay, and fared forth to find the young man, and 'tis thyself, O youth. And when the mother saw thee, she took from thee a piece of cloth, and brought it to her daughter, and promised thou shouldst visit her. Thenceforwards she ceased not repeating her calls to thee for the period thou wouldest well, until by her cunning she brought thee hither, and that happened which happened, and thou didst take the daughter to wife. Such is her tale, and beware lest thou reveal my disclosure." "No, by Allah," I replied. Then the lunatic resumed speaking to the Sultan. "O my lord, I continued to cohabit with her for the space of 1 month, going daily to see my mother and to sell in my shop, and I returned to my wife every evening blindfolded and guided as usual by my mother-in-law. Now one day of the days, as I was sitting at my business, a damsel came into the bazaar street. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 353rd night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating," that the youth continued. A damsel came into the bazaar street bearing the image of a cock made of precious ore and crusted with pearls and rubies and other gems, and she offered it to the good men of the market for sale. So they opened the biddings at 500 dinars, and they ceased not contending thereanent till the price went up to 950 gold pieces. All this time and I looked on, nor did I interfere by speaking a syllable, or by adding to the biddings a single bit of gold. At last, when none would offer aught more, the girl came up to me and said, "O my lord, all the gentlemen have increased their biddings for the cock, but thou hast neither bidden nor heartened my heart by one kind word." Quoth I have no need thereof. And quoth she, "By Allah, needs must thou bid somewhat more than the others." I replied, "Since there is no help for it, I will add 50 dinars, which will fill up the 1,000. She rejoined, "Allah guard thee gain." So I fared into my shop to fetch the money, saying in my mind, "I will present this curiosity to my harem, haply 'twill pleasure her." But when I was about, O my lord the Sultan, to count out the 1,000 ducats, the damsel would not accept aught of me, but said, I have a request to make of thee, O youth, to wit, that I may take one kiss from thy cheek. I asked her, For what purpose? And she answered, I want one kiss of thy cheek, which shall be the price of my cock, for I need of thee naught else. I thought to myself, By Allah, a single kiss of my cheek for the value of 1,000 sequins were an easy price. And I gave my consent thereto, O my lord. Then she came up to me and leaned over me and bussed my cheek, but after the kiss she bit me with a bite which left its mark. Then she gave me the cock and went her ways in haste. Now when it was noon I made for my wife's house, and came upon the old woman awaiting me at the custom stead, and she bound the kerchief over my eyes, and after blindfolding them, fared with me till we reached our home, when she unbound it. I found my wife sitting in the saloon, dressed from head to foot in cramoisi, and with an ireful face, whereupon I said to myself, O Saviour, save me! I then went up to her and took out the cock which was covered with pearls and rubies, thinking that her evil humour would vanish at the sight of it, and said, O my lady, accept this cock, for 'tis curious and admirable to look upon, and I bought it to pleasure thee. She put forth her hand, and taking it from me, examined it by turning it rightwards and leftwards, then exclaimed, Didst thou in very sooth buy this on my account? Replied I, By Allah, O my lady, I bought it for thee at 1,000 gold pieces. Hereupon she shook her head at me, O my lord the Sultan, and cried out after a long look at my face, What meaneth that bite on thy cheek? Then with a loud and angry voice she called to her women, who came down the stairs forthright, bearing the body of a young girl with the head cut off, and set upon the middle of the corpse. And I looked, and behold, it was the head of the damsel who had sold me the cock for a kiss, and who had bitten my cheek. Now my wife had sent her with the toy by way of trick, saying to her, Let us try this youth whom I have wedded, and see if he hold himself bound by his plighted word and pact, or if he be false and foul. But all of this I knew not. Then she cried a second cry, and behold, up came 3 maids, bearing with them 3 cocks, like that which I had brought for her, and she said, Thou bringest me this one cock, when I have these 3 cocks. But inasmuch as, O youth, thou hast broken the covenant that was between me and thee, I want thee no more. Go forth, wend thy ways forthright. And she raged at me, and cried to her mother, Take him away. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable! Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 354th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting, and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youth continued to the king. Hereupon the old woman, O my lord, had me by the hand, and bound the kerchief over my eyes, as was her wont, and led me to the accustomed place, where she loosened the bandage, saying, Begone, and disappeared. But I, O my lord, became like a madman, and ran through the streets as one frantic, crying, Ah, her loveliness! Ah, her stature! Ah, her perfect grace! Ah, her ornaments! Hereupon the folk seeing me, and hearing me say these words, shouted out, Yonder is a lunatic! So they seized me perforce, and jailed me in the madhouse, as thou hast seen me, O our lord the Sultan. They say, This mad is jinn mad, but by Allah, I am no maniac, O my lord, and such is my tale. Hereat the king marveled, and bowed his brow groundwards for a while in deep thought over this affair. Then he raised his head, and turning to his minister said, O Wazir, by the truth of him who made me ruler of this realm, except thou discover the damsel who married this youth, thy head shall pay forfeit. The Wazir was concerned to hear the case of the young man, but he could not disobey the royal commandment, so he said, Allow me 3 days of delay, O Lord the Sultan. And to this much of grace the king consented. Then the Wazir craved dismissal, and would have taken the youth with him, when the Sultan cried, As soon as thou shalt have hit upon the house, the young man will go into it, and come forth it like other folk. He replied, Hearkening and obedience. So he took the youth and went out with aching head and giddy as a drunken man, perplexed and unknowing whither he should wend. And he threaded the city streets from right to left and from east to west, tarrying at times that he might privily question the folk. But naught discovered itself to him, and he made certain of death. In this condition he continued for 2 days, and the third till noontide, when he devised him a device and said to the youth, Knowest thou the spot where the old woman was wont to blindfold thine eyes? He replied, Yes. So the minister walked on with him till the young man exclaimed, Here, 'tis this. The Wazir then said, O youth, knowest thou door ring wherewith she was wont to rap, and canst thou distinguish its sound? He said, I can. Accordingly the Wazir took him and went the round of all the houses in that quarter, and rapped with every door ring, asking him, Is this? And he would answer, No. And the twain ceased not to do after such fashion until they came to the door where the appointment had taken place without risk threatened. And the Wazir knocked hard at it, and the youth hearing the knock exclaimed, O my lord, verily this be the ring without question or doubt or uncertainty. So the minister knocked again with the same knocker, and the slave girls threw open the door, and the Wazir, entering with the youth, found that the palace belonged to the daughter of the Sultan, who had been succeeded by his liege lord. But when the princess saw the minister together with her spouse, she adorned herself and came down from the harem and salaamed to him. Thereupon he asked her, What hath been thy business with this young man? So she told him her tale from the first to last, and he said, O my lady, the king commandeth that he enter and quit the premises as before, and that he come hither without his eyes being bandaged with the kerchief. She obeyed and said, The commandments of our lord the Sultan shall be carried out. Such was the history of that youth whom the Sultan heard reading the Koran in the Maristan, the public madhouse. But as regards the second lunatic who sat listening, the Sultan asked him, And thou, the other, what be thy tale? So he began to relate the story of the second lunatic. End of section 5. Section 6 of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story of the Second Lunatic. O my lord, quoth the young man, my case is marvellous, and happily thou wilt desire me to relate it in order continuous. And quoth the Sultan, Let me hear it. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 355th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating. That the second youth said, O my lord the Sultan, I am by calling a merchantman, and none of the guild was younger, I having just entered my 16th year. Like my fellows, I sold and bought in the bazaar every day, till one of the days a damsel came up to me and drew near and handed to me a paper which I opened, and behold, it was full of verses and odes in praise of myself, and in the end of the letter contained the woman's name professing to be enamored of me. When I read it I came down from my shopboard, in my folly and ignorance, and putting forth my hand seized the girl and beat her till she swooned away. After this I let her loose, and she went her ways, and then I fell into a brown study, saying to myself, Would heaven I wot whether the girl be without relations, or if she have kith and kin to whom she may complain, and they will come and bastinado me. And, O our lord the Sultan, I repented of what I had done, whenas repentance availed me not, and this lasted me for 20 days. At the end of that time, as I was sitting in my shop, according to my custom, behold, a young lady entered, and she was sumptuously clad and sweetly scented, and she was even as the moon in its fullness on the 14th night. When I gazed upon her, my wits fled, and my senses and right judgment forsook me, and I was incapable of attending to aught save herself. Then she came up and said, O youth, hast thou by thee a variety of metal ornaments? And said I, O my lady, of all kinds thou canst possibly require. Hereupon she wished to see some anklets which I brought out for her, when she put forth her feet to me, and showing me the calves of her legs, said, O my lord, try them on me. This I did. Then she asked for a necklace, and I produced one, when she unveiled her bosom, and said, Take its measure on me. So I set it upon her, and she said, I want a fine pair of bracelets. And I brought to her a pair when, extending her hands and displaying her wrists to me, she said, Put them on me. I did so, and presently she asked me, What may be the price of all these? When I exclaimed, O my lady, accept them from me in free gift. And this was of the excess of my love to her, O king of the age, and my being wholly absorbed in her. Then I quoth to her, O my lady, whose daughter art thou? And quoth she, I am the daughter of the Sheikh al-Islam. I replied, My wish is to ask thee in marriage of thy father. And she rejoined, 'Tis well, but, O youth, I would have thee know that when thou ask me from my sire, he will say, I have but one daughter, and she is a cripple, and deformed even as Sada was. Do thou, however, make answer that thou art contented to accept her, and if he offer any remonstrance, cry, I am content, content. Then I inquired, When shall that be? And she replied, Tomorrow, about under an hour, come to our house, and thou wilt find my sire, the Sheikh al-Islam, sitting with his companions and intimates. Then ask me to wife. So we agreed upon this counsel, and on the next day, O our lord the Sultan, I went with several of my comrades, and we repaired, I and they, to the house of the Sheikh al-Islam, whom I found sitting with sundry grandees about him. We made our salams, which they returned, and they welcomed us, and all entered into friendly and familiar conversation. When it was time for the noon meal, the tablecloth was spread, and they invited us to join them. So we dined with them, and after dinner drank coffee. I then stood up, saying, O my lord, I come hither to sue and solicit thee for the lady concealed, and the pearl unrevealed, thy daughter. But when the Sheikh al-Islam heard from me these words, he bowed his head for a while groundwards. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 356th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youth resumed. Now when the Shaykh al-Islam heard from me those words, he bowed his brow groundwards for a while in deep thought concerning the case of his daughter who was a cripple and wondrously deformed. For the damsel who had told me of her had played a trick and served me a slight, I all the time knowing nothing about her guile. Presently he raised his head and said to me, By Allah, O my son, I have a daughter, but she is helpless. Quoth I am content. And quoth he, And thou take her to wife after this description, 'tis on express condition that she not be removed from my house, and thou also shalt pay her the first visit and cohabit with her in my home. I replied, To hear is to obey, being confident, O King of the age, that she was the damsel who had visited my shop and whom I had seen with my own eyes. Thereupon the Shaykh al-Islam married his daughter to me, and I said in my mind, By Allah, is it possible that I am become master of this damsel, and shall enjoy to my full her beauty and loveliness? But when night fell they led me in procession to the chamber of my bride. And when I beheld her, I found her as hideous as her father had described her, a deformed cripple. At that moment all manner of cares mounted my back, and I was full of fury, and groaned with grief from the core of my heart. But I could not say a word, for that I had accepted her to wife of my own free will, and had declared myself contented in presence of her sire. So I took seat silently in a corner of the room, and my bride in another, because I could not bring myself to approach her, she being unfit for the carnal company of man, and my soul could not accept cohabitation with her. And at dawntide, O my lord of the Sultan, I left the house and went to my shop, which I opened according to custom, and sat down with my head dizzy like one drunken without wine. When lo! there appeared before me the young lady who had caused happen to me that mishap. She came up and salaamed to me, but I rose with sullenness and abused her and cried, Wherefore, O my lady, hast thou put upon me such a piece of work? She replied, O miserable! Recollect such a day when I brought thee a letter, and thou, after reading it, didst come down from thy shop, and didst seize me, and didst trounce me, and didst drive me away. I replied, O my lady, prithee pardon me, for I am a true penitent. And I ceased not to soften her with soothing words, and promised her all weal if she would but forgive me. At last she deigned excuse me, and said, There is no harm for thee, and as I have netted thee, so will I unmesh thee. I replied, Allah, Allah, O my lady, I am under thy safeguard. And she rejoined, Hie thee to the Aga of the Janakila, the gypsies, give him 50 piastres, and say him, We desire thee to furnish us with a father and a mother, and cousins and kith and kin, and do thou charge them to say of me, This is our cousin and our blood relation. Then let him send them all to the house of the Shaykh al-Islam, and repair thither himself together with his followers, a party of drummers and a parcel of pipers. When they enter his house, and the Shaykh shall perceive them and exclaim, What's this we've here? Let the Aga reply, O my lord, we be kinsmen with thy son-in-law, and we are come to gladden his marriage with thy daughter, and to make merry with him. He will exclaim, Is this thy son a gypsy musician? And do thou explain, saying, Aye, verily, I am a Jankali. And he will cry out to thee, O dog, thou art a gypsy, and yet durst thou marry the daughter of the Shaykh al-Islam? Then do thou make answer, O my lord, 'twas my ambition to be ennobled in thine alliance, and I have espoused thy daughter only that the mean name of Jakali may pass away from me, and that I may be under the skirt of thy protection. Hereat, O my lord the Sultan, I arose without stay and delay, and did as the damsel bade me, and agreed with the chiefs of the gypsies for 50 piastres. On the second day about noon, lo and behold, all the Janakila met before the house of the Sheikh al-Islam, and they, a tom-tomming, and a piping, and a dancing, crowded into the courtyard of the mansion. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 357th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youth continued. So the Janakila entered the house of the Sheikh al-Islam, all a drumming and a dancing. Presently the family came out and asked, What is to do, and what be this hubbub? The fellows answered, We are gypsy folk, and our son is in your house, having wedded the daughter of the Sheikh al-Islam. Hearing these words, the family went up and reported to its head, and he, rising from his seat, descended to the courtyard, which he found full of Jankalis. He inquired of them their need, and they told him that the youth, their kinsman, having married the daughter of the house, they were come to make merry at the bride feast. Quoth the Sheikh, This indeed be a sore calamity, that a gypsy should espouse the daughter of the Sheikh al-Islam. By Allah, I will divorce her from him. So he sent after me, O our lord the Sultan, and asked me, saying, What is thy breed, and what wilt thou take to be off with thyself? Said I, A Jankali, and I married thy daughter with one design, namely to sink the mean name of a gypsy drummer in the honor of connection and relationship with thee. He replied, 'Tis impossible that my daughter can cohabit with thee, so up and divorce her. I rejoined, Not so, I will never repudiate her. Then we fell to quarreling, but the folk interposed between us and arranged that I should receive 40 purses for putting her away. And when he paid me the monies, I gave her the divorce and took the coin and went to my shop, rejoicing at having escaped by this contrivance. On the next day, behold, came the damsel who had taught me the sleight, and saluted me, and wished me good morning. I returned her salam, and indeed, O our lord the Sultan, she was a model of beauty and loveliness, stature and symmetrical grace, and my heart was enmeshed in her love for the excess of her charms, and limpid flow of her speech, and the sweetness of her tongue. So I said to her, And when this promise? And said she, I am the daughter of such and such, a cook in such a quarter, and do thou go ask me in marriage of him. So I rose up with all haste, and went to her father, and prayed that he would give her to me. And presently I wedded her, and went in unto her, and found her as the full moon of the 14th night, and was subjugated by her Simliad. Such, then, is the adventure which befell me. But, O my lord the Sultan, the story of the sage such an one and his scholar is more wonderful and delectable. For indeed 'tis of the marvels of the age, and among the miracles which have been seen by man. Thereupon the sovereign bade him speak, and the second lunatic proceeded to recount the story of the sage and the scholar. End of section 6. Section 7 of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 7 of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story of the Sage and the Scholar. There was in times of yore, and in ages long gone before, a learned man who had retired from the world, secluding himself in an upper cell of a cathedral mosque, and this place he left not for many days, save upon the most pressing needs. At last a beautiful boy, whose charms were unrivalled in his time, went in to him and salaamed to him. The Sheikh returned the salute and welcomed him with the fairest welcome, and courteously entreated him, seating him beside himself. Then he asked him of his case, and whence he came, and the boy answered, "O my lord, question me not of aught, nor of my worldly matters, for verily I am as one who hath fallen from the heavens upon the earth, and my sole object is the honour of tending thee." The sage again welcomed him, and the boy served him assiduously for a length of time, till he was 12 years old. Now on one day of the days, the lad heard certain of his fellows saying that the Sultan had a daughter endowed with beauty, whose charms were unequalled by all the princesses of the age. So he fell in love with her by hearsay. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 358th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the lad who served the sage fell in love with the Sultan's daughter by hearsay." Presently he went in to his master and told him thereof, adding, "O my lord, verily the king hath a daughter beautiful and lovesome, and my soul longeth to look upon her, and it be only a single look." The sheikh asked him, saying, "Wherefore, O my son? What have the like of us to do with the daughters of sovereigns or others? We be an order of eremites, and self-contained, and we fear the kings for our own safety." And the sage continued to warn the lad against the shifts of time, and to divert him from his intent. But the more words he uttered to warn him, and to deter him, the more resolved he became to win his wish, so that he abode continually groaning and weeping. Now this was a grievous matter to the good sheikh, who loved him with an exceeding love passing all bounds. When he saw him in this condition, he exclaimed, "There is no majesty, and there is no might save Allah, the glorious, the great." And his heart was softened, and he had ruth upon the case of his scholar, and pitied his condition, and at last said to him, "My son, dost thou truly long to look but a single look at the Sultan's daughter?" Quoth he, "Yes, O my lord." And quoth the other, "Come hither to me." Accordingly he came up to him, and the sheikh produced a coal pot, and applied the powder to one of his scholar's eyes, who, behold, forthright became such that all who saw him cried out, "This is half a man." Then the sage bade him go about the city, and the youth obeyed his commands and fared forth. But when as the folk espied him, they cried out, "A miracle! A miracle! This be a half man." And the more the youth walked about the streets, the more the folk followed him, and gazed upon him for diversion, and marvelled at the spectacle. And as often as the great men of the city heard him, they sent to summon him, and solaced themselves with the sight, and said, "Loud unto thee, Lord! Allah createth whatso he wisheth, and commandeth whatso he willeth, as we see in the fashioning of this half man." The youth also looked freely upon the harems of the grandees, he being fairer than any of them. And this case continued till the report reached the Sultan, who bade him be brought into the presence. and on seeing him marveled at the works of the Almighty. Presently the whole court gathered together to gaze at him in wonderment, and the tidings soon reached the queen, who sent a eunuch to fetch him and introduce him into the seraglio. The women all admired the prodigy, and the princess looked at him, and he looked at her. So his fascination increased upon him, and he said in his secret soul, "An I wed her not, I will slay myself." After this the youth was dismissed by the Sultan's harem, and he, whose heart burned with love for the king's daughter, returned home. The sheikh asked him, "Hast thou, O my son, seen the princess?" And he answered, "I have, O my master, but this one look sufficeth me not, nor can I rest until I sit by her side and fill myself with gazing upon her." Quoth he, "O my child, we be an aesthetic folk that shun the world, nor have we aught to do with enmeshing ourselves in the affairs of the Sultan, and we fear for thee, O my son." But the youth replied, "O my lord, except I sit by her side and stroke her neck and shoulders with these hands, I will slay myself." Hereupon the sage said in his mind, "I will do whatso I can for this good youth, and perchance Allah may enable him to win his wish." He then arose and brought out the coal pot and applied the powder to his scholar's either eye. And when it had settled therein, it made him invisible to the ken of man. Then he said, "Go forth, my son, and indulge thy desire, but return again soon, and be not absent too long." Accordingly the youth hastened to the palace, and entering it looked right and left, none seeing him the while, and proceeded to the harem, where he seated himself beside the daughter of the Sultan. Still none perceived him until, after a time, he put forth his hand and softly stroked her neck. But as soon as the princess felt the youth's touch, she shrieked a loud shriek heard by all the ears in the palace, and cried, "I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned." At this proceeding on the girl's part, all asked her, saying, "What is to do with thee?" Whereto she answered, "Verily, some Satan hath this instant touched me on the neck." Upon this her mother was alarmed for her, and sent for her nurse, and when informed of what had befallen the girl, the old woman said, "If there be aught of Satan's here, naught is so sovereign as specific to drive them away and keep them off as the smoke of a camel's dung." Then she arose and brought thereof a quantity, which was thrown into the fire, and presently it scented and pervaded the whole apartment. All this, and the youth still sat there without being seen. But when the dung smoke thickened, his eyes brimmed, and he could not but shed tears, and the more smoke there was, the more his eyes watered, and big drops flowed, till at last all the coal was washed off and trickled down with the tears. So he became visible amiddlemost the royal harem, and, when the dames descried him, all shrieked one shriek, each at other, upon which the eunuchy rushed in. Then finding the young man still seated there, they laid hands upon him, and hauled him before the Sultan, to whom they reported his crime, and how he had been caught, lurking in the king's seraglio, sitting beside the princess. Hearing this, the sovereign bade summon the headsman, and committed to him the criminal, bidding him take the youth and robe him in a black habit, bepatched with flame color. Then to set him upon a camel, and after parading him through Cairo city and all the streets, put him to death. Accordingly the executioner took the youth. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 359th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the linkman took the youth and fared forth with him from the palace. Then he looked at him and found him fair of form and favour, a sans peer in loveliness, and he observed that he showed no fear nor shrinking from death. So he had pity upon him, and his heart yearned to him, and he said in his mind, "By Allah, attached to this young man is a rare history." Then he brought a leathern gown, which he put upon him, and the flamy black habit, which he passed over his arms, and setting him upon a camel as the Sultan had commanded, at last carried him in procession, crying out the while, "This is the award, and the least award of him who violateth the harem of the king." And he threaded the streets till they came to the square before the great mosque wherein was the sheikh. Now as all the folk were enjoying the spectacle, the sage looked out from the window of his cell and beheld the condition of his scholar. He was moved to ruth, and reciting a spell he summoned the Jann, and bade them snatch the young man off the camel's back with all care and kindness, and bring him to his cell. And he also commanded an aun of the auns to seize some oldster and set him upon the beast in lieu of the youth. They did as he bid them, for that he had taken fealty of the Jann, and because of his profound studies in the Notarican and every branch of the art magical. And when all the crowd saw the youth suddenly transformed into a greybeard, they were awe-stricken and cried, "Alhamdulillah, laud to the Lord! The young man hath become an old man." They then looked again, and behold, they saw a person well known amongst the lieges, one who had long been wont to sell greens and colocasia at the hostelry gate near the cathedral mosque. Now the headsman, noting this case, was confounded with sore affright. So he returned to the palace with the oldster seated on the camel, and went into the Sultan, followed by all the city folk, who were gazing at the spectacle. When he stood before the king and the eunuchry, and did homage and prayed for the sovereign, and said, "O our lord the Sultan, verily the youth hath vanished, and in lieu of him is this sheikh well known to the whole city." Hearing these words, the king was startled. Sore fear entered his heart, and he said to himself, "Whatso hath been able to do this deed can do even more. He can depose me from my kingship, or he can devise my death." So his affright increased, and he was at a loss how to contrive for such case. Presently he summoned his minister, and when he came into the presence, said to him, "O Wazir, advise me how to act in the affair of this youth, and what measures should be taken." The minister bowed his brow groundwards in thought for a while. Then raising it, he addressed the Sultan and said, "O King of the age, this be a thing beyond experience, and the doer must be master of a might we comprehend not, and haply he may work thee in the future some injury, and we fear from him for thy daughter. Wherefore the right way is that thou issue a royal autograph, and bid the crier go round about the city, and cry, saying, 'Let him who hath wrought this work appear before the king, under promise of safety and again safety. Safety on the word of a sultan, which shall never be falsed. Should the youth then surrender himself, O king of the age, marry him to thy daughter, when perhaps his mind may be reconciled to thee by love of her. He hath already cast eyes upon her, and he hath seen the inmates of thy harem unrobed, so that naught can save their honor but his being united with the princess.'" Hereupon the Sultan indited an autographic rescript, and placed it in the crier's hands, even as the Wazir had counselled. And the man went about the streets proclaiming, "By command of the just king, whoso hath done this deed, let him discover himself and come to the palace under promise of safety and again safety, the safety of sovereigns, safety on the word of a sultan which shall never be falsed." And the crier ceased not crying, till in fine he reached the square fronting the great mosque. The youth who was standing there heard the proclamation, and returning to his sheikh said, "O my lord, the crier hath a rescript from the Sultan, and he crieth, saying, Whoso hath done this deed, let him discover himself and come to the palace under promise of safety and again safety, safety on the word of a sultan which shall never be falsed. And I must go to him perforce. Said the sage, O my son, why shouldst thou do on such wise? Hast thou not already suffered thy sufficiency? But the young man exclaimed, Nothing shall prevent my going. And at this the sheikh replied, Go then, O my son, and be thy safeguarding with the living, the eternal. Accordingly, the youth repaired to the hammam, and having bathed, attired himself in the richest attire he owned, after which he went forth and discovered himself to the crier, who led him to the palace, and set him before the sovereign. He salaamed to the Sultan and did him obeisance and prayed for his long life and prosperity in style the most eloquent, and proffered his petition in verse the most fluent. The Sultan looked at him, and he habited in his best with all of beauty blessed, and the royal mind was pleased, and he inquired, saying, Who art thou, O youth? The other replied, I am the half-man whom thou sawest, and I did the deed whereof thou wouldest. As soon as the king heard this speech, he entreated him with respect and bade him sit in the most honorable stead, and when he was seated the twain conversed together. The Sultan was astounded at his speech, and they continued their discourse till they touched upon sundry disputed questions of learning, when the youth proved himself as superior to the sovereign as a dinar is to a dirham, and to whatever niceties of knowledge the monarch asked. The young man returned an all-sufficient answer, speaking like a book. So the Sultan abode confounded at the eloquence of his tongue and the purity of his phrase, and the readiness of his replies. And he said in his mind, This youth is as worthy to become my daughter's mate as she is to become his helpmate. Then he addressed him in these words, O youth, my wish is to unite thee with my daughter, and after thou hast looked upon her and her mother, none will marry her save thyself. The other replied, O king of the age, I am ready to obey thee, but first I must take counsel of my friends. The king rejoined, No harm in that. Hie thee home and ask their advice. The youth then craved leave to retire, and repairing to his sheikh, and Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 360th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youth then craved leave to retire, and repairing to his sheikh, informed him of what had passed between himself and the Sultan, and said to him, "'Tis also my wish, O my lord, to marry his daughter." The sage replied, "There be no fault herein if it be a lawful wedlock. Fare thee forth and ask her in marriage." Quoth the youth, "But I, O my lord, desire to invite the king to visit us." And quoth the sage, "Go invite him, O my son, and hearten thy heart." The youth replied, "O my lord, since I first came to thee, and thou didst honor me by taking me into thy service, I have known no other home save this narrow cell wherein thou sittest, never stirring from it by night or by day. How can we invite the king hither?" The sage rejoined, "O my son, do thou go invite him, relying upon Allah, the Veiler who veileth all things, and say to him, My Shaykheth greeteth thee with the salam and inviteth thee to visit him next Friday." Accordingly the youth repaired to the king and saluted him, and offered his service, and blessed him with most eloquent tongue, and said, O king of the age, my Shaykheth greeteth thee, and saith to thee, Come eat thy porridge with us next Friday. Whereto the Sultan replied, Hearing is consenting. Then the youth returned to the sage, and waited upon him according to custom, longing the while for the coming of Friday. On that day the sage said to the youth, O my son, arise with me, and I will show thee what house be ours, so thou mayst go fetch the king. Then he took him, and the two walked on till they came upon a ruin in the center of the city, and the whole was in heaps, mud, clay, and stones. The sage looked at it and said, O my son, this is our mansion. Do thou hie thee to the king, and bring him hither. But the youth exclaimed, O my lord, verily this be a ruinous heap. How then can I invite the Sultan, and bring him to such an ill place? This were a shame and a disgrace to us. Quoth the sage, Go and dread thou not. Upon this the youth departed, saying in himself, By Allah, my sheikh must be jinn mad, and doubtless he confoundeth in his insanity truth and untruth. But he stinted not faring till he reached the palace, and went in to the Sultan, whom he found expecting him. So he delivered the message, Deign honor us, O my lord, with thy presence. Hereupon the king arose without stay or delay, and took horse, and all the lords of the land also mounted, following the youth to the place where he told them his sheikh abode. But when they drew near it, they found a royal mansion, and usury standing at the gates in costliest gear, as if robed from a talismanic hoard. When the young man saw this change of scene, he was awestruck and confounded in such a way that hardly could he keep his senses, and he said to himself, But an instant ago I beheld with mine own eyes this very place a ruinous heap. How then hath it suddenly become upon this same site a palace such as belongeth not to our Sultan? But I had better keep the secret to myself. Presently the king alighted, as also did his suite, and entered the mansion, and whenas he inspected it, he marvelled at the splendor of the first apartment. But the more narrowly he looked, the more magnificent he found the place, and the second more sumptuous than the first. So his wits were bewildered thereat, till he was ushered into a spacious speak-room, where they found the sheikh sitting on one side of the chamber to receive them. The Sultan salaamed to him, whereupon the sage raised his head, and returned his greeting, but did not rise to his feet. The king then sat him down on the opposite side, when the sheikh honored him by addressing him, and was pleased to converse with him on various themes. All this while the royal senses being confounded at the grandeur around him and the rarities in that palace. Presently the sheikh said to his scholar, Knock thou at this door, and bid our breakfast be brought in. So the young man arose and rapped, and called out, Bring in the breakfast. When lo, the door was opened, and there came out of it 100 Mamelukes of the book, each bearing upon his head a golden tray, whereon were set dishes of precious metals, and these which were filled with breakfast meats of all kinds and colors, they ranged in order before the Sultan. He was surprised at the sight, for that he had not so splendid in his own possession. But he came forwards and ate, as likewise did the sheikh and all the courtiers, until they were satisfied. And after this they drank coffee and sherbets, and the Sultan and the sheikh fell to conversing on questions of lore. The king was edified by the words of the sage, who on his part sat respectfully between the sovereign's hands. Now when it was well high noon, the sheikh again said to his scholar, Knock thou on that door, and bid our noonday meal be brought in. He rose and rapped, and called out, Bring in the dinner. When lo, the door opened of itself, and there came out of it 100 white slaves, all other than the first train, and each bearing a tray upon his head. They spread the sufra cloth before the Sultan, and ranged the dishes, and he looked at the plates and observed that they were of precious metals and stones. Whereat he was more astonished than before, and he said to himself, In very deed this be a miracle. So all ate their sufficiency, when basins and ewers, some of gold and others of various noble ores, were borne round, and they washed their hands, after which the Sheikh said, O king, at how much hast thou valued for us the dower of thy daughter? The sovereign replied, My daughter's dower is already in my hands. This he said of his courtesy and respect, but the Sheikh replied, Marriage is invalid save with a dower. He then presented to him a mint of money, and the tie of wedlock was duly tied. After which he rose and brought for his guest a pelisse of furs such as the Sultan never had in his treasury, and invested him therewith, and he gave rich robes to each and every one of his courtiers according to their degree. The Sultan took leave of the Sheikh, and accompanied by the scholar returned to the palace. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 361st night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan took with him the scholar, and they fared till they reached the citadel and entered the palace, during which time the king was pondering the matter and wondering at the affair. And when night came, he bade them get ready his daughter, that the first visit might be paid to her by the bridegroom. They did his bidding, and carried the youth in procession to her, and he found the apartment bespread with carpets and perfumed with essences. The bride, however, was absent. So he said in his mind, She will come presently, albeit now she delayeth. And he ceased not expecting her till near midnight, whilst the father and the mother said, Verily the young man hath married our daughter, and now sleepeth with her. On this wise the youth kept one reckoning, and the Sultan and his harem kept another, till it was hard upon dawn. All this and the bridegroom watched in expectation of the bride. Now when the day brake, the mother came to visit her child, expecting to see her by the side of her mate, but she could not find a trace of her, nor could she gather any clear tidings of her. Accordingly she asked the youth, her son-in-law, who answered that since entering the apartment he had expected his bride, but she came not to him, nor had he seen a sign of her. Hereupon the queen shrieked, and rose up calling aloud upon her daughter, for she had none other child save that one. The clamour alarmed the Sultan, who asked what was to do, and was informed that the princess was missing from the palace, and had not been seen after she had entered it at eventide. Thereupon he went to the youth, and asked him anent her, but he also told him that he had not found her when the procession led him into the bridal chamber. Such was the case with these. But as regards the princess, when they conducted her to the bridal room before the coming of the bridegroom, a jinni of the Marids, who often visited the royal harem, happened to be there on the marriage night, and was so captivated by the charms of the bride that he took a seat in a corner, and upon her entering, and before she was ware, snatched her up and soared with her high in air. And he flew with her till he reached a pleasant place of trees and rills, some 3 months' journey from the city, and in that shady place he set her down. But he wrought her no bodily damage, and every day he would bring her whatso she wanted of meat and drink, and solaced her by showing her the rills and trees. Now this jinni had changed his shape to that of a fair youth, fearing lest his proper semblance affright her, and the girl abode in that place for a space of 40 days. But the father, after failing to find his daughter, took the youth and repaired to the sheikh in his cell, and he was as one driven mad as he entered and complained of the loss of his only child. The sheikh, hearing these words, dove into the depths of meditation for an hour. Then he raised his head and bade them bring before him a chafing dish of lighted charcoal. They fetched all he required, and he cast into the fire some incenses over which he pronounced formulae of incantation, and behold, the world was turned topsy-turvy, and the wind shrieked, and the earth was canopied by dust clouds, whence descended at speed winged troops bearing standards and colors. And amiddlemost of them appeared 3 sultans of Jann, all crying out at once, Labayaka, Labayak, et sumus, hither we speed to undertake thy need. The sheikh then addressed them, saying, My commandment is that forthright ye bring me the jinni who hath snatched away the bride of my son. And they said, To hear is to obey, and at once commanded 50 of their dependent jinns to reconduct the princess to her chamber, and to hale the culprit before them. These orders were obeyed. They disappeared for an hour or so, and suddenly returned, bringing the delinquent jinni in person. But as for the sultan's daughter, 10 of them conveyed her to her palace, she wotting not of them, and not feeling aught of fear. And when they set the jinni before the sheikh, he bade the 3 sultans of the Jann burn him to death, and so they did without stay or delay. All this was done whilst the sovereign sat before the sheikh, looking on and listening and marvelling at the obedience of that host and its sultans, and their subjection and civil demeanor in the presence of the elder. Now as soon as the business ended after perfectest fashion, the sage recited over them a spell, and all went their several ways. After which he bade the king take the youth and conduct him to his daughter. This bidding was obeyed, and presently the bridegroom abated the maidenhead of the bride, what while her parents renewed their rejoicings over the recovery of their lost child. And the youth was so enamored of the princess that he quitted not the harem for 7 consecutive days. On the 8th the Sultan was minded to make a marriage banquet, and invited all the city folk to a feast for a whole month, and he wrote a royal rescript, and bade proclaim with full publicity that, according to the commands of the King's Majesty, the wedding feast should continue for a month, and that no citizen, be he rich or be he poor, should light fire or trim lamp in his own domicile during the wedding of the princess, but that all must eat of the royal entertainment until the expiry of the fete. So they slaughtered beeves and stabbed camels in the throat, and the kitcheners and carpet spreaders were commanded to prepare the stables, and the officers of the household were ordered to receive the guests by night and by day. Now one night King Mohammed of Cairo said to his minister, O Wazir, do thou come with me and change costume, and let us thread the streets and inspect and espy the folk. Happily some of the citizens have neglected to appear at the marriage feast. He replied, To hear is to obey. So the twain, after exchanging habits for the gear of Persian Darwayshes, went down to the city, and there took place the night adventure of Sultan Mohammed of Cairo. End of section 7. Section 8 of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Night Adventure of Sultan Mohammed of Cairo. The Sultan and Wazir threaded the broad ways of the city, and they noted the houses and stood for an hour or so in each and every greater thoroughfare, till they came to a lane, a cul-de-sac, wherethrough none could pass, and behold, they hit upon a house containing a company of folk. Now these were conversing and saying, By Allah, our Sultan hath not acted wisely, nor hath he any cause to be proud, since he hath made his daughter's bride feast a vanity and a vexation, and the poor are excluded therefrom. He had done better to distribute somewhat of his bounty amongst the paupers in the Mesquin, who may not enter his palace, nor can they obtain aught to eat. Hearing this, the Sultan said to the Wazir, By Allah, needs must we enter this place. And the minister replied, Do whatso thou willest. Accordingly the king went up to the door and knocked, when one came out and asked, Who is at the door? The Sultan answered, Guests. And the voice rejoined, Welcome to the guests. And the door was thrown open. Then they went in till they reached the sitting room, where they found 3 men, of whom one was lame, the second was broken-backed, and the third was split-mouthed. And all 3 were sitting together in that place. So he asked them, Wherefore sit ye here, ye 3, instead of going to the palace? And they answered him, O Darwaysh, 'tis the weakness of our wits. The king then turned to his minister and said, There is no help but thou must bring these 3 men into my presence, as soon as the wedding feasts be finished, that I may inquire into what stablished their imbecility. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 362nd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting, and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan said to the Wazir, Needs must thou bring these 3 men into my presence as soon as the wedding feasts be finished, and we will inquire into what proved their imbecility. Then quoth the king to them, Wherefore fare ye not, ye 3, and eat of the royal banquet day by day? And quoth they, O Darwaysh, we are crippled folk who cannot go and come, for this be grievous to us. But an the Sultan would assign to us somewhat of victual, and send it hither, we would willingly eat thereof. He rejoined, What knoweth the Sultan that ye sit in this place? And they retorted, Ye be Darwayshes, who enter everywhere. So when you go into him, tell him our tale. Haply shall the Almighty Allah incline his heart uswards. The king asked them then, Be you 3 ever sitting together in this stead? And they answered, Yea, verily, we never leave one another by night or by day. Then the king and the minister rose up, and having presented them with a few silvers, took leave and departed. Now it was midnight when they reached a tenement wherein sat 3 girls with their mother, spinning and eating. And each one appeared fairer than her fellows, and at times they sang, and then they laughed, and then they talked. The Sultan said to the Wazir, There is no help but we enter to these damsels. Whereto the minister replied, What have we to do with going near them? Let them be as they are. The Sultan, however, rejoined, Needs must we enter. And the Wazir retorted, Hearkening and obedience. And he rapped at the door, when one of the sisterhood cried out, Who knocketh in this gloom of the night? The minister answered, We are 2 Darwayshes, guests and strangers. And the girl rejoined, We are maidens with our mother, and we have no men in our house who can admit you. So fare ye to the marriage feast of the Sultan, and become ye his guests. The minister continued, We are foreigners, and we know not the way to the palace, and we dread lest the chief of police happen upon us, and apprehend us at this time of night. We desire that you afford us lodging till daylight, when we will go about our business, and you need not expect from us aught save respect and honorable treatment. Now when the mother heard this, she pitied them, and bade one daughter open the door. So the damsel threw it open, and the Sultan and Wazir entered, and salaamed, and sat down to converse together. But the king gazed upon the sisters, and marveled at their beauty and their loveliness, and said in his mind, How cometh it that these maidens dwell by themselves unmated and in such case? So quoth he to them, How is it ye lack husbands, you being so beautiful, and that ye have not a man in the house? Quoth the youngest, O Darwaysh, hold thy tongue, nor ask us of aught, for our story is wondrous, and our adventures marvellous. But wear thy words, and shorten thy speech. Verily, hadst thou been the Sultan, and thy companion the Wazir, and you heard our history, haply ye had taken compassion upon our case. Thereupon the king turned to the minister and said, Up with us, and we wend our ways. But first do thou make sure of the place, and affix thy mark upon the door. Then the twain rose up and fared forth. But the Wazir stood a while, and set a sign upon the entrance, and there left his imprint. After which the twain returned to the palace. Presently the youngest sister said to her mother, By Allah, I fear lest the Darwayshes have made their mark upon our door, to the end that they may recognize it by day, for haply the twain may be the king and his minister. What proof hast thou of this? Asked the mother. And the daughter answered, Their language and their questioning, which were naught save importunity. And saying this, she went to the door, where she found the sign and mark. Now besides the 2 houses to the right and to the left were 15 doors, so the girl marked them all with the same mark set by the Wazir. But when Allah had caused the day to dawn, the king said to the minister, Go thou and look at the sign and make sure of it. The Wazir went as he was commanded by the Sultan, but he found all the doors marked in the same way, whereat he marveled, and knew not, nor could he distinguish the door he sought. Presently he returned and reported the matter of the door marks to the king, who cried, By Allah, these girls must have a curious history. But when the bride feast is finished, we will inquire into the case of the 3 men who are weak witlings, and then we will consider that of the damsels who are not. As soon as the 30th feast day passed by, he invested with robes of honor all the lords of his land and the high officers of his estate, and matters returned to their accustomed course. Then he set to summon the 3 men who had professed themselves weak of wits, and they were brought into the presence, each saying of himself, What can the king require of us? When they came before him, he bade them be seated, and they sat. Then he said to them, My requirement is that ye relate to me proofs of the weakness of your minds, and the reason of your maims. Now the first who was questioned was he of the broken back, and when the inquiry was put to him, he said, Deign favor me with an answer, O our lord the Sultan, on a matter which passed through my mind. He replied, Speak out, and fear not. So the other inquired, How didst thou know us, and who told thee of us, and our weakly wits? Quoth the king, 'Twas the Darwaysh who went into you on such a night. And quoth the broken-backed man, Allah slay all the Darwayshes, who be tattlers and tale-carriers. Thereupon the Sultan turned to the Wazir, and laughing said, We will not reproach them for aught. Rather let us make fun of them, adding to the man, Recite, O Sheikh. So he fell to telling the story of the broke-back schoolmaster. End of section 8. Section 9 of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of the broke-back schoolmaster. I began life, O King of the Age, as a schoolmaster, and my case was wondrous. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 363rd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, with love and goodwill, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, the Director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sheikh continued, I began life, O my lord, as a schoolmaster, and my tale with the boys was wondrous. They numbered from 60 to 70, and I taught them to read, and I inculcated due discipline and ready respect, esteeming these a part of liberal education. Nor did I regard, O King of the age, the vicissitudes of time and change. Nay, I held them with so tight a rein, that whenever the boys heard me sneeze, they were expected to lay down their writing tablets and stand up with their arms crossed and exclaim, Allah have ruth upon thee, O our Lord, whereto I would make reply, Allah deign pardon us and you. And if any of the lads failed or delayed to join in this prayer, I was wont to bash him with a severe bashing. One day of the days they asked leave to visit the outskirts of the town for liberty and pleasuring, and when I granted it they clubbed their pittances for a certain sum of money to buy them a noonday meal. So we went forth to the suburbs, and there found verdure and water, and we enjoyed ourselves that day with perfect enjoyment until mid-afternoon, when we purposed to return homewards. Accordingly, the boys collected their belongings and laded them upon an ass, and we walked about halfway when behold, the whole party, big and little, stood still and said to me, O our Lord, we are athirst and burning with drowsiness, nor can we stir from this spot, and if we leave it without drinking, we shall all die. Now there was in that place a draw-well, but it was deep, and we had nor pitcher nor bucket nor aught wherein to draw water, and the scholars still suffered from exceeding thirst. We had with us, however, cooking gear such as cauldrons and platters, so I said to them, O boys, whoso carrieth a cord or hath bound his belongings with one, let him bring it hither. They did my bidding, and I tied these articles together and spliced them as strongly as I could. Then I said to the lads, Bind me under the armpits. Accordingly they made me fast by passing the rope around me, and I took with me a cauldron, whereupon they let me down bucket-wise into the well till I reached the water. Then I loosened the bandage from under my armpits, and tied it to the cauldron, which I filled brim full, and shook the rope for a signal to the boys above. They hauled at the vessel till they pulled it up, and began drinking and giving drink. And on this wise they drew a first cauldron, and a second, and a third, and a fourth, till they were satisfied, and could no more, and cried out to me, We have had enough, quite enough. Hereupon I bound the bandage under my armpits, as it was when I went down, and I shook it as a signal, and they hauled me up till I had well nigh reached the curbstone of the well, when a fit of sneezing seized me, and I sneezed violently. At this all let go their hold, and carrying their arms over their breasts, cried aloud, Allah have ruth upon thee, O our Lord. But I, as soon as they loosened hold, fell into the depths of the well, and brake my back. I shrieked for excess of agony, and all the boys ran on all sides, screaming for aid, till they were heard by some wayfaring folk, and these hailed at me and drew me out. They placed me upon the ass and bore me home. Then they brought a leech to medicine me, and at last I became even as thou seest me, O Sultan of the age. Such then is my story, showing the weakness of my wits. For had I not enjoined and enforced over-respect, the boys would not have let go their hold when I happened to sneeze, nor would my back have been broken. Thou speakest sooth, O Sheikh, said the Sultan, and indeed thou hast made evident the weakness of thy wit. Then quoth he to the man who was cloven of mouth, And thou, the other, what was it split thy gape? The weakness of my wit, O my lord the Sultan, quoth he, and fell into telling the story of the split-mouthed schoolmaster. End of section 9. Section 10 of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story of the Split-Mouthed Schoolmaster. I also began life, O King of the Age, as a schoolmaster, and had under my charge some 80 boys. Now I was strict with such strictness that from morning to evening I sat amongst them, and would never dismiss them to their homes before sundown. But 'tis known to thee, O our Lord the King, that boys' wits be short after the measure of their age, and that they love naught save play and foregathering in the streets and quarter. Withal, I took no heed of this, and ever grew harder upon them, till one day all met, and with the intervention of the eldest monitor, they agreed and combined to play me a trick. He arranged with them that the next morning none should enter the school until he had taught them, each and every, to say as they went in, "Thy safety, O our Lord, how yellow is thy face." Now the first who showed himself was the monitor, and he spoke as had been agreed, but I was rough with him and sent him away. Then a second came in and repeated what the first had said, then a third, then a fourth, till 10 boys had used the same words. So quoth I to myself, "Ho, such an one, thou must be unwell without weeding it." Then I rose and went into the harem, and lay down therein, when the monitor, having collected from his schoolfellows some 180 nufs, came in to me and cried, "Take this, O our Lord, and expend the money upon thy health." Thereupon I said to myself, "Ho, such an one, every Thursday thou dost not collect 60 fadas from the boys." And I cried to him, "Go let them forth for a holiday." So he went and dismissed them from school to the playground. On the next day he collected as much as on the first, and came in to me and said, "Expend these monies, O our Lord, upon thy health." He did the same on the third day and the fourth, making the boys contribute much coin and presenting it to me, and on such wise he continued till the 10th day, when he brought the money as was his wont. At that time I happened to hold in my hand a boiled egg, which I purposed eating, but on sighting him I said in myself, "An he sees thee feeding, he will cut off the supplies." So I crammed the egg into my chops. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 364th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious King, the Director, the right guiding, Lord of the Reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the schoolmaster said to himself, if the monitor see me eating an egg now in thy hand, he will cut off the supplies and assert thee to be sound. So," continued he, "I crammed the egg into my chops, and clamped my jaws together. Hereupon the lad turned to me and cried, 'O my lord, thy cheek is much swollen.' And I, ''Tis only an imposthume.' But he drew a whittle forth his sleeve, and coming up to me seized my cheek and slit it, when the egg fell out, and he said, 'O my lord, this it was did harm, and now 'tis passed away from thee.' Such was the cause of the splitting of my mouth, O our lord the Sultan. Now had I cast away greed of gain, and eaten the egg in the monitor's presence, what could have been the ill result? But all this was of the weakness of my wit, for also had I dismissed the boys every day about mid-afternoon, I should have gained naught nor lost aught thereby. However, the dealer of destiny is self-existent, and this is my case. Then the Sultan turned to the Wazir and laughed and said, "The fact is that whoso schooleth boys is weak of wit." And said the other, "O King of the age, all pedagogues lack perceptives and reflectives, nor can they become legal witnesses before the Kazi, because verily they credit the words of little children, without evidence of the speech being or factual or false. So their reward in the world to come must be abounding." Then the Sultan asked the limping man, saying, "And thou, the other, who lamed thee?" So he began to tell the story of the limping schoolmaster. End of section 10. Section 11 of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of the Limping Schoolmaster. My tale, O my lord the Sultan, is marvelous, and 'twas as follows. My father was by profession a schoolmaster, and when he fared to the ruth of Almighty Allah, I took his place in the school, and taught the boys to read after the fashion of my sire. Now over the schoolroom was an upper lattice whereto planks had been nailed, and I was ever casting looks at it, till one chance day I said to myself, "By Allah, this lattice thus boarded up needs must contain hoards or moneys or manuscripts which my father stored there before his decease, and on such wise I am deprived of them." So I arose and brought a ladder and lashed it to another till the two together reached the lattice, and I clomb them holding a carpenter's adze, wherewith I prised up the planks until all were removed. And behold, I then saw a large fowl, to wit, a kite, setting upon her nestlings. But when she saw me she flew sharply in my face, and I was frightened by her and thrown back. So I tumbled from the ladder top to the ground and brake both kneecaps. Then they bore me home and brought a leech to heal me, but he did me no good, and I fell into my present state. Now this, O Lord our Sultan, proveth the weakness of my wit and the greatness of my greed, for there is a saw amongst men that saith, "Covetous eye wasteth, and never gathereth, so ware thee of covetous." Such, O Lord of the age and the time, is my tale. Hereupon the king bade gifts and largesse be distributed to the three old schoolmasters, and when his bidding was obeyed, they went their ways. Then the Sultan turned to the minister and said, "O Wazir, now respecting the matter of the three maidens and their mother, I would have thee make inquiry and find out their home and bring them hither, or let us go to them in disguise and hear their history, for indeed it must be wonderful. Otherwise how could they have understood that we served them that slight by marking their door, and they on their part set marks of like kind upon all the doors of the quarter, that we might lose the track and touch of them? By Allah, this be rare intelligence on the part of these damsels, but we, O Wazir, will strive to come upon their traces." Then the minister fared forth, after changing his dress and demeanor, and walked to the quarter in question, but found all the doors similarly marked. So he was sore perplexed concerning his case, and fell to questioning all the folk wont to pass by these doors, but none could give him any information, and he walked about sore distraught until eventide, when he returned to the Sultan without aught of profit. As he went into the presence, his liege lord asked him, saying, "What bringest thou of tidings?" And he answered, "O king, I have not found the property, but there passed through my mind a stratagem which, an we carry it out, peradventure shall cause us to happen upon the maidens." Quoth the Sultan, "What be that?" And quoth he, "Do thou write me an autograph writ, and give it to the crier that he may cry about the city. Whoso lighteth wick after supper tide shall have his head set under his heels." The Sultan rejoined, "Thy rede is right." Accordingly, on the next day, the king wrote his letter and gave it to the crier, bidding him fare through the city and forbid the lighting of lamps after night prayers, and the man took the royal rescript and set it in a green bag. Then he went forth and cried about the streets, saying, According to the commandment of our king, the Lord of prosperity and master of the necks of God's servants, if any light wick after night prayers, his head shall be set under his heels, his goods shall be spoiled, and his women shall be cast into jail. And the crier stinted not crying through the town during the first day, and the second day, and the third, until he had gone round the whole place. Nor was there a citizen but who knew the ordinance. Now the king waited patiently till after the proclamation of the third day. But on the fourth night he and his minister went down from the palace in disguise after supper-tide, to pry about the wards and to spy into the lattices of the several quarters. They found no light till they came to the ward where the three damsels lived, and the Sultan, happening to glance in such a direction, saw the gleam of a lamp in one of the tenements. So he said to the wazir, Ho, there is a wick alight. Presently they drew near it, and found that it was within one of the marked houses, wherefore they came to a stand and knocked at the door. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 365th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that when the Sultan and the wazir stood over against the door behind which was the light and knocked at it, the youngest of the sisters cried out, Who is at the door? And they replied, Guests and Darwayshes. She rejoined, What can you want at this hour, and what have belated you? And they, We be men living in a khan, but we have lost our way thither, and we fear to happen upon the chief of police. So of your bountiful kindness open ye to us, and house us for the remnant of the night, and such charity shall gain you reward in heaven. Hereto the mother added, Go open to them the door. And the youngest of the maidens came forward and opened to them and admitted them. Then the parent and her children rose up and welcomed them respectfully, and seated them, and did them honor, and set before them somewhat of food, which they ate and were gladdened. Presently the king said, O damsels, ye cannot but know that the Sultan proclaimed forbiddal of wick-burning. But ye have lighted your lamps, and have not obeyed him, when all the citizens have accepted his commandment. Upon this the youngest sister accosted him, saying, O Darwaysh, verily the Sultan's order should not be obeyed save in commandments which be reasonable. But this his proclamation forbidding lights is sinful to accept. And indeed the right direction wherein man should walk is according to holy law, which saith, No obedience to the creature in a matter of sin against the Creator. The Sultan, Allah make him prevail, herein acteth against the law, and imitateth the doings of Satan. For we be three sisters with our mother, making four in the household, and every night we sit together by lamplight, and weave a half-pound weight of linen web, which our mother taketh in the morning for sale to the bazaar, and buyeth us therewith half a pound of raw flax, and with the remainder what sufficeth us of victual. The Sultan now turned to his minister and said, O Wazir, this damsel astonisheth me by her questions and answers. What case of casuistry can we propose to her, and what disputation can we set up? Do thou contrive us somewhat shall pose and perplex her. O my lord, replied the wazir, we are here in the guise of Darwayshes, and are become to these folk as guests. How then can we disturb them with troublesome queries in their own home? Quoth the Sultan, Needs must thou address them. So the wazir said to the girl, O noble one, obeisance to the royal orders is incumbent upon you as upon all lieges. Said she, True, he is our sovereign, but how can he know whether we be starving or full fed? Let us see, rejoined the wazir, when he shall send for you and set you before the presence and question you concerning your disobeying his orders, what thou wilt say. She retorted, I would say to the Sultan, Thou hast contraried holy law. At this the minister resumed, And he asked these sundry questions, wilt thou answer them? And she replied, Indeed I will. Hereat the minister turned to the king and said, Let us leave off question and answer with this maiden on points of conscience and holy law, and ask if she understands the fine arts. Presently the Sultan put the question, when she replied, How should I not understand them when I am their father and their mother? Quoth he, Allah upon thee, O my lady, and thou wouldst favor us. Let us hear one of thine airs and its words. So she rose and retired, but presently returning with the lute sat down and set it upon her lap, and ordered the strings and smote it with a masterly touch. Then she fell to singing amongst other verses these ordered couplets. Do thou good to men and so rule their necks, long reigns who by benefit rules mankind. And let aid to him who for aidance hopes, for I grateful is man with a noble mind. Who brings money the many to him will incline, and money for tempting of man was designed. Who hindereth favor and bounties ne'er, or brother or friend in creation shall find. With harsh looks frown not in the sage's face, disgusteth the free man denial unkind. Who frequenteth mankind all of good unknoweth, man is lief of rebellion, of largesse loath. When the Sultan heard these couplets, his mind was distraught and he was perplexed in thought. Then turning to his wazir he said, By Allah, these lines were surely an examination of and an allusion to our two selves. And doubtless she weeteth of us that I am the Sultan and thou art the wazir, for the whole tenor of her talk proveth her knowledge of us. Then he turned to the maiden and said, Right good are thy verse and thy voice, and thy words have delighted us with exceeding delight. Upon this she sang the following two couplets. Men seek for them sorrow and toil, through long years as they brightly flow, but fate, in the well like the tank, firm fixed, ruleth all below. Now as soon as the Sultan heard these last two couplets, he made certain that the damsel was aware of his quality. She did not leave off her lute playing till near daylight, when she rose and retired, and presently brought in a breakfast befitting her degree, for indeed she was pleased with them. And when she served it up, they ate a small matter which sufficed them. After this she said, Inshallah, you will return to us this night before supper-tide and become our guests. And the twain went their ways, marveling at the beauty of the sisters, and their loveliness and their fearlessness in the matter of the proclamation. And the Sultan said to the wazir, By Allah, my soul inclineth unto that maiden. And they stinted not walking until they had entered the palace. But when that day had gone by, and evening drew nigh, the monarch made ready to go, he and the minister, to the dwelling of the damsels. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 366th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the king and the counsellor made ready to go to the dwelling of the damsels, taking with them somewhat of gold pieces, the time being half an hour after set of sun. And presently they repaired to the house of the sisters, whither they had been invited on the past night. So they rapped at the door, when the youngest maiden came to it, and opened and let them in. Then she salaamed to them, and greeted them, and entreated them with increased respect, saying, "Welcome to our lords the Darwayshes." But she eyed them with the eye of the physiognomist, and said in herself, "Verily, these two men are on no wise what they seem, and unless my caution and intelligence and power of knowledge have passed away from me, this must be the Sultan and that his wazir, for grandeur and majesty are evident on them." Then she seated them and accosted them even more pleasantly, and set before them supper. And when they had eaten enough, she brought basins and ewers for hand-washing, and served up coffee, causing them to enjoy themselves, and to give and take in talk till their pleasure was perfect. At the time of night orisons, they arose and, after performing the wuzu ablution, prayed, and when their devotions were ended, the Sultan hent his hand in his purse and gave it to the youngest sister, saying, "Expend ye this upon your livelihood." She took the bag which held 2,000 dinars and kissed his right hand, feeling yet the more convinced that he must be the Sultan. So she proved her respect by the fewness of her words as she stood between his hands to do him service. Also she privately winked at her sisters and mother, and said to them by signs, "Verily, this be the monarch and that his minister." The others then arose and followed suit as the sister had done, when the Sultan turned to the wazir and said, "The case is changed. Assuredly they have comprehended it and ascertained it." Presently adding to the girl, "O damsel, we be only Darwish folk, and yet you all stand up in our service as if we were sovereigns. I beseech you, do not on this wise." But the youngest sister again came forwards, and kissed the ground before him, and blessed him, and recited this couplet: "Fair fate befall thee to thy foes' despite. White be thy days, and his be black as night. By Allah, O King of the age, thou art the Sultan, and that is the minister." The sovereign asked, "What cause hast thou for supposing this?" And she answered, "From your grand demeanor and your majestic mien. For such be the qualities of kings which cannot be concealed." Quoth the monarch, "Thou hast spoken sooth, but tell me, how happeneth that you won here without men protectors?" And quoth she, "O my lord the king, our history is wondrous, and were it graven with graver needles upon the eye corners, it were a warning to whoso would be warned." He rejoined, "What is it?" And she began the story of the three sisters and their mother. End of section 11. Section 12 of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1 of the story of the three sisters and their mother. I and my sisters and my mother are not natives of this city, but of a capital in the land, Al-Iraq, where my father was sovereign, having troops and guards, wazirs and eunuch chamberlains. And my mother was the fairest woman of her time, insomuch that her beauty was a proverb throughout each and every region. Now it chanced that when I and my sisters were but infants, our father would set out to hunt and course and slay beasts of raven, and take his pleasure in the gardens throughout the city. So he sent for his wazir, and appointed and constituted him vice-regent in his stead, with full authority to command and be gracious to his lieges. Then he got him ready and marched forth, and the viceroy entered upon his office. But it happened that it was the hot season, and my mother betook herself to the terrace roof of the palace in order to smell the air and sniff up the breeze. At that very hour, by the decree of the decreer, the wazir was sitting in the kiosk or roof balcony hanging to his upper mansion, and holding in hand a mirror. And, as he looked therein, he saw the reflection of my mother, a glance of eyes which bequeathed him 1,000 sighs. He was forthright distracted by her beauty and loveliness, and fell sick and took to his pillow. Presently a confidential nurse came in, and feeling his pulse, which showed no malady, said to him, "No harm for thee, thou shalt soon be well, nor ever suffer from aught of sorrow." Quoth he, "O my nurse, canst thou keep a secret?" And quoth she, "I can." Then he told her all the love he had conceived for my mother, and she replied, "This be a light affair, nor hath it aught of hindrance. I will manage for thee such matter, and I will soon unite thee with her." Thereupon he packed up for her some of the most sumptuous dresses in his treasury, and said, "Hie thee to her and say, the Wazir hath sent these to thee by way of love token, and his desire is either that thou come to him and converse, he and thou, for a couple of hours, or that he be allowed to visit thee." The nurse replied with hearkening and obedience, and fared forth and found my mother, and we little ones were before her, all unknowing aught of that business. So the old woman saluted her and brought forwards the dresses, and my mother arose, and opening the bundle beheld sumptuous raiment and, amongst other valuables, a necklace of precious stones. So she said to the nurse, "This is indeed ornamental gear, especially the collar." And said the nurse, "O my lady, these are from thy slave the Wazir, by way of love token, for he doateth on thee with extreme desire, and his only wish is to foregather with thee and converse, he and thou, for a couple of hours, either in his own place or in thine, whither he will come." Now when my mother heard these words from the nurse, she arose and drew a scimitar, which lay hard by, and of her angry hastiness made the old woman's head fall from her body, and bade her slave girls pick up the pieces and cast them into the common privy of the palace. So they did her bidding, and wiped away the blood. Now the Wazir abode expecting his nurse to return to him, but she returned not. So next day he dispatched another handmaid, who went to my mother and said to her, "O my lady, our lord the Wazir sent thee a present of dress by his nurse, but she hath not come back to him." Hereupon my mother bade her eunuchs take the slave and strangle her, then cast the corpse into the same house of easement where they had thrown the nurse. They did her bidding, but she said in her mind, "Happily the Wazir will return from the road of unright," and she kept his conduct a secret. He however fell every day to sending slave girls with the same message, and my mother to slaying each and every, nor deigned show him any signs of yielding. But she, O our lord the Sultan, still kept her secret, and did not acquaint our father therewith, always saying to herself, "Haply the Wazir will return to the road of right." And behold, my father presently came back from hunting and sporting and pleasuring, when the lords of the land met him and salaamed to him, and amongst them appeared the minister whose case was changed. Now some years after this, O king of the age, our sire resolved upon a pilgrimage to the holy house of Mecca. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 367th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youngest sister continued to the Sultan, "So our sire, O king of the age, resolved upon a pilgrimage to the holy house of Mecca, and stablished the same Wazir vice-regent in his stead, to deal commandment and break off and carry out. So he said in his heart, Now have I won my will of the Sultan's harem." So the king got him ready and fared forth to Allah's holy house, after committing us to the charge of his minister. But when he had been gone 10 days, and the wazir knew that he must be far from the city, where he had left behind him me and my sisters and my mother, behold, an eunuch of the ministers came in to us, and kissed ground before the queen, and said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my lady, pity my lord the wazir, for his heart is melted by thy love, and his wits wander and his right mind, and he is now become as one annihilated. So do thou have ruth upon him, and revive his heart, and restore his health." Now when my mother heard these words, she bade her eunuch seize that castrato, and carry him from the room to the middle of the divan court, and there slay him. But she did so without divulging her reasons. They obeyed her bidding, and when the lords of the land and others saw the body of a man slain by the eunuchry of the palace, they informed the wazir, saying, "What hateful business is this which hath befallen after the Sultan's departure?" He asked, "What is to do?" And they told him that his castrato had been slain by a party of the palace eunuchry. Thereupon he said to them, "In your hand abideth testimony of this whenas the Sultan shall return, and ye shall bear witness to it." But, O king, the wazir's passion for our mother waxed cool after the deaths of the nurse and the slave girls and the eunuch, and she also held her peace and spake not a word thereanent. On this wise time passed, and he sat in the stead of my sire, till the Sultan's return drew near, when the minister dreaded lest our father, learning his ill deeds, should do him die. So he devised a device, and wrote a letter to the king, saying, "After salutation be it known to thee, that thy harem hath sent to me, not only once, but 5 several times during thine absence, soliciting me of a foul action, to which I refused consent, and replied, By Allah, however much ye may wish to betray my sovereign, I, by the Almighty, will not turn traitor. For that I was left by 3 guardians of the realm after thy departure." He added words upon words. Then he sealed the scroll and gave it to a running courier, with orders to hurry along the road. The messenger took it and fared with it to the Sultan's camp, when distant 8 days' journey from the capital, and finding him seated in his pavilion, delivered the writ. He took it and opened it and read it, and when he understood its secret significance, his face changed, his eyes turned backwards, and he bade his tents be struck for departure. So they fared by forced marches, till between him and his capital remained only 2 stations. He then summoned 2 chamberlains with orders to forego him to the city, and take my mother and us 3 girls a day's distance from it, and there put us to death. Accordingly they led us forth to open country, purposing to kill us, and my mother knew not what intent was in their minds, until they reached the appointed spot. Now the queen had in times past heaped alms deeds and largesse upon the 2 chamberlains, so they held the case to be a grievous, and said each to other, "By Allah, we cannot slaughter them, no, never." Then they told my mother of the letter which the wazir had written to our father, saying such and such, upon which she exclaimed, "He hath lied, by Allah, the arch traitor, and naught happened save so and so." Then she related to them all she had done with the exactest truth. The men said, "Sooth thou hast spoken." Then arising without stay or delay, they snared a gazelle and slaughtered it, and filled with its blood 4 flasks. After which they broiled some of the flesh over the embers, and gave it to my mother that we might satisfy our hunger. Presently they farewelled us, saying, "We give you in charge of him who never disappointed those committed to his care." And lastly, they went their ways, leaving us alone in the wild and the wold. So we fell to eating the desert grasses and drinking of the remnants of the rain. And we walked a while and rested a while without finding any city or inhabited region. And we waxed tired, O King of the Age, when suddenly we came upon a spot on a hill flank abounding in vari-colored herbs and fair fountains. Here we abode 10 days, and behold, a caravan drew near us and encamped hard by us. But they did not sight us, for that we hid ourselves from their view until night fell. Then I went to them and asked of sundry eunuchs, and ascertained that there was a city at the distance of 2 days' march from us. So I returned and informed my mother, who rejoiced at the good tidings. As soon as it was morn, the caravan marched off. So we four arose and walked all that day through at a leisurely pace, and a second day, and so forth, until on the afternoon of the 5th, a city rose before our sight, fulfilling all our desires, and we exclaimed, Alhamdulillah, laud be to the Lord who hath empowered us to reach it. We ceased not faring till sunset, when we entered it and found it a potent capital. Such was our case, and that of our mother. But as regards our sire the Sultan, as he drew near his home after the return journey from the Hajj, the lords of the land and the chiefs of the city flocked out to meet him, and the town folk followed one another like men riding on pillions to salute him, and the poor and the mesquin congratulated him on his safety, and at last the wazir made his appearance. The Sultan desired to be private with the minister, and Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 368th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the king desired to be private with the minister, and when they were left alone he said, O Wazir, how was it between thee and that harem of mine? Said the other, O king of the age, she sent to me not only once but 5 several times, and I refrained from her, and whatsoever eunuch she dispatched I slew, saying, Happily she may cease so doing, and abandon her evil intent. But she did not repent, so I feared for thine honor, and sent to acquaint thee with the matter. The Sultan bowed his head groundwards for a while. Then raising it, he bade summon the 2 chamberlains whom he had sent to slay his wife and 3 children. Upon their appearing, he asked them, What have you done in fulfilling my commandment? They answered, We did that which thou badest be done, and showed him the 4 flasks they had filled with the blood, and said, This be their blood, a flask full from each. The Sultan had them in hand, and mused over what had taken place between him and his wife of love and affection and union. So he wept with bitter weeping, and fell down in a fainting fit. After an hour or so he recovered, and turning to the Wazir said, Tell me, hast thou spoken sooth? And the other replied, Yes, I have. Then the Sultan addressed the 2 chamberlains, and asked them, Have ye put to death my daughters with their mother? But they remained silent, nor made aught of answer or address. So he exclaimed, What is on your minds that ye speak not? They rejoined, By Allah, O king of the age, the honest man cannot tell an untruth, for that lying and leasing are the characteristics of hypocrites and traitors. When the Wazir heard the chamberlain's speech, his color yellowed, his frame was disordered, and a trembling seized his limbs. And the king turned to him and noted that these symptoms had been caused by the words of the 2 officials. So he continued to them, What mean ye, O chamberlains, by your saying that lies and leasing are the characteristics of hypocrites and traitors? Can it be that ye have not put them to death? And as ye claim to be true men, either ye have killed them, and ye speak thus, or you are liars. Now by him who hath set me upon the necks of his lieges, if ye declare not to tell me the truth, I will do you both die by the foulest of deaths. They rejoined, By Allah, O king of the age, whenas thou badest us take them and slay them, We obeyed thy bidding, and they knew not nor could they divine what was to be until we arrived with them at the middlemost and broadest of the desert. And when we informed them of what had been done by the wazir, thy harem exclaimed, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily we are Allah's, and unto him we are returning. But an ye kill us, you will kill us wrongfully, and ye wot not wherefore. By the Lord, this wazir hath foully lied, and hath accused us falsely before the Almighty. So we said to her, O King of the age, inform us of what really took place. And said the mother of the princesses, Thus and thus it happened. Then she fell to telling us the whole tale from first to last of the nurse who was sent to her, and the handmaids and the eunuch. Hereupon the Sultan cried, And ye, have ye slain them or not? And the chamberlains replied, By Allah, O King of the age, whenas the loyalty of thy harem was made manifest to us, we snared a gazelle and cut its throat and filled these 4 flasks with its blood. After which we broiled some of the flesh upon the embers and offered it to thy harem and her children, saying to them, We give thee in charge to him who never disappointeth those committed to his care. And we added, Your truth shall save you. Lastly, we left them in the midmost of the waste, and we returned hither. When the Sultan heard these words, he turned to the wazir and exclaimed, Thou hast estranged me from my wife and my children. But the minister uttered not a word, nor made any address, and trembled in every limb, like one afflicted with an ague. And when the king saw the truth of the chamberlains and the treachery of the minister, he bade fuel be collected and set on fire, and they did his bidding. Then he commanded them to truss up the wazir, hand tied to foot, and bind him perforce upon a catapult, and cast him into the middle of the fiery pyre, which made his bones melt before his flesh. Lastly he ordered his palace to be pillaged, his good to be spoiled, and the women of his harem to be sold for slaves. After this he said to his chamberlains, You must know the spot wherein you left the queen and the princesses. And said they, O King of the age, we know it well, but when we abandoned them and returned home, they were in the midst of the wolds and the wilds, nor can we say what befell them, or whether they be now alive or dead. On this wise fared it with them. But as regards us 3 maidens and our mother, when we entered the city. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 369th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the youngest sister continued her tale. So when we 3 maidens and our mother entered the city about sunset, I the youngest said to them, We be 3 princesses and a queen mother, so we cannot show ourselves in this our condition, and needs must we lodge us in a khan. Also 'tis my rede that we should do best by donning boy's dress. All agreeing hereto, we did accordingly, and entering a caravanserai, hired us a retired chamber in one of the wings. Now every day we 3 fared forth to service, and at eventide we foregathered and took what sufficed us of sustenance. But our semblance had changed with the travails of travel, and all who looked at us would say, These be lads. In this plight we passed for the space of a year, full told, till one day of the days, we 3 fared forth to our chars, as was our wont. And behold, a young man met us upon the way, and turning to me asked, O lad, wilt thou serve in my house? Quoth I, O my uncle, I must ask advice. And quoth he, O my lad, crave counsel of thy mother, and come and serve in our home. He then looked at my sisters and inquired, Be these thy comrades, O lad? And I replied, No, they are my brothers. So we three went to our mother in the Khan, and asked to her, This young man wisheth to hire the youngest of us for service. And said she, No harm in that. Thereupon the youth arose, and taking me by the hand guided me to his home, and led me in to his mother and his wife. And when the ancient dame saw me, her heart was opened to me. Presently quoth the young man to his parent, I have brought the lad to serve in our house, and he hath 2 brothers, and his mother dwelling with them. Quoth she, May it be fortunate to thee, O my son. So I tarried there, serving them till sunset, and when the evening meal was eaten, they gave me a dish of meat and 3 large bannocks of clean bread. These I took and carried to my mother, whom I found sitting with my sisters, and I set before them the meat and bread. But when my parent saw this, she wept with sore weeping, and cried, Time hath overlooked us. Erst we gave food to the folk, and now the folk send us food. And cried I, Marvel not at the works of the Creator, for verily Allah hath ordered for us this, and for others that, and the world endureth not for any one. And I ceased not soothing my mother's heart till it waxed clear of trouble, and we ate and praised Almighty Allah. Now every day I went forth to serve at the young man's house, and at eventide bore to my mother and sisters their sufficiency of food for supper, breakfast, and dinner. And when the youth brought eatables of any kind for me, I would distribute it to the family. And he looked well after our wants, and at times he would supply clothing for me and for the youths, my sisters, and for my parent, so that all hearts in our lodgings were full of affection for him. At last his mother said, What need is there for the lad to go forth from us every eventide and pass the night with his people? Let him lie in our home, and every day about noontime carry the evening meal to his mother and brothers, and then return to us and keep me company. I replied, O my lady, let me consult my mother, to whom I will fare forthright and acquaint her herewith. But my parent objected, saying, O my daughter, we fear lest thou be discovered, and they find thee out to be a girl. I replied, Our Lord will veil our secret. And she rejoined, Then do thou obey them. So I lay with the young man's mother, nor did any divine that I was a maid. Albeit from the time when I entered into that youth's service, my strength and comeliness had increased. At last, one night of the nights, I went after supper to sleep at my employer's, and the young man's mother chanced to glance in my direction, when she saw my loosed hair, which gleamed and glistened many-colored, as a peacock's robe. Next morning I arose, and gathering up my locks, donned the takaya, and proceeded, as usual, to do service about the house, never suspecting that the mother had taken notice of my hair. Presently she said to her son, "'Tis my wish that thou buy me a few rose blossoms which be fresh." He asked, "To make conserve?" And she answered, "No." Then he inquired, "Wherefore wantest thou roses?" And she replied, "By Allah, O my son, I wish herewith to try this our servant whom I suspect to be a girl and no boy, and under him in bed I would strew rose leaves, for an they be found wilted in the morning he is a lad, and if they remain as they were he is a lass." So he fared forth and presently returned to his mother with the rose blossoms, and when the sleeping hour came, she went and placed them in my bed. I slept well, and in the morning when I rose, she came to me and found that the petals had not changed for the worse, nay, they had gained lustre. So she made sure that I was a girl. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 370th night. End of section 12, part 1. Section 13 of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2 of the story of three sisters and their mother. The 370th Night. Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, with love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the damsel continued. So the young man's mother made certain that her certain lad was a virgin lass. But she concealed her secret from her son, and was kind to me, and showed me respect, and, of the goodness of her heart, sent me back early to my mother and sisters. Now one day of the days the youth came home about noon, as was his wont, and he found me with sleeves tucked up to the elbows engaged in washing a bundle of shirts and turbans. And I was careless of myself, so he drew near me and noted my cheeks that flushed rosy red and eyes which were as those of the thirsty gazelle and my scorpion locks hanging adown my side face. This took place in summertide, and when he saw me thus, his wits were distraught, and his sound senses were as naught, and his judgment was in default. So he went in to his parent and said to her, O my mother, indeed this servant is no boy, but a maiden girl, and my wish is that thou discover for me her case, and make manifest to me her condition, and marry me to her, for that my heart is fulfilled of her love. Now by the decree of the decreer I was privily listening to all they said of me. So presently I arose, after washing the clothes and what else they had given me. But my state was changed by their talk, and I knew and felt certified that the youth and his mother had recognized me for a girl. I continued on this wise till eventide, when I took the food and returned to my family, and they all ate till they had eaten enough, when I told them my adventure and my conviction. So my mother said to me, What remaineth for us now to do? And said I, O my mother, let us arise, we three, before night shall set in, and go forth ere they lock the Khan upon us. And if the doorkeeper asks us aught, let us answer, We are faring to spend the night in the house of the youth where our son is serving. My mother replied, Right indeed is thy rede. Accordingly all four of us went forth at the same time, and when the porter asked, This is the night tide, and whither may ye be wending? We answered, We have been invited by the young man whom our son serveth, for he maketh a Septina festival and a bridal feast. So we propose to night with him and return a morn. Quoth he, There is no harm in that. So we issued out and turned aside and sought the wastelands, the veiler veiling us, and we ceased not walking till the daybreak, and we were sore awearied. Then we sat for rest till the rise of sun, and when it shone we four sprang up and strave with our wayfare throughout the first day, and the second, and the third, until the seventh. Now all this was related to Mohammed the Sultan of Cairo and his wazir by the youngest princess, and they abode wondering at her words. On the seventh day we reached this city, and here we housed ourselves. But to this hour we have no news of our sire, after the minister was burnt, nor do we know an he be whole or dead. Yet we yearn for him. So do thou, of thine abundant favor, O King of the age, and thy perfect beneficence. Send a messenger to seek tidings of him, and to acquaint him with our case, when he will send to fetch us. Here she ceased speaking, and the monarch and minister both wondered at her words, and exclaimed, Exalted be he who decreeth to his servants severance and reunion. Then the Sultan of Cairo arose without stay or delay, and wrote letters to the king of Al-Iraq, the father of the damsels, telling him that he had taken them under his safeguard, them and their mother, and gave the writ to the sheikh of the Kazids, and appointed for it a running courier, and sent him forth with it to the desert. After this the king took the 3 maidens and their mother, and carried them to his palace, where he set apart for them an apartment, and he appointed for them what sufficed of appointments. Now, as for the Qasid who fared forth with the letter, he stinted not spanning the waste for the space of 2 months, till he made the city of the bereaved king of Iraq. And when he asked for the royal whereabouts, they pointed out to him a pleasure garden. So he repaired thither, and went to him, kissed the ground before him, offered his services, prayed for him, and lastly handed to him the letter. The king took it, and brake the seal, and opened the scroll. But when he read it, and comprehended its contents, he rose up and shrieked a loud shriek, and fell to the floor in a fainting fit. So the high officials flocked around him, and raised him from the ground, and when he recovered after an hour or so, they questioned him concerning the cause of this. He then related to them the adventures of his wife and children, how they were still in the bonds of life whole and hearty, and forthright he ordered a ship to be got ready for them, and stored therein gifts and presents for him who had been the guardian of his queen and her daughters. But he knew not what lurked for them in the future. So the ship sailed away, all on board seeking the desired city, and she reached it without delay, the winds blowing light and fair. Then she fired the cannon of safe arrival, and the Sultan sent forth to inquire concerning her. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 371st night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan made inquiries concerning that ship, when behold, the rays came forth from her to the land, and accosting the king handed to him the letter and acquainted him with the arrival of the gifts and presents. Whereupon he bade all on board her come ashore, and be received in the guest house for a space of 3 days, until the traces of travel should disappear from them. After that time the Sultan got ready whatso became his high degree of offerings, evening those dispatched to him by the father of the damsels, and stowed them in the vessel, where he also embarked as much of victual and provant as might suffice for all the voyagers. On the 4th day after sunset, the damsels and their mother were borne on board, and likewise went to the master after they had taken leave of the king, and had salaamed to him, and prayed for his preservation. Now in early morning the breeze blew free and fair, so they loosed the sail and made for the back of the sea, and voyaged safely for the 1st day and the 2nd. But on the 3rd, about mid-noon, a furious gale came out against them, whereby the sails were torn to tatters, and the masts fell overboard. So the crew made certain of death, and the ship ceased not to be tossed upwards, and to settle down without mast or sail till midnight, all the folk lamenting one to other, as did the maidens and their mother, till the wreck was driven upon an island, and there went to pieces. Then he whose life-term was short died forthright, and he whose life-term was long survived. And some bestrode planks, and others butts, and others again bulks of timber, whereby all were separated from each other. Now the mother and 2 of the daughters clomb upon planks, and they chanced find and sought their safety. But the youngest of the maidens, who had mounted a keg, and knew nothing of her mother and sisters, was carried up and cast down by the waves for the space of 5 days, till she landed upon an extensive seaboard, where she found a sufficiency to eat and drink. She sat down upon the shore for an hour of time, till she had taken rest, and her heart was calmed, and her fear had flown, and she had recovered her spirits. Then she rose and paced the sands, all unknowing whither she should wend, and whenever she came upon aught of herbs, she would eat of them. This lasted through the first day and the second, till the forenoon of the third, when lo and behold, a knight advanced towards her, falcon on his fist, and followed by a greyhound. For 3 days he had been wandering about the waste, questing game either of birds or of beasts, but he had happened not upon either when he chanced to meet the maiden, and seeing her, said in his mind, "By Allah, yon damsel is my Cory this very day." So he drew near her, and salaamed to her, and she returned his salute. Whereupon he asked her of her condition, and she informed him of what had betided her. And his heart was softened towards her, and taking her up on his horse's crupper, he turned him homewards. Now of this youngest sister, quoth Scheherazade, there is much to say, and we will say it when the tale shall require the telling. But as regards the second princess, she ceased not floating on the plank for the space of 8 days, until she was borne by the set of the sea close under the walls of a city. But she was like one drunken with wine, when she crawled up the shore, and her raiment was in rags, and her colour had waned for excess of affright. However, she walked onwards at a slow pace till she reached the city, and came upon a house of low stone walls. So she went in, and there finding an ancient dame sitting and spinning yarn, she gave her good evening, and the other returned it, adding, "Who art thou, O my daughter, and whence comest thou?" She answered, "O my aunt, I am fallen from the skies, and have been met by the earth. Thou needest not question me of aught, for my heart is clean molten by the fire of grief. An thou take me in for love and kindness, 'tis well, and if not, I will again fare forth on my wanderings." When the woman heard these words, she compassioned the maiden, and her heart felt tender towards her, and she cried, "Welcome to thee, O my daughter, sit thee down." Accordingly she sat her down beside her hostess, and the two fell to spinning yarn, whereby to gain their daily bread. And the old dame rejoiced in her mind, and said, "She shall take the place of my daughter." Now of this second princess, quoth Scheherazade, there is much to say, and we will say it when the tale shall require the telling. But as regards the eldest sister, she ceased not clinging to the plank and floating over the sea till the 6th day passed, and on the 7th she was cast upon a stead where lay gardens distant from the town 6 miles. So she walked into them, and seeing fruit close clustering, she took it and ate, and donned the cast-off dress of a man she found near hand. Then she kept on faring till she entered the town, and here she fell to wandering about the bazaars, till she came to the shop of a kunafa maker, who was cooking his vermicelli. And he, seeing a fair youth in man's habit, said to her, "O younker, wilt thou be my servant?" "O my uncle," she said, "I will well." So she settled her wage each day a quarter farthing, not including her diet. Now in that town were some 15 shops wherein kunafa was made. She abode with the confectioner the first day, and the second, and the third to the full number of 10, when the traces of travel left her, and fear departed from her heart, and her favour and complexion were changed for the better, and she became even as the moon, nor could any guess that the lad was a lass. Now it was the practice of that man to buy every day half a quartern of flour, and use it for making his vermicelli. But when the soul-seeming youth came to him, he would lay in each morning 3 quarterns. And the townfolk heard of this change, and fell to saying, "We will never dine without the kunafa of the confectioner who hath in his house the youth." This is what befell the eldest princess, of whom, quoth Scheherazade, there is much to say, and we will say it when the tale shall require the telling. But as regards the queen mother, and Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 372nd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that as regards the mother of the maidens, when the ship broke up under them, and she bestrode the bulk of timber, she came upon the race in his boat, manned by 3 of the men. So he took her on board, and they ceased not paddling for a space of 3 days, when they sighted a lofty island, which fulfilled their desire, and its summit towered high in air. So they made for it till they drew near it, and landed on a low side shore, where they abandoned their boat. And they ceased not walking through the rest of that day, and those that followed, till one day of the days, behold, a dust cloud suddenly appeared to them, spiring up to the skies. They fared for it, and after a while it lifted, showing beneath it a host with swords glancing, and lance-heads gleams lancing, and war-steeds dancing and prancing, and these were ridden by men, like unto eagles, and the host was under the hands of a sultan, around whom ensigns and banners were flying. And when this king saw the race, and the sailors, and the woman following, he wheeled his charger themwards, to learn what tidings they brought, and rode up to the strangers and questioned them. And the castaways informed them that their ship had broken up under them. Now the cause of this host's taking the field was that the king of Al-Iraq, the father of the 3 maidens, after he appointed the ship and saw her set out, fell uneasy at heart, presaging evil, and feared with sore fear the shifts of time. So he went forth, he and his high officials and his host, and marched adown the long shore till, by the decree of the decreer, he suddenly and all unexpectedly came upon his queen, who was under the charge of the ship's captain. Presently, seeing the cavalcade and its ensigns, the rays went forward, and recognizing the king, hastened up to him and kissed his stirrup and his feet. The Sultan turned towards him and knew him, so he asked him of his state, and the rays answered by relating all that had befallen him. Thereupon the king commanded his power to alight in that place, and they did so, and set up their tents and pavilions. Then the Sultan took seat in his shamiana, and bade them bring his queen, and they brought her, and when eye met eye, the pair greeted each other fondly, and the father asked concerning her 3 children. She declared that she had no tidings of them after the shipwreck, and she knew not whether they were dead or alive. Hereat the king wept with sore weeping, and exclaimed, Verily, we are Allah's, and unto him we are returning. After which he gave orders to march from that place upon his capital. Accordingly they stinted not faring for a space of 4 days, till they reached the city, and he entered his citadel palace. But every time and every hour he was engrossed in pondering the affair of the 3 princesses, and kept saying, Would heaven I wot, are they drowned, or did they escape the sea? And if they were saved, oh, that I knew whether they were scattered or abode in company of one with other, and whatever else may have betided them. And he ceased not brooding over the issue of things, and kept addressing himself in speech, and neither meat was pleasant to him nor drink. Such were his case and adventure. But as regards the youngest sister, whenas she was met by the knight, and seated upon the crupper of his steed, he ceased not riding with her till he reached his city, and went into a citadel palace. Now the knight was the son of a sultan who had lately deceased, but a usurper had seized the reins of rule in his stead, and time had proved a tyrant to the youth, who had therefore addicted himself to hunting and sporting. Now by the decree of the decreer he had ridden forth to the chase, where he met the princess, and took her up behind him, and at the end of the ride, when he returned to his mother, he was becharmed by her charms. So he gave her in charge to his parent, and honored her with the highmost possible honor, and felt for her a growing fondness, even as felt she for him. And when the girl had tarried with them a month full told, She increased in beauty and loveliness, and symmetrical stature, and perfect grace. Then the heart of the youth was fulfilled with love of her, and on like wise was the soul of the damsel who, in her new affection, forgot her mother and her sisters. But from the moment that maiden entered his palace the fortunes of the young king amended, and the world waxed propitious to him, nor less did the hearts of the lieges incline to him. So they held a meeting and said, There shall be over us no sovereign and no sultan save the son of our late king. And he who at this present ruleth us hath neither great wealth nor just claim to the sovereignty. Now all this benefit which accrued to the young king was by the auspicious coming of the princess. Presently the case was agreed upon by all the citizens of the capital, that on the morning of the next day they would make him ruler, and depose the usurper. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 373rd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the citizens in early morning held a meeting whereat were present the lords of the land and the high officials. And they went in to the usurping sultan determined to remove and dispose him. But he refused and forswore consent, saying, By Allah, such things may not be except after battle and slaughter. Accordingly they fared forth and acquainted the young king, who had held the matter grievous, and was overridden by cark and care. However he said to them, If there must perforce be fighting and killing, I have treasuries sufficient to levy a host. So by saying he went away and disappeared, but presently he brought them monies, which they distributed to the troops. Then they repaired to the Maidan, the field of fight outside the city, and on like guise the usurping sultan rode out with all his power. And when the two opposing hosts were ranged in their forces, each right ready for the fray, the usurper and his men charged home upon the young king, and either side engaged in fierce combat, and sore slaughter befell. But the usurper had the better of the battle, and proposed to seize the young king amidst his many, when lo and behold, appeared a knight backing a coal-black mare, and he was armed cap a pie in a coat of mail, and he carried a spear and a mace. With these he bore down upon the usurper, and shore off his right forearm, so that he fell from his destrier. And the knight, seeing this, struck him a second stroke with the sword, and parted head from body. When his army saw the usurper fall, all sought safety in flight and sauve qui peut, but the army of the young king came up with them, and caused the scimitar to fall upon them, so that were saved of them only those to whom length of life was foreordained. Hereupon the victors lost no time in gathering the spoils and the horses together. But the young king stood gazing at the knight, and considering his prowess. Yet he failed to recognize him, and after an hour or so the stranger disappeared, leaving the conqueror sorely chafed and vexed for that he knew him not and had failed to foregather with him. After this the young king returned from the battlefield with his band plain behind him, and he entered the seat of his power, and was raised by the lieges to the station of his sire. Those who had escaped the slaughter dispersed in all directions, and sought safety in flight, and the partisans who had enthroned the young king thronged around him and gave him joy, as also did the general of the city, whose rejoicings were increased thereby. Now the coming of the aforesaid night was a wondrous matter. When the rightful king made ready for battle, the princess feared for his life, and being skilled in the practice of every weapon, she escaped the notice of the Queen Dowager, and after donning her war garb and battle gear, she went forth to the stable and saddled her mare and mounted her, and pushed in between the two armies. As soon as she saw the usurper charge down upon the young king as one determined to shed his life's blood, she forestalled him and attacked him and tore out the life from between his ribs. Then she returned to her apartment, nor did any know of the deed she had done. Presently, when it was eventide, the young king entered the palace after securing his succession to royalty, but he was still chafed and vexed for that he knew not the night. His mother met him and gave him joy of his safety and his ascension to the sultanate, whereto he made reply, "Ah, O my mother, my length of days was from the hand of a horseman, who suddenly appearing joined us in our hardest stress, and aided me in my straitest need, and saved me from death." Quoth she, "O my son, hast thou recognized him?" And quoth he, "'Twas my best desire to discover him and to stablish him as my wazir, but this I failed to do." Now when the princess heard these words, she laughed and rejoiced, and still laughing said, "To whoso will make thee acquainted with him, and what wilt thou give?" And said he, "Dost thou know him?" So she replied, "I wot him not." And he rejoined, "Then what is the meaning of these thy words?" When she answered him in these prosaic rhymes, "O my lord, may I prove thy sacrifice, nor exalt at thy sorrows thine enemies. Could unease and disease by others be borne, the slave should bear load on his lord that lies. I'll carry whatever makes thee complain, and be my body the first that dies." When he heard these words, he again asked, "Dost thou know him?" And she answered, "He? Verily we wot him not," and repeated, saying to him a second time. Withal he by no means understood her. So quoth she, "How canst thou administer the sultanate and yet fail to comprehend my simple words? For indeed I have made the case clear to thee." Hereupon he fathomed the secret of the saying, and flew to her in his joy, and clasped her to his bosom, and kissed her upon the cheeks. But his mother turned to him and said, "O my son, do not on this wise, for everything hath its time and season." And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 374th night. End of Part 2, Section 13. Section 14 of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3 of the story of three sisters and their mother. The 374th Night. Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan's mother said, O my son, everything hath its time and season, and whoso hurrieth a matter before opportunity befit shall be punished with the loss of it." But he replied, "By Allah, O my mother, thy suspicion is misplaced. I acted thus only on my gratitude for her. For assuredly she is the knight who came to my aidance, and who saved me from death." And his mother excused him. They passed that night in converse, and next day at noontide the king sought the divan in order to issue his commandments. But when the assembly filled the room and became as a garden of bloom, the lords of the land said to him, O King of the age, 'twere not suitable that thou become Sultan, except thou take thee a wife. And Alhamdulillah, laud to the Lord who hath set thee on the necks of his servants, and who hath restored the realm to thee as successor of thy sire. There is no help but thou marry. Quoth he, To hear is to consent. Then he arose without stay or delay, and went in to his mother, and related to her what had happened. Quoth she, O my son, do what becometh thee, and Allah prosper thy affairs. He said to her, O my mother, retire thou with the maiden, and persuade her to marriage, for I want none other, and I love not aught save herself. And said she, With joy and gladness. So he went from her, and she arose and was private with the damsel when she addressed her. O my lady, the king desireth to wed thee, and he wanteth none other, and he seeketh not aught save thee. But the princess, hearing this, exclaimed, How shall I marry? I who have lost my kith and kin, and my dear ones, and am driven from my country and my birthplace. This were a proceeding opposed to propriety. But if it need must be, and I have the fortune to foregather with my mother and sisters and father, then and then only it shall take place. The mother replied, Why this delay, O my daughter? The lords of the land have stood up against the king in the matter of marriage, and in the absence of espousals we fear for his deposition. Now maidens be many, and the relations long to see each damsel wedded to my son, and become a queen in virtue of her husband's degree. But he wanteth none other, and loveth not save thyself. Accordingly, and thou wouldst take compassion on him, and protect him by thy consent from the insistence of the grandees, deign accept him to mate. Nor did the Sultan's mother cease to speak soothing words to the maiden, and to gentle her with soft language, until her mind was made up, and she gave consent. Upon this they began to prepare for the ceremony forthright, and summoned the Kazi and witnesses, who duly knotted the knot of wedlock, and by eventide the glad tidings of the espousals were bruited abroad. The king bade spread bride feasts and banqueting tables, and invited his high officials and the grandees of the kingdom. And he went in to the maiden that very night, and the rejoicings grew in gladness, and all sorrows ceased to deal sadness. Then he proclaimed through the capital and all the burghs that the lieges should decorate the streets with rare tapestries, and multiform in honor of the Sultanate. Accordingly they adorned the thoroughfares in the city and its suburbs for 40 days, and the rejoicings increased when the king fed the widows and the fakirs and the mesquin, and scattered gold and robed and gifted and largesse till all the days of decoration were gone by. On this wise the sky of his estate grew clear by the loyalty of the lieges, and he gave orders to deal justice after the fashion of the older sultans, to wit, the Chosroes and the Caesars. And this condition endured for 3 years, during which Almighty Allah blessed him by the princess with 2 men children, as they were moons. Such was the case with the youngest princess. But as regards the cadet, the second sister, and Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 375th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting, and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that as regards the case of the cadet, the second damsel, when she was adopted to daughter by the ancient dame, she fell to spinning with her, and living by the work of her hands. Now there chanced to govern that city a Bashaw, who had sickened with a sore sickness, till he was near unto death. And the wise men and leeches had compounded for him of medicines a mighty matter, which, however, availed him not. At last the tidings came to the ears of the princess who lived with the old woman, and she said to her, O my mother, I desire to prepare a tassa of broth, and do thou bear it to the Bashaw, and let him drink of it. Haply will Almighty Allah vouchsafe him a cure, whereby we shall gain some good. Said the other, O my daughter, and how shall I obtain admittance, and who shall set the broth before him? The maiden replied, O my mother, at the gate of Allah Almighty. And the dame rejoined, Do thou whatso thou willest. So the damsel arose and cooked a tassa of broth, and mingled it with sundry hot spices, such as pimento, and she had certain leaflets taken from the so-called wind tree, whereof she inserted a small portion deftly, mingling the ingredients. Then the old woman took it, and set forth, and walked till she reached the Bashaw's mansion, where the servants and eunuchs met her, and asked her of what was with her. She answered, This is a tassa of broth which I have brought for the Bashaw, that he drink of it as much as he may fancy. Haply Almighty Allah shall vouchsafe healing to him. They went in and reported that to the Bashaw, who exclaimed, Bring her to me hither. Accordingly they led her within, and she offered to him the tassa of broth, whereupon he arose and sat upright, and removed the cover from the cup, which set forth a pleasant savour. So he took it and sipped of it a spoonful, and a second, and a third, when his heart opened to her, and he drank of it till he could no more. Now this was in the forenoon, and after finishing the soup he gave the old woman a somewhat of dinars, which she took and returned therewith to the damsel rejoicing, and handed to her the gold pieces. But the Bashaw immediately after drinking the broth felt drowsy, and he slept a restful sleep till mid-afternoon, and when he awoke health had returned to his frame, beginning from the time he drank. So he asked after the ancient dame, and sent her word to prepare for him another tassa of broth like the first. But they told him that none knew her dwelling place. Now when the old woman returned home, the maiden asked her whether the broth had pleased the Bashaw or not, and she said that it was very much to his liking. So the girl got ready a second portion, but without all the stronger ingredients of the first. Then she gave it to the dame, who took it and went forth with it, and whilst the Bashaw was asking for her, behold, up she came, and the servants took her and led her to the governor. On seeing her he rose and sat upright, and called for other food, and when it was brought he ate his sufficiency, albeit for a length of time he could neither rise nor walk. But from the hour he drank all the broth, he sniffed the scent of health, and he could move about as he moved when hale and hearty. So he asked the old dame, saying, Didst thou cook this broth? And she answered, O my lord, my daughter made it, and sent me with it to thee. He exclaimed, By Allah, this maiden cannot be thy daughter, old woman, and she can be naught save the daughter of kings. But bid her every day at morning-tide cook me a tassa of the same broth. The other replied, To hear is to obey, and returned home with this message to the damsel, who did as the Bashaw bade the first day, and the second to the seventh day. And the Bashaw waxed stronger every day, and when the week was ended he took horse and rode to his pleasure garden. He increased continually in force and vigour till one day of the days he sent for the dame, and questioned her concerning the damsel who lived with her. So she acquainted him with her case, and what there was in her of beauty and loveliness and perfect grace. Thereupon the Bashaw fell in love with the girl by hearsay and without eye seeing. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 376th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Basha fell in love with the girl by hearsay and without eye seeing. So he changed his habit, and donning a dress of Darwaysh cut, left his mansion, and threaded the streets, passing from house to house, until he reached that of the old woman. Then he knocked at the entrance, and she came behind it and asked, Who's at the door? A Darwaysh and a stranger, answered he, who knoweth no man in this town, and who is sore and hungered. Now the ancient dame was by nature niggardly, and she had lief put him off. But the damsel said to her, Turn him not away, and quoting, Honour to the foreigner is a duty, said, So do thou let him in. She admitted him and seated him, when the maiden brought him a somewhat of food, and stood before him in his service. He ate one time, and 10 times he gazed at the girl, until he had eaten his sufficiency, when he washed his hands, and rising, left the house and went his ways. But his heart flamed with love of the princess, and he was deeply enamoured of her, and he ceased not walking until he reached his mansion, whence he sent for the old woman. And when they brought her, he produced a mint of money and a sumptuous dress, in which he requested and prayed her to attire the damsel. Then the old woman took it and returned to her protégé, saying to herself, By Allah, if the girl accept the Basha and marry him, she will prove sensible as fortunate. But an she be not content so to do, I will turn her out of my door. When she went in, she gave her the dress and bade her don it, but the damsel refused till the old woman coaxed her, and persuaded her to try it on. Now when the dame left the Basha, he privily assumed a woman's habit, and followed in her footsteps. And at last he entered the house close behind her, and beheld the princess in the sumptuous dress. Then the fire of his desire flamed higher in his heart, and he lacked patience to part from her. So he returned to his mansion with mind preoccupied and vitals yearning. Thither he summoned the old woman, and asked her to demand the girl in marriage, and was instant with her, and cried, No help but this must be. Accordingly she returned home, and acquainted the girl with what had taken place, adding, O my daughter, verily the Basha loveth thee, and his wish is to wed thee. He hath been a benefactor to us, and thou wilt never meet his like. For that he is deeply enamoured of thee, and the byword saith, Reward of love is return of love. And the ancient dame ceased not gentling her, and plying her with friendly words, till she was soothed and gave consent. Then she returned to the Basha, and informed him of her success. So he joyed with exceeding joy, and without stay or delay bade slaughter beeves, and prepare bridal feasts, and spread banquets, whereto he invited the notables of his government. After which he summoned the Kazi, who tied the knot, and he went into her that night. And of the abundance of his love he fared not forth from her till 7 days had sped. And he ceased not to cohabit with her for a span of 5 years, during which Allah vouchsafed to him a man-child by her and 2 daughters. Such was the case with the cadet princess. But as regards the eldest sister, when she entered the city in youth's attire, she was accosted by the kunafa baker, and was hired for a daily wage of a middi of silver, besides her meat and drink in his house. Now 'twas the practice of that man every day to buy half a quartern of flour, and thereof make his vermicelli. But when the so seeming youth came to him, he would buy and work up 3 quarterns. And all the folk who bought kunafa of him would flock to his shop with a view of gazing upon the beauty and loveliness of the youth, and said, Exalted be he who created and perfected what he wrought in the creation of this young man. Now by the decree of the decreer, the baker's shop faced the lattice windows of the Sultan's palace. And one day of the days, the king's daughter chanced to look out the window, and she saw the youth standing with his sleeves tucked up from arms, which shone like ingots of silver. Hereat the princess fell in love with the youth. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased saying her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, How sweet and tasteful is thy tale, O sister mine, and enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 377th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that when the Sultan's daughter looked out at the window, she fell in love with the youth, and she knew not how to act that she might forgether with him. So desire afflicted her and extreme fondness, and presently took her to pillow, all for her affection to that young man. Thereupon her nurse went in to her, and found her lying upon the carpet bed, a moaning and a groaning, Ah! So she exclaimed, Thy safety from all whereof thou hast to complain. Then she took her hand and felt her pulse, but could find in it no symptoms of sickness bodily. Whereupon she said, O my lady, thou hast no unease save what eyesight hath brought thee. She replied, O my mother, do thou keep sacred my secret, and if thy hand can reach so far as to bring me my desire, prithee do so. And the nurse rejoined, O my lady, like me who can keep a secret? Therefore confide to me thy longing, and Allah vouchsafe thee thy dearest hope. Said the princess, O my mother, my heart is lost to the young man who worketh in the vermicelli baker's shop, and if I fail to be united with him, I shall die of grief. The nurse replied, By Allah, O my lady, he is the fairest of his age, and indeed I lately passed by him as his sleeves were tucked up above his forearms, and he ravished my wits. I longed to accost him, but shame overcame me in presence of those who were around him, some buying kunafa, and others gazing on his beauty and loveliness, his symmetric stature, and his perfect grace. But I, O my lady, will do thee a service, and cause thee foregather with him ere long. Herewith the heart of the princess was solaced, and she promised the nurse all good. Then the old woman left her, and fell to devising how she should act in order to bring about a meeting between her and the youth, or carry him into the palace. So she went to the baker's shop, and bringing out an ashrafi, said to him, Take, O master, this gold piece, and make me a platter of vermicelli, meat for the best, and send it for me by this youth, who shall bring it to my home that be near hand. I cannot carry it myself. Quoth the baker in his mind, By Allah, good pay is this gold piece, and the kunafa is worth 10 silverlings, so all the rest is pure profit. And he replied, On my head and eyes be it, O my lady. And taking the ashrafi, made her a plate of vermicelli, and bade his servant bear it to her house. So he took it up, and accompanied the nurse till she reached the princess's palace, when she went in and seated the youth in an out-of-the-way closet. Then she repaired to her nursling, and said, Rise up, O my lady, for I have brought thee thy desire." The princess sprang to her feet in hurry and flurry, and fared till she came to the closet. Then going in, she found the youth, who had set down the kunafa, and who was standing in expectation of the nurse's return, that he and she might wend homewards. And suddenly the Sultan's daughter came in, and bade the youth be seated beside her. And when he took seat, she clasped him to her bosom of her longing for him, and fell to kissing him on the cheeks and mouth, ever believing him to be a male masculine, till her hot desire for him was quenched. Then she gave to him 2 golden dinars, and said to him, "O my lord, and coolth of my eyes, do thou come hither every day, that we may take our pleasure, I and thou." He said, "To hear is to obey," and went forth from her, hardly believing in his safety, for he had learnt that she was the Sultan's daughter. And he walked till he reached the shop of his employer, to whom he gave the 20 dinars. Now when the baker saw the gold, affright and terror entered his heart, and he asked his servants whence the money came. And when told of the adventure, his horror and dismay increased, and he said to himself, "An this case of ours continue, either the Sultan will hear that this youth practiseth upon his daughter, or she will prove in the family way, and will end in our deaths and the ruin of our country. The lad must quit this evil path." Thereupon quoth he to the youth, "From this time forwards do thou cease faring forth thereto." Whereat quoth the other, "I may not prevent myself from going, and I dread death, and I go not." So the man cried, "Do whatso may seem good to thee." Accordingly, the princess in male attire fell to going every morning, and meeting the Sultan's daughter, till one day of the days she went in, and the twain sat down, and laughed, and enjoyed themselves, when lo and behold, the king entered. And as soon as he espied the youth, and saw him seated beside his daughter, he commanded him be arrested, and they arrested him. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 378th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting, and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that when the Sultan entered and saw the youth sitting beside his daughter, he commanded him to be arrested, and they arrested him. They also seized the princess, and bound her forearms to her sides with straitest bonds. Then the king summoned the linkman, and bade him smite off both their heads. So he took them, and went down with them to the place of execution. But when the tidings reached the Kunafani, he shut up shop without stay and delay, and fled. Presently the Sultan said in his mind, "Fain would I question the youth touching his object in entering hither, and ask him who conducted to him my daughter, and how he won access to her." Accordingly he sent to bring back the twain, and imprisoned them till nightfall. Then he went in to his harem, and caused his daughter's person to be examined, and when they inspected her, she proved to be a pure maid. This made the king marvel, for he supposed that the youth must have undone her maidenhead. So he sent for him to the presence, and when he came he considered him, and found him fairer even than his daughter, nay, far exceeding in her beauty and loveliness. So he cried, "By Allah, this be a wondrous business! Verily my daughter hath excuse for loving this youth, nor to my judgment doth she even him in charms. Not the less this affair is a shame to us, and the foulest of stains, and needs must the twain be done to death tomorrow morning." Herewith he commanded the jailer to take the youth and to keep him beside him, and he shut up the girl with her nurse. The jailer forthwith led his charge to the jail, but it so happened that its portal was low, and, when the youth was ordered to pass through it, he bent his brow downwards for easier entrance, when his turban struck against the lintel and fell from his head. The jailer turned to look at him, and behold, his hair was braided, and the plaits being loosed gleamed like an ingot of gold. He felt assured that the youth was a maiden, so he returned to the king in all haste and hurry, and cried, "Pardon, O our lord the Sultan." "Allah pardon us and thee," replied the king. And the man rejoined, "O king of the age, yonder youth is no boy, nay, he be a virgin girl." Quoth the Sultan, "What sayest thou?" And quoth the other, "By the truth of him who made thee ruler of the necks of his worshippers, O king of the age, verily this is a maiden." So he bade the prison keeper bring her and set her in his presence, and he returned with her right soon. But now she paced daintily as the gazelle, and veiled her face, because she saw that the jailer had discovered her sex. The king then commanded them to carry her to the harem, whither he followed her, and presently, having summoned his daughter, he questioned her concerning the cause of her union with the so-seeming youth. Herewith she related all that had happened with perfect truth. He also put questions to the princess in man's habit, but she stood abashed before him and was dumb, unable to utter a single word. As soon as it was morning, the Sultan asked of the place where the youth had dwelt, and they told him that he lodged with a kunafa baker, and the king bade fetch the man, when they reported that he had fled. However, the Sultan was insistent in finding him, so they went forth and sought him for 2 days, when they secured him and set him between the royal hands. He inquired into the youth's case, and the other replied, "By Allah, O king of the age, between me and him were no questionings, and I wot not whence may be his origin." The monarch rejoined, "O man, thou hast my plighted word for safety, so continue thy business as before, and now gang thy gait." Then he turned to the maiden and repeated his inquiries, when she made answer, saying, "O my lord, my tale is wondrous and my adventures marvellous." "And what may they be?" he asked her. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now, when it was the next night, and that was the 379th night. End of Part 3, Section 14. Section 15 of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4 of the story of 3 sisters and their mother. The 379th Night. Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the princess said to the Sultan, 'In very sooth my tale is passing strange,' and he besought her to recount it. So she began to disclose the whole of her history and the adventures which had befallen her and her sisters and their mother, especially of the shipwreck in middlemost ocean, and of her coming to land. After which she told the affair of the wazir burnt by her sire, that traitor who had separated children from their father, and brief, all that had betided them from first to last. Hearing her soft speech and her strange story, the Sultan marvelled, and his heart inclined herwards. Then he gave her in charge to the palace women, and conferred upon her favours and benefits. But when he looked upon her beauty and loveliness, her brilliancy and perfect grace, he fell deeply in love with her, and his daughter, hearing the accidents which had happened to the princess's father, cried, "By Allah, the story of this damsel should be chronicled in a book, that it become the talk of posterity and be quoted as an instance of the omnipotence of Allah Almighty. For he it is who parteth and scattereth and reuniteth." So saying, she took her and carried her to her own apartment, where she entreated her honourably. And the maiden, after she had spent a month in the palace, showed charms grown twofold and even more. At last, one day of the days, as she sat beside the king's daughter in her chamber about eventide, when the sun was hot after a sultry summer day, and her cheeks had flushed rosy red, behold, the Sultan entered, passing through the room on his way to the harem, and his glance unassignedly fell upon the princess, who was in home gear, and he looked a look of eyes that cost him 1,000 sighs. So he was astounded and stood motionless, knowing not whether to go or to come. And when his daughter sighted him in such plight, she went up to him and said, "What hath betided thee, and brought thee to this condition?" Quoth he, "By Allah, this girl hath stolen my senses from my soul. I am fondly enamoured of her, and if thou aid me not by asking her in marriage, and I fail to wed her, 'twill make my wits go clean bewildered." Thereupon the king's daughter returned to the damsel, and drawing near her said, "O my lady and light of my eyes, indeed my father hath seen thee in thy dishabille, and he hath hung all his hopes upon thee. So do not thou contrary my words, nor the counsel I am about to offer thee." "And what may that be, O my lady?" asked she, and the other answered, "My wish is to marry thee to my sire, and thou be to him wife, and he be to thee man." But when the maiden heard these words, she wept with bitter weeping till she sobbed aloud and cried, "Time hath mastered us and decreed separation. I know nothing of my mother and sisters and father, and they be dead or on life, and whether they were drowned or came to ground. Then how should I enjoy a bridal fate, when they may be in mortal sadness and sorrow?" But the other ceased not to soothe her, and array fair words against her, and show her fondly friendship, till her soul consented to wedlock. Presently the other brought out to her what habit befitted the occasion, still comforting her heart with pleasant converse, after which she carried the tidings to her sire. So he sent forthright to summon his lords of the reign and grandees of the realm, and the knot was tied between them twain. And going in unto her that night, he found her a hoard wherefrom the spell had freshly been dispelled. And of his longing for her and his desire to her he abode with her 2 se'nights, never going forth from her or by night or by day. Hereat the dignitaries of his empire were sore vexed, for that their Sultan ceased to appear at the divan and deal commandment between man and man. And his daughter went in and acquainted him therewith. He asked her how long he had absented himself, and she answered, saying, "Knowest thou how long thou hast tarried in the palace?" Whereto he replied, "Nay." 14 whole days, cried she. Whereupon he exclaimed, "By Allah, O my daughter, I thought to myself that I had spent with her 2 days and no more." And his daughter wondered to hear his words. Such was the case of the cadet princess. But as regards the king, the father of the damsel, when he foregathered with the mother of his 3 daughters, and she told him of the shipwreck and the loss of her children, he determined to travel in search of the 3 damsels. He and the wazir inhabited as Darwayshes. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 380th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan resolved to travel in search of his children, the three damsels, he and his wazir habited as Darwayshes. So leaving the government in charge of his wife, he went forth, and the twain in their search first visited the cities on the seaboard, beginning with the nearest. But they knew not what was concealed from them in the world of the future. They stinted not travelling for the space of a month, till they came to a city whose Sultan had a place hight Al-Dijlah, whereupon he had built a palace. The Darwayshes made for it, and found the king sitting in his kiosk, accompanied by two little lads, the elder 8 years old, and the second 6. They drew near to him, and saluting him offered their services and blessed him, wishing him length of life as is the fashion when addressing royalties. And he returned their greetings and made them draw near and showed them kindness. Also, when it was eventide, he bade his men serve them with somewhat of food. On the next day the king fared forth to Tigris Bank and sat in his kiosk together with the two boys. Now the Darwayshes had hired them a cell in the Khan, whence it was their daily wont to issue forth and wander about the city, asking for what they sought. And this day they again came to the place wherein sat the Sultan, and they marvelled at the fair ordinance of the palace. They continued to visit it every day, till one day of the days the two went out, according to their custom, and when entering the palace, one of the king's children, which was the younger, came up to them and fell to considering them as if he had forgotten his own existence. This continued till the Darwayshes retired to their cell in the caravanserai, whither the boy followed them to carry out the secret purpose existing in the all-knowledge of Allah. When the two sat down, the Sultan's son went in to them, and fell to gazing upon them, and solacing himself with the sight, when the elder Darwaysh clasped him to his bosom, and fell to kissing his cheeks, marvelling at his semblance and at his beauty. And the boy in his turn forgot his father and his mother, and took to the old man. Now when as night fell, the Sultan retired homewards, fancying that his boy had forgone him to his mother, while the Sultana fancied that her child was with his father, and this endured till such time as the king entered the harem. But only the elder child was found there, so the Sultan asked, Where is the second boy? And the queen answered, Day by day thou takest them with 3 to Tigris Bank, and thou bringest them back. But today only the elder hath returned. Thereupon they sought him, but found him not, and the mother buffeted her face in grief for her child, and the father lost his right senses. Then the high officials fared forth to search for the king's son, and sought him from early night to the dawn of day, but not finding him, they deemed that he had been drowned in Tigris water. So they summoned all the fishermen and divers, and caused them to drag the river for a space of 4 days. All this time and the boy abode with the Darwayshes, who kept saying to him, Go to thy father and mother. But he would not obey them, and he would sit with the fakirs upon whom all his thoughts were fixed, while theirs were fixed upon him. This lasted till the 5th day, when the doorkeeper unsummoned entered the cell, and found the Sultan's son sitting with the old men. So he went out hurriedly, and repairing to the king cried, O my sovereign! Thy boy is with those Darwayshes, who were wont daily to visit thee. Now when the Sultan heard the porter's words, he called aloud to his eunuchs and chamberlains, and gave them his orders. When they ran a race, as it were, till they entered upon the holy men, and carried them from their cell together with the boy, and set all 4 before the Sultan. The king exclaimed, Verily, these Darwayshes must be spies, and their object was to carry off my boy. So he took up his child, and clasped him to his bosom, and kissed him again and again, of his yearning fondness to him, and presently he sent him to his mother, who was well nigh frantic. Then he committed the 2 fakirs, with commands to decapitate them, to the linkmen, who took them and bound their hands, and bared their heads, and fell to crying, "This be his reward, and the least of awards, who turneth traitor, and kidnappeth the sons of the kings." And as he cried, all the citizens great and small flocked to the spectacle. But when the boy heard the proclamation, he went forth in haste till he stood before the elder Darwaysh, who was still kneeling upon the rug of blood, and threw himself upon him at full length, till the grandees of his father forcibly removed him. Then the executioner stepped forward, proposing to strike the necks of the 2 old men, and he raised his sword hand till the dark hue of his armpit showed, and he would have dealt the blow, when the boy again made for the elder fakir, and threw himself upon him, not only once but twice and thrice, preventing the sworder's stroke, and abode clinging to the old man. The Sultan cried, "This Darwaysh is a sorcerer." But when the tidings reached the Sultana, the boy's mother, she exclaimed, "O king, needs must this Darwaysh have a strange tale to tell, for the boy is wholly absorbed in him. So it is not possible to slay him on this wise, till thou summon him to the presence and question him. I also will listen to him behind the curtain, and thus none shall hear him save our 2 selves." The king did her bidding, and commanded the old man to be brought. So they took him from under the sword, and set him before the king. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 381st night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that at the king's bidding they took up the fakir who was still kneeling under the glaive, and set him before the king, who bade him be seated. And when he sat him down, the Sultan commanded all who were in the presence of eunuchs and chamberlains to withdraw, and they withdrew, leaving the sovereign with the old religious. But the second Darwaysh still knelt in his bonds under the sword of the sworder, who, standing over against his head, kept looking for the royal signal to strike. Then cried the king, "O mendicant, what drove thee to take my son, the core of my heart?" He replied, "By Allah, O king, I took him not for mine own pleasure, but he would not go from me, and I threatened him. Withal he showed no fear, till this destiny descended upon us." Now when the Sultan heard these words, his heart softened to the old man, and he pitied him, while the Sultana, who sat behind the curtain, fell to weeping aloud. Presently the king said, "O Darwaysh, relate to us thy history, for needs must it be a singular." But the old man began to shed tears, and said, "O king of the age, I have a marvellous adventure, which, were it graven with needle gravers upon the eye corners, were a warning to whatso would be warned." The Sultan was surprised, and replied, "What then may be thy history, O mendicant?" And the other rejoined, "O king of the age, I will recount it to thee." Accordingly he told him of his kingship, and the wazir tempting his wife, and of her slaying the nurse, the slave girls, and the eunuch. But when he came to this point, the Sultana ran out in haste and hurry from behind the curtain, and rushing up to the Darwaysh, threw herself upon his bosom. The king, seeing this, marvelled, and in a fury of jealousy clapped hand to hilt, crying to the fakir, "This be most unseemly behaviour." But the queen replied, "Hold thy hand, by Allah, he is my father, and I am his loving daughter." And she wept and laughed alternately, all of the excess of her joy. Hereat the king wondered, and bade release the second religious, and exclaimed, "Sooth he spake who said, Allah joineth the parted when think the twain." with firmest thought ne'er to meet again. Then the Sultana began recounting to him the history of her sire, and specially what befell him from his wazir, and he, when he heard her words, felt assured of their truth. Presently he bade them change the habits of her father and of his wazir, and dress them with the dress of kings. And he set apart for them an apartment, and allotted to them rations of meat and drink. So extolled be he who disuniteth and reuniteth. Now the Sultana in question was the youngest daughter of the old king, who had been met by the knight when out hunting, the same that owed all his fair fortunes to her auspicious coming. Accordingly the father was assured of having found the lost one, and was delighted to note her high degree. But after tarrying with her for a time, he asked permission of his son-in-law to set out in quest of her two sisters, and he supplicated Almighty Allah to reunite him with the other twain as with this first one. Thereupon quoth the Sultan, "It may not be saved that I accompany thee, for otherwise haply some mishap of the world may happen to thee." Then the three sat down in council, debating what they should do, and in fine they agreed to travel, taking with them some of the lords of the land and chamberlains and nabobs. They made ready, and after 3 days they marched out of the city. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 382nd night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the old king marched forth the city accompanied by his son-in-law and his wazir, after the Sultan had supplied his own place by a vice-regent who would carry out his commandments. Then they turned to travelling in quest of the two lost daughters, and stinted not their wayfare for a space of 20 days, when they drew near a city lofty of base, and, finding a spacious camping plain, thereupon pitched their tents. The time was set of sun, so the cooks applied themselves to getting ready the evening meal, and when supper was served up, all ate what sufficed them, and it was but little because of the travails of travel, and they nighted in that sight until morn was high. Now the ruler of that city was a Sultan mighty of might, potent of power, and exceeding in energy, and he was surprised to hear a chamberlain report to him, saying, "O king of the age, after an eventless night, early this morning we found outside thy capital tents and pavilions, with standards and banners planted over against them, and all this after the fashion of the kings." The sovereign replied, "There is no help but that to these creations of Allah some requirement is here. However, we will learn their tidings." So he took horse with his grandees and made for the ensigns and colours, and drawing near he noted gravity and majesty in the array, and eunuchs and followers, and serving men standing ready to do duty. Then he dismounted and walked till he approached the bystanders, whom he greeted with the salam. They salamed in return, and received him with most honourable reception and highmost respect till they had introduced him to the royal Shamiyana, when the two kings rose to him and welcomed him, and he wished them long life in such language as is spoken by royalties, and all sat down to converse one with other. Now the lord of the city had warned his people before he fared forth that dinner must be prepared. So when it was mid-forenoon, the farish folk spread the tables with trays of food, and the guests came forward, one and all, and enjoyed their meal and were gladdened. Then the dishes were carried away for the servants, and talk went round till sunset, at which time the king again ordered food to be brought, and all supped till they had their sufficiency. But the Sultan kept wondering in his mind, and saying, "Would heaven I wot the cause of these two kings coming to us." And when night fell, the strangers prayed him to return home, and to revisit them next morning. So he farewelled them and fared forth. This lasted 3 days, during which time he honored them with all honor, and on the 4th he got ready for them a banquet, and invited them to his palace. They mounted and repaired thither, when he set before them food. And as soon as they had fed, the trays were removed, and coffee and confections and sherbets were served up, and they sat talking and enjoying themselves till supper-tide, when they sought permission to hie campwards. But the Sultan of the city sware them to pass the night with him. So they returned to their session, till the father of the damsels said, "Let each of us tell a tale, that our waking hours may be the more pleasant." "Yes," they replied, and all agreed in wishing that the Sultan of the city would begin. Now by the decree of the decreer, the lattice window of the queen opened upon the place of session, and she could see them and hear every word they said. He began, "By Allah, I have to relate an adventure which befell me, and 'tis one of the wonders of our time." Quoth they, "And what may it be?" And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 383rd night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan of the city said, in such a year I had a malady which none availed to medicine, until at last an old woman came to me, bearing a toss of broth, which when I drank caused health return to me. So I bade her bring me a cupful every day, and I drank it till, after a time, I chanced to ask her who made that broth, and she answered that it was her daughter. And one day I assumed a disguise, and went to the ancient dame's house, and there saw the girl who was a model of beauty and loveliness, brilliancy, symmetric stature, and perfect grace, and seeing her I lost my heart to her, and asked her to wife. She answered, How can I wed? I separated from my sisters and parents, and all unknowing what hath become of them. Now when the father of the damsels heard these words, tears rolled down his cheeks in rills, and he remembered his 2 lost girls, and wept and moaned and complained, the Sultan looking on in astonishment the while. And when he went to his queen, he found her lying in a fainting fit. Hereupon he cried out her name, and seated her, and she on coming to exclaimed, By Allah, he who wept before you is my very father. By him who created me, I have no doubt thereof. So the Sultan went down to his father-in-law, and led him up to the harem. And the daughter rose and met him, and they threw their arms around each other's necks, and fondly greeted each other. After this the old king passed the night relating to her what had befallen him, while she recounted to him whatso hath betided her, from first to last. Whereupon their rejoicings increased, and the father thanked Almighty Allah for having found 2 of his 3 children. The old king and his sons-in-law and his wazir ceased not to enjoy themselves in the city, eating and drinking, and making merry for a space of 2 days, when the father asked aidance of his daughters' husbands to seek his 3rd child, that the general joy might be perfected. This request they granted, and resolved to journey with him. So they made preparations for travel, and issued forth the city together with sundry lords of the land and high dignitaries, all taking with them what was required of rations. Then travelling together in a body, they faced the march. This was their case. But as regards the 3rd daughter, She who in man's attire had served the kunafa baker, after being married to the Sultan, his love for her and desire to her only increased, and she cohabited with him for a length of time. But one day of the days she called to mind her parents and her kith and kin and her native country. So she wept with sorest weeping till she swooned away, and when she recovered she rose without stay or delay, and taking 2 suits of Mameluke's habits, patiently waited the fall of night. Presently she donned one of the dresses and went down to the stables where, finding all the grooms asleep, she saddled her a stallion of the noblest strain, and clinging to the near side mounted him. Then, having supplicated the veiling of the veiler, she fared under cover of the glooms for her own land, all unweeting the way, and when night gave place to day, she saw herself amidst mountains and sands, nor did she know what she should do. However, she found on a hill flank some remnants of the late rain, which she drank. Then loosing the girths of her horse, she gave him also to drink, and she was about to take her rest in that place when, lo and behold, a lion of bulk and mighty of might drew near her, and he was lashing his tail and roaring thunderously. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 384th night. End of Part 4, Section 15. Section 16 of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5 of the story of 3 sisters and their mother. The 384th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that when the lion advanced to spring upon the princess who was habited as a Mameluke, and rushed to rend her in pieces, she, seeing her imminent peril, sprang up in haste, and bared her blade, and met him brand in hand, saying, "Or he will slay me, or I slay him." But as she was hardy of heart, she advanced till the 2 met, and fell to fight, and struck at each other. But the lion waxed furious, and gnashed his tusks, now retreating, and now circuiting around her, and then returning to front his foe, purposing to claw her, when she hardened her heart, and without giving ground, she swayed her sabre with all the force of her forearm, and struck the beast between the eyes, and the blade came out gleaming between his thighs, and he sank down on earth life forlore and weltering in his gore. Presently she wiped her scimitar, and returned it to its sheath. Then, drawing up a whittle, she came up to the carcass, tending to skin it for her own use, when behold, there towered from afar 2 dust clouds, one from the right and the other from the left, whereat she withdrew from flaying the lion's fell, and applied herself to looking out. Now by the decree of the decreer, the first dust cloud approaching her was that raised by the host of her father and his sons-in-law, who, when they drew near, all stood to gaze upon her and considered her, saying in wonderment one to other, "How can this white slave, and he a mere lad, have slain this lion single-handed? Wallahi, had that beast charged down upon us, he had scattered us far and wide, and happily he had torn one of us to pieces. By Allah, this matter is marvellous." But the Mameluke looked mainly at the old king, whom he knew to be his sire, for his heart went forth to him. Meanwhile the second dust cloud approached, until those beneath it met the others who had foregone them, and behold, Under it was the husband of the disguised princess and his many. Now the cause of this king marching forth and coming hither was this. When he entered the palace intending for the harem, he found not his queen, and he fared forth to seek her, and presently by the decree of the decreer the two hosts met at the place where the lion had been killed. The Sultan gazed upon the Mameluke and marvelled at his slaying the monster, and said to himself, "Now were this white slave mine, I would share with him my good and stablish him in my kingdom." Herewith the Mameluke came forward and flayed the lion of his fell and gutted him. Then, lighting a fire, he roasted somewhat of his flesh until it was sufficiently cooked, all gazing upon him the while, and marvelling at the hardiness of his heart. And when the meat was ready, he carved it, and setting it upon the soufre of leather, said to all present, "Bismillah, eat, in the name of Allah, what faith hath given you?" Thereupon all came forward and fell to eating of the lion's flesh, except the princess's husband, who was not pleased to join them, and said, "By Allah, I will not eat of this food until I learn the case of this youth." Now the princess had recognized her spouse from the moment of his coming, but she was concealed from him by her Mameluke's clothing, and he disappeared time after time, then returned to gaze upon the white slave, eyeing now his eyes, now his sides, and now the turn of his neck, and saying privily in his mind, "Laud to the Lord who created and fashioned him. By Allah, this Mameluke is the counterpart of my wife in eyes and nose, and all his form and features are made likest like unto hers. So extolled be he who hath none similar and no equal." He was downed in this thought, but all the rest ate till they had eaten enough. Then they sat down to pass the rest of their day and their night in that stead. When it was dawn, each and every craved leave to depart upon his own business. But the princess's husband asked permission to wander in quest of her, while the old king, the father of the damsels, determined to go forth with his two sons-in-law, and find the third and last of his lost daughters. Then the Mameluke said to them, "O my lords, sit we down, I and you, for the rest of the day in this place, and tomorrow I will travel with you." Now the princess, for the length of her wanderings, which began too when she was a little one, had forgotten the semblance of her sire. But when she looked upon the old king, her heart yearned unto him, and she fell to talking with him, while he on his part, whenever he gazed at her, felt like a longing and sought speech of her. So the first who consented to the Mameluke's proposal was the sire, whose desire was not save to sit by her. Then the rest also agreed to pass the day reposing in that place, for that it was a pleasant mead and a spacious, garnished with green grass and bright with burgeon and blossom. So they took seat there till sundown, when each brought out that victual he had, and all ate their full, and then fell to conversing. And presently said the princess, "O my lords, let each of you tell us a tale which he deemeth strange." Her father broke in, saying, "Verily, this rede be right, and the first to recount will be I, for indeed mine is a rare adventure." Then he began his history, telling them that he was born a king, and that such and such things had befallen him, and so forth, until the end of his tale. And then the princess, hearing his words, was certified that he was her sire. So presently she said, "And I too have a strange history." And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 385th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the rede which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the princess in Mameluke's habit said, and I too have a strange history." Then she fell to relating all that had betided her from the very beginning to that which hath before been described. And when her father heard it, he felt assured that she was his daughter. So he arose and threw himself upon her, and embraced her, and after he veiled her face with the kerchief, was with him. And her husband exclaimed, "Would to heaven that I also could foregather with my wife." Quoth she, "Inshallah, and that soon." And she inclined to him after kindly fashion, and said to herself, "Indeed, this be my true husband." Herewith all resolved to march from that stead, and they departed, the princess's spouse still unknowing that she was his wife. And they stinted not faring till they entered the Sultan's city, and all made for the palace. Then the princess slipped privily into the harem without the knowledge of her mate, and changed her semblance, when her father said to her husband, "Hie thee to the women's apartment. Haply Allah may show to thee thy wife." So he went in, and found her sitting in her own apartment, and he marvelled as he espied her, and drew near her, and threw his arms around her neck of his fond love to her, and asked her concerning her absence. Thereupon she told him the truth, saying, "I went forth seeking my sire, and habited in a Mameluke's habit, and 'twas I slew the lion, and roasted his flesh over the fire, but thou wouldst not eat thereof." At these words the Sultan rejoiced, and his rejoicings increased, and all were in the highmost of joy and jolliment, he and her father with the other two sons-in-law, and this endured for a long while. But at last all deemed it suitable to revisit their countries and capitals, and each farewelled his friends, and the whole party returned safe and sound to their own homes. Now when it was the next night, and that night was the 386th night. End of Part 5, Section 16. Section 17 of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of the Kazi who bare a babe. It hath been related that in troublous town of Syria was a Kazi appointed under orders of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, to adjudge lawsuits and dissolve contracts and cross-examine witnesses. And after taking seat in his mahkamah, his rigor and severity became well known to all men. Now this judge kept a black handmaiden likest unto a buffalo bull, and she cohabited with him for a lengthened while. For his nature was ever niggardly, nor could any one wrest from him half a fada, or any alms gift, or aught else. And his diet was of biscuit and onions. Moreover, he was ostentatious as he was miserly. He had an eating cloth bordered with a fine bell fringe, and when any person entered about dinner time or supper tide, he would cry out, "O handmaid, fetch the fringed tablecloth." And all who heard his words would say to themselves, "By Allah, this must needs be a costly thing." Presently one day of the days, his assessors and officers said to him, "O our lord the Kazi, take to thyself a wife, for yon negress becometh not a dignitary of thy degree." Said he, "And this need be, let any who hath a daughter give her to me in wedlock, and I will espouse her." Herewith quoth one present, "I have a fair daughter and a marriageable." Whereto quoth the Kazi, "An thou wouldst do me a favour, this is the time." So the bride was fitted out, and the espousals took place forthright, and that same night the Kazi's father-in-law came to him, and led him in to his bride, saying in his heart, "I am now connected with the Kazi." And he took pleasure in the thought, for he knew not of the judge's stinginess, and he could not suppose but that his daughter would be comfortable with her mate, and well-to-do in the matter of diet and dress and furniture. Such were the fancies which occurred to him. But as for the Kazi, he lay with the maid and abated her maidenhead. And she in the morning awaited somewhat wherewith to break her fast, and waited in vain. Presently the Kazi left her and repaired to his courthouse, whither the city folk came and gave him joy of his marriage, and wished him good morning, saying in themselves, "Needs must he make a mighty fine bride feast." But they sat there to no purpose until past noon, when each went his own way, privily damning the judge's penuriousness. As soon as they were gone, he returned to his harem, and cried out to his black wench, "O handmaiden, fetch the fringed tablecloth." And his bride, hearing this, rejoiced, saying to herself, "By Allah, his calling for this cloth requireth a banquet which befitteth it, food suitable for the kings." The negress arose, and faring forth for a short time, returned with the cloth richly fringed, and set upon it a kersey stool, and a tray of brass whereon were served 3 biscuits and 3 onions. When the bride saw this, she prayed in her heart, saying, "Now may my lord wreak my revenge upon my father." But her husband cried to her, "Come hither, my girl." And the 3 sat down to the tray, wherefrom each took a biscuit and an onion. The Kazi and the negress ate all their portions, but the bride could not swallow even a third of the hard bread apportioned to her. So she rose up, heartily cursing her father's ambition in her heart. At supper-tide it was the same, till the state of things became longsome to her, and this endured continuously for 3 days, when she was ready to sink with hunger. So she sent for her sire, and cried aloud in his face. The Kazi, hearing the outcries of his bride, asked, "What is to do?" Whereupon they informed him that the young woman was not in love with this style of living. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 387th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the bride was not in love with the Kazi's mode of living. So he took her and cut off her nose and divorced her, falsely declaring that she had behaved frowardly. On the next day he proposed for another wife and married her, and entreated her in like fashion as the first. And when she demanded a divorce, he shredded off her nostrils and put her away. And whatever woman he espoused, he starved by his stinginess and tortured with hunger. And when any demanded divorce, he would chop off her nose on false pretenses, and put her away without paying aught either of her marriage settlement or of the contingent dowry. At last the report of that Kazi's avarice came to the ears of a damsel of Mosul city, a model of beauty and loveliness, who had insight into things hidden, and just judgment and skilful contrivance. Thereupon, resolved to avenge her sex, she left her native place and journeyed till she made Turabulus. And by the decree of the decreer, at that very time the judge, after a day spent in his garden, proposed to return home, so he mounted his mule and met her halfway between the pleasance and the town. He chanced to glance at her, and saw that she was wondrous beautiful and lovely, symmetrical and graceful, and the spittle ran from his mouth, wetting his mustachios. And he advanced, and accosting her said, "O thou noble one, whence comest thou hither?" "From behind me, Kanu." "I knew that, but from what city?" "From Mosul." "Art thou single and secluded, or femme couverte, with a husband alive?" "Single I am still." "Can it be thou wilt take me, and thou become to me mate, and I become to thee man?" "If such be our fate, 'twill take place, and I will give thee an answer tomorrow." And so saying, the damsel went on to Turabulus. Now the Kazi, after hearing her speech, felt his love for her increase. So next morning he sent to ask after her, And when they told him that she had alighted at a khan, he dispatched to her the negress his concubine with a party of friends to ask her in marriage, notifying that he was Kazi of the city. Thereupon she demanded a dower of 50 dinars, and naming a deputy caused the knot be knotted, and she came to him about evening time, and he went in to her. But when it was the supper hour, he called, as was his wont, to his black handmaiden, saying, Fetch the fringed tablecloth. And she fared forth and fetched it, bringing also 3 biscuits and 3 onions. And as soon as the meal was served up, all 3 sat down to it, the Kazi, the slave girl, and the new bride. Each took a biscuit and an onion and ate them up, and the bride exclaimed, Allah requite thee with wealth! By Allah, this be a wholesome supper. When the judge heard this, he was delighted with her, and cried out, Extolled be the Almighty, for that at last he hath vouchsafed to me a wife, who thanketh the Lord for muchel or for little. But he knew not what the Almighty had decreed to him through the wile and guile, the malice and mischief of women. Next morning the Kazi repaired to the Mahkamah, and the bride arose and solaced herself with looking at the apartments, of which some lay open whilst others were closed. Presently she came to one which was made fast by a door with a wooden bolt and a padlock of iron. She considered it and found it strong, but at the threshold was a fissure about the breadth of a finger. So she peeped through and espied gold and silver coins heaped up in trays of brass, which stood upon kersey stools, and the nearest about 10 cubits from the door. She then arose and fetched a long wand, the midrib of a date palm, and arming the end with a lump of leaven, she pushed it through the chink under the door and turned it round and round upon the money trays, as if sewing or writing. At last 2 dinars stuck to the dough, and she drew them through the fissure, and returned to her own chamber. Then, calling the negress, she gave her the ducats, saying, Go thou to the bazaar, and buy us some mutton and rice, and clarified butter. And do thou also bring us some fresh bread and spices, and return with them without delay. The negress took the gold and went to the market, where she bought all that her lady bade her buy, and speedily came back, when the Kazi's wife arose and cooked a notable meal, after which she and the black chattel ate whatso they wanted. Presently the slave brought basin and ewer to her lady, and washed her hands, and then fell to kissing her feet, saying, Allah feed thee, O my lady, even as thou hast fed me, for ever since I belong to this Kazi, I have lacked the necessaries of life. Replied the other, Rejoice, O handmaiden, for henceforth thou shalt have every day naught but the bestest food of manifold kinds. And the negress prayed Allah to preserve her and thanked her. At noon the Kazi entered and cried, O handmaid, fetch the fringed cloth. And when she brought it, he sat down, and his wife arose and served up somewhat of the food she had cooked. And he ate and rejoiced, and was filled, and at last he asked, Whence this provision? She answered, I have in this city many kinsfolk who, hearing of my coming, sent me these meats, and quoth I to myself, When my lord the Kazi shall return home, he shall make his dinner thereof. On the next day she did as before, and drawing out 3 ducats, called the slave girl, and gave her 2 of them, bidding her go to the bazaar, and buy a lamb ready skinned, and a quantity of rice, and clarified butter, and greens and spices, and whatso was required for dressing the dishes. So the handmaid went forth rejoicing, and bought all her lady had ordered, and forthwith returned, when her mistress fell to cooking meats of various kinds, and lastly sent to invite all her neighbors, women and maidens. When they came, she got ready the trays garnished with dainty food, and served up to them all that was suitable, and they ate and enjoyed themselves and made merry. Now this was about mid-forenoon. But as midday drew near, they went home, carrying with them dishes full of dainties, which they cleared and washed, and sent back till everything was returned to its place. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, how sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, and where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 388th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the guests of the Kazi's wife fared from her before turn of sun. And when it was noon, behold, the Kazi entered his harem and said, O handmaiden, fetch the fringed tablecloth. When the wife arose and set before him viands of various sorts, he asked whence they came, and she answered, saying, This is from my maternal aunt, who has sent it as a present to me. The judge ate and was delighted, and abode in the harem till set of sun. But his wife ceased not daily to draw money from his hoard, and to expend it upon entertaining her friends and gossips, and this endured for a whole year. Now beside her mansion dwelt a poor woman in a mean dwelling, and every day the wife would feed her and her husband and babes. Moreover, she would give them all that sufficed them. The woman was far gone with child, and the other charged her, saying, As soon as 'tis thy time to be delivered, do thou come for me, for I have a mind to play a prank upon this Kazi, who feareth not Allah, and who, whenever he taketh to himself a wife, first depriveth her of food till she is well nigh famished, then shreddeth off her nose under false pretences, and putteth her away, taking all her belongings, and giving naught of dower, either the precedent or the contingent. And the poor woman replied, To hear is to obey. Then the wife persisted in her lavish expenditure till her neighbor came to her already overtaken by birth pains, and these lasted but a little while, when she was brought to bed of a boy. Hereupon the Kazi's wife arose and prepared a savory dish called a baysara, the base of which is composed of beans and gravied mallows, seasoned with onions and garlic. It was noon when her husband came in, and she served up the dish. And he being a-hungered ate of it, and ate greedily, and at supper time he did likewise. But he was not accustomed to a baysara, so as soon as night came on his paunch began to swell. The wind bellowed in his bowels. His stress was such that he could not be more distressed, and he roared out in his agony. Herewith his wife ran in and cried to him, No harm shall befall thee, O my lord. And so saying, she passed her hand over his stomach, and presently exclaimed, Extolled be he, O my lord! Verily thou art pregnant, and a babe is in thy belly. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 389th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Kazi's wife came up to him, and passing her palm over his paunch, presently cried, Extolled be he, O my lord! Verily thou art pregnant, and a babe is in thy belly. Quoth the Kazi, How shall a man bear a child? And quoth she, Allah createth whatso he willeth. And as they two sat at talk, the flatulence and bellyache increased, and violent colic set in, and the torments waxed still more torturing. Then the wife rose up and disappeared, but presently she returned with her pauper neighbor's newly born babe in her sleeve, its mother accompanying it. She also brought a large basin of copper, and she found her husband rolling from right to left and crying aloud in his agony. At last the qualms in his stomach were ready to burst forth, and the rich food to issue from his body, and when this delivery was near at hand, the wife privily set the basin under him like a close stool, and fell to calling up the holy names, and to shampooing and rubbing down his skin, while she ejaculated, "The name of Allah be upon thee!" But all this was of her malice. At last the prima via opened, and the Kazi let fly, whereat his wife came quickly behind, and setting the babe upon its back, gently pinched it, so that it began to wail, and said, "O man, Alhamdulillah, laud to the Lord, who hath so utterly relieved thee of thy burden." And she fell to muttering names over the newborn. Then quoth he, "Have a care of the little one, and keep it from cold draughts." For the trick had taken completely with the Kazi, and he said in his mind, "Allah createth whatso he willeth, even if men so predestined can bring forth." And presently he added, "O woman, look out for a wet nurse to suckle him." And she replied, "O my lord, the nurse is with me in the women's apartments." Then having sent away the babe and its mother, she came up to the Kazi and washed him, and removed the basin from under him, and made him lie at full length. Presently after taking thought he said, "O woman, be careful to keep this matter private for fear of the folk who otherwise might say, Our Kazi hath borne a babe." She replied, "O my lord, as the affair is known to other than our two selves, how can we manage to conceal it?" And after she resumed, "O my husband, this business can no wise be hidden from the people for more than a week, or at most till next month." Herewith he cried out, "O my calamity! If it reach the ears of folk, and they say, Our Kazi hath borne a babe, then what shall we do?" He pondered the matter until morning, when he rose before daylight, and, taking some provant secretly, made ready to depart the city, saying, "O Allah, suffer none to see me." Then, after giving his wife charge of the house, and bidding her take care of his effects, and farewelling her, he went forth secretly from her, and journeyed that day, and a second, and a third, until the seventh, when he entered Damascus of Syria, where none knew him. But he had no spending money, for he could not persuade himself to take even a single dinar from his hoard, and he had provided himself with naught save the meagrest provision. So his condition was straitened, and he was compelled to sell somewhat of his clothes, and lay out the price upon his urgent needs. And when the coin was finished, he was forced to part with other portions of his dress, till little or nothing of it remained to him. Then, in his sorest strait, he went to the Sheikh of the Masons, and said to him, "O master, my wish is to serve this industry." And said he, "Welcome to thee." So the Kazi worked through every day for a wage of 5 fadas. Such was his case, but as regards his wife. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 390th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting, and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that when the Kazi went forth from his wife, she threw a sherd behind him, and muttered, Allah never bring thee back from thy journey. Then she arose and threw open the rooms, and noted all that was in them of monies and movables, and vassal and rarities. And she fell to feeding the hungry, and clothing the naked, and doling alms to fakirs, saying, This be the reward of him who mortifieth the daughters of folk, and devoureth their substance, and shreddeth off their nostrils. She also sent to the women he had married and divorced, and gave them of his good the equivalent of their dowers, and a solatium for loosing their noses. And every day she assembled the good wives of the quarter, and cooked for them manifold kinds of food, because her spouse the Kazi was possessed of property approaching 2 kaznas of money, he being ever loath to expend what his hand could hand, and unprepared to part with aught on any wise, for the excess of his niggardness and his greed of grain. Nor did she cease from doing so for a length of time, until suddenly she overheard folk saying, "Our Kazi hath borne a babe." And such bruit spread abroad, and was reported in sundry cities, nor ceased the rumour ere it reached the ears of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid in Baghdad city. Now hearing it, he marvelled and cried, "Extolled be Allah! This hap, by the Lord, never can have happened save at the hand of some woman, a wise and a clever at contrivance. Nor would she have wrought after such fashion save to make public somewhat hers proceeding from the Kazi, either his covetous intent or his high-handedness in commandment. But needs must this good wife be summoned before me, and recount the cunning practice she hath practised. Allah grant her success in the prank she hath played upon the judge." Such was her case. But as concerns the Kazi, he abode working at builder's craft till his bodily force was enfeebled and his frame became frail. So presently he quoth to himself, "Do thou return to thy native land, for a long time hath now passed, and this affair is clean forgotten." Thereupon he returned to Tarabulus. But as he drew near thereto, he was met outside the city by a bevy of small boys, who were playing at forfeits, and lo and behold, cried one to his comrades, "O lads, do ye remember such and such a year when our Kazi was brought to bed?" But the judge hearing these words returned forthright to Damascus by the way he came, saying to himself, "Hie thee not save to Baghdad city, for 'tis further away than Damascus," and set out at once for the house of peace. However, he entered it privily, because he was still in the employ of the Prince of True Believers, Harun al-Rashid, and changing semblance and superficials, he donned the dress of a Persian Darwaysh, and fell to walking about the streets of the capital. Here met he sundry men of high degree, who showed him favour, but he could not venture himself before the Caliph, albeit sundry of the subjects said to him, "O Darwaysh, why dost thou not appear in the presence of the Commander of the Faithful? Assuredly he would bestow upon thee many a boon, for he is a true Sultan, and specially, and thou panegyrist him in poetry, he will largely add to his largesse." Now by decree of the destiny of the Vice-Regent of Allah upon his earth, and commanded the Kazi's wife to be brought from Tarabulus. So they led her into the presence, and when she had kissed the ground before him, and salaamed to him, and prayed for the perpetuity of his glory and his existence, he asked her anent her husband, and how he had borne a child, and what was the prank she had played him, and in what manner had she gotten the better of him. She hung her head groundwards for a while for shame, nor could she return aught of reply for a time, when the Commander of the Faithful said to her, "Thou hast my promise of safety, and again safety, the safety of one who betrayeth not his word." So she raised her head and cried, "By Allah, O King of the Age, the story of this Kazi is a strange." And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the Sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 391st night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious King, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating. That quoth the Kazi's wife, By Allah, O King of the age, the story of this Kazi is a strange, and of the wonders of the world, and 'tis as follows. My spouse is so niggardly of nature and greedy of grain, that whatso wife he weddeth, he starveth her with hunger, and whenas she loseth patience, he shreddeth her nostrils and putteth her away, taking all her good and what not. Now this case continued for a while of time. Also he had a black slave wench and a fine eating cloth, and when dinner time came he would cry, O handmaid, fetch the fringed tablecloth, whereupon she would bring it and garnish it with 3 biscuits and 3 onions, 1 to each mouth. Presently accounts of this conduct came to me at Mosul, whereupon I removed me to Tarablus, and there played him many a prank, amongst which was the dish of Baysar by me seasoned with an over quantity of onions and garlic, and such spices as gather wind in the maw, and distend it like a tom-tom, and breed borborygms. This I gave him to eat, and then befell that which befell. So I said to him, Thou art in the family way, and tricked him, privily bringing into the house a newborn babe. When his belly began to drain off, I set under him a large metal basin, and after pinching the little one, I placed in it the utensil, and recited names over it. Presently quoth he, Guard my little stranger from the draught, and bring hither a wet nurse, and I did accordingly. But he waxed ashamed of the birth, and in the morning he fared forth the city, nor knew we what Allah had done with him. But as he went I bespake him with the words which the poet sang when the ass of Amr went off. Ass and Amr bewent their way, nor ass nor Amr returned for I, and then I cited the saying of another. When I forced him to fare I bade him hie, where Kasham caused her Sally to fly. And now as the Caliph Harun al-Rashid heard these words, he laughed so hearty a laugh that he fell backwards, and bade the good wife repeat her story, till he waxed distraught for excess of merriment, when lo and behold, a Darwaysh suddenly entered the presence. The wife looked at her husband and recognized him, but the Caliph knew not his Kazi, so much had time and trouble changed the judge's cheer. However, she signaled to the commander of the faithful that the beggar was her mate, and he taking the hint cried out, Welcome to thee, O Darwaysh, and where be the babe thou bearest at Tarablus? The unfortunate replied, O King of the age, do men go with child? And the Prince of True Believers rejoined, We heard that the Kazi bare a babe, and thou art that same Kazi, now habited in Fakir's habit. But who may be this woman thou seest? He made answer, I wot not. But the dame exclaimed, Why this denial, O thou who fearest Allah so little? I conjure thee by the life of the king to recount in his presence all that betided thee. He could deny it no longer, so he told his tale before the Caliph, who laughed at him aloud, and at each adventure the king cried out, Allah spare thee and thy child, O Kazi. Thereupon the judge explained, saying, Pardon, O King of the age, I merit even more than that what hath betided me. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 392nd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that quoth the Kazi to the king, I deserve even more than what hath betided me, for my deeds were unrighteous, O ruler of the time. But now the twain of us be present between thy hands, so do thou of thy generous grace, and the perfection of thy beneficence, deign reconcile me unto my wife, and from this moment forwards I repent before the face of Allah, nor will I ever return to the condition I was in of niggardisy and greed of grain. But 'tis for her to decide, and on whatever wise she direct me to act, therein I will not gainsay her. And do thou vouchsafe for me the further favour of restoring me to the office I whilom held." When the Prince of True Believers, Harun al-Rashid, heard the Kazi's words, he turned to the judge's wife and said, "Thou also hast heard what thy mate hath averred. So do thou become to him what thou wast before, and thou hast command over all which thy husband requireth." She replied, "O King of the age, even as thou hast the advantage of knowing, verily the heavens and the son of Adam change not. For that man's nature is never altered except with his existence, nor doth it depart from him save when his life departeth. However, an he speak the truth, let him bind himself by a deed documented under thy personal inspection and thine own seal, so that if he break his covenant the case may be committed to thee." The Caliph rejoined, "Sooth thou sayest that the nature of Adam's son is allied to his existence." But the Kazi exclaimed, "O our lord the Sultan, bid write for me the writ even as thou hast heard from her mouth, and do thou deign witness it between us twain." Thereupon the king reconciled their differences and allotted to them a livelihood which would suffice, and sent them both back to Tarabulus town. This is all that hath come down to us concerning the Kazi who bare a babe. Yet 'tis as naught compared with the tale of the Bhang-Eaters, for their story is wondrous, and their adventures delectable and marvellous. "What may it be?" asked Shahryar. So Scheherazade began to recount the tale of the Kazi and the Bhang-Eater. End of section 17. Section 18 of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Tale of the Kazi and the Bhang-Eater. There was a certain eater of Bhang, and Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 393rd night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that there was a certain eater of Bhang, whose wont it was every day to buy 3 foddahs worth of hemp, and he would eat 1/3 thereof in the morning, and a second at noon, and the rest about sundown. He was by calling a fisherman, and regularly as dawn appeared he would take hook and line and go down to the river a-fishing. Then he would sell of his catch a portion, expending half a foddah on bread, and eat this with the remaining part of the fish broiled. He would also provide himself day by day with a waxen taper, and light it in his cell and sit before it, taking his pleasure and talking to himself after his large dose of Bhang. In such condition he abode a while of time, until one fine spring night, about the middle of the month, when the moon was shining sheeniest, he sat down to bespeak himself, and said, "O such an one, hie thee forth and solace thy soul with looking at the world, for this be a time when none will espy thee, and the winds are still." Herewith he went forth intending for the river, but as soon as he issued from his cell door and trod upon the square, he beheld the moonbeams bestrown upon the surface, and for the excess of his Bhang, his fancy said to him, "By Allah, Soothly the stream floweth strong, and therein needs must be much store of fish. Return, O such an one, to thy cell, bring hook and line, and cast them into these waters. Haply Allah our Lord shall vouchsafe thee somewhat of fish, for men say that by night the fisher wight on mighty fine work shall alight. He presently brought out his gear, and having baited the hook, made a cast into the moonlit square, taking station in the shadow of the walls where he believed the river bank to be. Then he bobbed with his hook and line, and kept gazing at the waters, when behold, a big dog sniffed the bait, and coming up to it swallowed the hook, till it stuck in his gullet. The beast, feeling it prick his throttle, yelped with pain, and made more noise every minute, rushing about to the right and the left. So the line was shaken in the man's hand, and he drew it in, but by doing so the hook pierced deeper, and the brute howled all the louder, and it was pull Bhang-Eater and pull cur. But the man dared not draw near the moonlight, holding it to be the river, so he tucked up his gown to his hip bones, and as the dog pulled more lustily, he said in his mind, "By Allah, this must be a mighty big fish, and I believe it to be ravenous." Then he gripped the line firmly and hauled it in, but the dog had the better of him and dragged him to the very marge of the moonlight. So the fisherman waxed afraid and began to cry, "Alack, alack, alack! To my rescue, ye braves! Help me, for a monster of the deep would drown me! Yallah, hurry ye, my fine fellows, hasten to my aid!" Now at that hour people were enjoying the sweets of sleep, and when they heard these unseasonable outcries, they flocked about him from every side, and accosting him asked, "What is it? What maketh thee cry aloud at such an hour? What hath befallen thee?" He answered, "Save me, otherwise a river monster will cause me to fall into the stream and be drowned." Then, finding him tucked up to the hips, the folk approached him and inquired, "Where is the stream of which thou speakest?" And he replied, "Yonder's the river. Be ye all blind?" Thereat they understood that he spoke of moonbeams, whose sheen was dispread upon earth, deeming it a river surface, and they told him this. But he would not credit them, and cried, "So ye also desire to drown me? Be off from me. Our Lord will send me another than you to lend me good aid at this hour of need." They replied, "O well-born one, this be moonshine." But he rejoined, "Away from me, ye low fellows, ye dogs!" They derided him, and the angrier he grew, the more they laughed, till at last they said one to other, "Let us leave him and wend our ways." And they acquitted him in such condition. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 394th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the folk who flocked to the assistance of the Bhang-Eater left him in such condition, he crying aloud in affright, the dog being now before him in a frenzy of pain, for the hook sticking in his gullet, and being unable to rid himself of it, while the man dreaded to draw near the moonshine, still deeming, albeit he stood upon terra firma, that he was about to step into the stream. So he hugged the wall shadow, which to him represented the river bank. In this case he continued until daybreak, and light shone, and the toing and froing of the folk increased. Withal he remained as he was, crying out for affright, lest he be drowned. Suddenly a Kazi rode by him, and seeing him with gown kilted up, and the hound hanging on to the hook, asked, "What may be the matter with thee, O man?" He answered, saying, O my lord, I dread lest I be drowned in this stream, whither a monster of the deep is a-dragging me." The judge looked at him and knew him for a Bhang-Eater. So he dismounted from his monture and cried to one of his attendants, "Catch hold of yon dog and unhook him." Now this Kazi was also one who was wont to use hashish. So quoth he to himself, "By Allah, take this fellow with thee and feed him in thy house, and make a mocking stock of him. And, as each night cometh on, do thou and he eat together a portion of the drug and enjoy each other's company." Accordingly he took him, and carrying him to his quarters seated him in a private stead until nightfall, when the twain met and supped together. Then they swallowed a large dose of bhang, and they lit candles, and sat in their light to enjoy themselves. Presently from excess of the drug they became as men jinn-mad, uttering words which befit not to intend or to indite, amongst which were a saying of the Bhang-Eater to the Kazi, "By Allah, at this season I'm as great as the king." And the judge's reply, "And I also at such time am as great as the Basha, the governor." Thereupon quoth him to the Bhang-Eater, "I am high above thee, and if the king would cut off the governor's head, what would happen to hinder him?" And quoth the Kazi, "Yea, verily, naught would hinder him, but 'tis the customs of kings to appoint unto governors a place wherein they may deal commandment." Then they fell to debating the affairs of the government and the sultanate, when by decree of the decreer the sultan of the city went forth his palace that very night, accompanied by the wazir and the twain in disguise, and they ceased not traversing the town till they reached the house wherein sat the Bhang-Eater and the Kazi. So they stood at the door and hear their talk from first to last, when the king turned to the minister and asked, "What shall we do with these two fellows?" "Be patient, O king of the age," answered the wazir, "until they make an end of their talk, after which whatso thou wilt do with them that they will deserve." "True indeed," quoth the ruler. "Nevertheless, instead of standing here, let us go in to them." Now that night the boon companions had left the door open, forgetting to padlock it. So the visitors entered and salaamed to them, and they returned the greeting, and rose to them and bade them be seated. Accordingly they sat down, and the Sultan said to the Bhang-Eater, "O man, fearest thou not aught from the sovereign, thou and thy friend, and are ye sitting up until this hour?" He replied, "The Sultan himself often fareth forth at such untimely time, and as he is a king, even so am I, and yonder man is my Basha. Moreover, if the ruler think to make jappery of us, we are his equals and more." Thereupon the Sultan turned to his wazir and said by signals, "I propose to strike off the heads of these fellows." And said the minister in the same way, "O king, needs must they have a story, for no man with his wits in his head would have uttered such utterance. But patience were our bestest plan." Then cried the Bhang-Eater to the Sultan, "O man, whenever we say a syllable, thou signalest to thine associate. What is it thou wouldst notify to him, and we not understanding it? By Allah, unless thou sit respectfully in our presence, we will bid our Basha strike off thy pate." And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 395th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that when the Sultan heard the Bhang-Eater's words, he waxed the more furious, and would have arisen and struck off his head, But the Wazir winked at him and whispered, "O King of the Age, I and thou are in disguise, and these men imagine that we are of the commons. So be thou pitiful even as Almighty Allah is pitiful, and willeth not the punishment of the sinner. Furthermore, I conceive that the twain are eaters of hashish, which drug when swallowed by man, gareth him prattle of whatso he pleaseth and chooseth, making him now a sultan, then a wazir, and then a merchant, the while it seemeth to him that the world is in the hollow of his hand." Quoth the Sultan, "And what may be thy description of hashish?" And quoth the Wazir, "'Tis composed of hemp leaflets, whereto they add aromatic roots and somewhat of sugar. Then they cook it and prepare a kind of confection which they eat. But whoso eateth it, especially an he eat more than enough, talketh of matters which reason may on no wise represent. If thou wouldst know its secret properties, on the coming night, Inshallah, we will bring some with us and administer it to these two men, and when they eat it, the dose will be in addition to their ordinary." After this the Sultan left them and went forth, when the Bhang-Eater said to the Kazi, "By Allah, this night we have enjoyed ourselves, and next night, if Allah please, we will enjoy ourselves yet more." The other replied, "Yes, but I fear from the Sultan, lest he learn our practice and cut off our heads." "Who shall bring the sovereign to us?" asked the other. "He is in his palace, and we are in our own place, and granting he come, I will divert him by recounting an adventure which befell me." The Kazi answered, "Have no dread of the Sultan, for he may not fare forth a night single-handed. Nay, what while he issueth forth he must be escorted by his high officials." Now when the next night fell, the Kazi brought the hashish, which he divided into two halves, eating one himself and giving the other to his companion. And both swallowed their portions after supper, and then lit the waxen tapers, and sat down to take their pleasure. Suddenly the Sultan and his Wazir came in upon them during the height of their enjoyment, and the visitors were habited in dress other than before, and they brought with them a quantity of Bhang confection, and also some conserve of roses. So they handed a portion of the first to the revellers, which these accepted and ate, while they themselves swallowed the conserve, the others supposing it to be hashish like what they had eaten. Now when they had taken an overdose, they got into a hurly-burly of words, and fell to saying things which can neither be intended nor indited, and amongst these they exclaimed, "By Allah, the Sultan is disposed, and we will rule in his stead, and deal commandment to his reign." The other inquired, "And if the Sultan summon us, what wilt thou say to him?" "By Allah, I will tell him a tale which befell myself, and crave of him 10 fadas, wherewithal to buy Bhang." "And hast thou any skill in tale-telling?" "In good sooth I have." "But how wilt thou dispose the Sultan and reign in his stead?" "I will say to him, 'Be off,' and he will go." "He will strike thy neck." "Nay, the Sultan is pitiful, and will not punish me for my words." So saying, the Bhang-Eater arose and loosened the ankle of his bag trousers. Then approaching the Sultan, he drew forth his prickle, and proceeded to bepiss him. But the king took flight as the other faced him, and fled before him, he pursuing. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 396th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating. that the Bhang-Eater, holding up his bag trousers, run after the Sultan, proposing to bepiss him, and caught up the fugitive at the doorway, when he fell over the threshold, and began a piddling upon his own clothes. In like manner the Kazi attempted to bepiss the Wazir, and ran after him to the entrance, where he also fell upon the Bhang-Eater, and took to making water over him. So the Bhang-Eater and the Kazi lay each bewraying other, and the Sultan and the Wazir stood laughing at them, saying, "By Allah, too much hashish injureth man's wits." And presently they left and went their ways, returning to their palaces. But the two drunkards ceased not lying in their own water till day broke. And when the fumes of the drug had left their brains, they arose and found themselves dripping and befouled with their own filth. Thereupon each said to other, "What be this cloth has betided us?" Presently they arose and washed themselves and their clothes. Then sitting down together they said, "None did this deed by us save and except the two fellows who were with us. And who knoweth what they were, or citizens of the city or strangers? For 'twas they brought the intoxicant which we ate, and it bred a madness in our brains. Verily 'twas they did the mischief, but an they come to us a third time, needs must we be instant with them, and learn from them, and they be foreigners or folk of the city. We will force them to confess, but if they hide them from us, we will turn them out." On the next night they met again, and the two sat down and ate a quantity of hashish after they had supped. And they lit the waxen tapers, and each of them drank a cup of coffee. Presently their heads whirled around under the drug, and they sat down to talk and enjoy themselves, when their drunkenness said to them, "Up with you and dance." Accordingly they arose and danced, when behold, the Sultan and his Wazir suddenly came upon them, and salaamed to them. So they returned the salutation, but continued the saltation. The newcomers considered them in this condition, and forthwith the king turned to the minister and said, "What shall we do with them?" Said the other, "Patience until their case come to an end, in somewhat whereof we can lay hold." Then they chose seats for themselves, and solaced them with the spectacle, and the dancers kept on dancing till they were tired, and were compelled to sit down and take their rest. Presently the Bhang-Eater looked at the Sultan and exclaimed, "You, whence are you?" And he replied, "We be foreigner folk, and never visited this city before that night when we met you. And as we heard you making merry, we entered to partake of your merriment." On this wise the device recoiled upon the Bhang-Eater, and presently the king asked them, saying, "Fear ye not lest the Sultan hear of you, and ye in this condition, which would cause your disgrace at his hands?" The Bhang-Eater answered, "The Sultan? What tidings of us can he have? He is in the royal palace, and we in our place of bhang-eating." The sovereign rejoined, "Why not go to him? Belike he will gift you and largesse you." But the Bhang-Eater retorted, "We fear his people lest they drive us away." Whereto quoth the king, "They will not do on such wise, and if thou require it, we will write thee a note to his address. For we know him of old, inasmuch as both of us learned to read in the same school." "Write thy writ," quoth the other to the Sultan, who after inditing it and sealing it placed it in their hands, and presently the two visitors departed. Then the Bhang-Eater and the Kazi sat together through the night, until daylight did appear, when the fumes of the hashish had fled their brains, and the weather waxed fine and clear. So they said, each to other, "Let us go to the Sultan." And the twain set out together, and walked till they reached the square facing the palace. Here, finding a crowd of folk, they went up to the door, and the Bhang-Eater drew forth his letter and handed it to one of the Sultan's suite, who on reading it fell to the ground, and presently rising placed it upon his head. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 397th night. Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the officer who took the letter caused the Bhang-Eater and his comrade to enter the presence, and the Sultan catching sight of them commanded them to be seated in a private stead where none other man was. His bidding was obeyed, and at noontide he sent them a tray of food for dinner and also coffee, and the same was done at sundown. But as soon as supper-tide came, the Sultan prayed and recited sections of Holy Writ, as was his wont, until 2 hours had passed, when he ordered the twain be summoned. And when they stood in the presence, and salaamed to him, and blessed him, the king returned their salute, and directed them to be seated. Accordingly they sat down, and quoth the Sultan to the Bhang-Eater, Where be the man who gave you the writ? Quoth the other, O king of the age, there were 2 men who came to us and said, Why go ye not to the king? Belike he will gift you and largesse you. Our reply was, We know him not, and we fear lest his folk drive us away. So one of them said to us, I will write thee a note to his address, for we know him of old, inasmuch as both of us learned to read in the same school. Accordingly he indited it and sealed it, and gave it to us. And coming hither we found his words true, and now we are between his hands. The Sultan inquired, Was there any lack of civility to the strangers on your part? And they replied, None, save our questioning them and saying, Whence come ye? Whereto they rejoined, We be strangers. Beyond this there was nothing unpleasant, nothing at all. Whither went they? Asked the king, and the other answered, I wot not. The Sultan continued, Needs must thou bring them to me, for 'tis long since I saw them. And the other remarked, O king of the age, if again they come to our place, we will seize them and carry them before thee, even perforce, but in case they come not, we have no means to hand. Quoth the king, And thou know them well. When thou catchest sight of them, they cannot escape thee. And quoth the other, Yea, verily. Then the Sultan pursued, What did you with the twain who came before them, and ye wanted to bepiss them? Now when the Bhang-Eater heard these words, his colour paled, and his case changed, his limbs trembled, and he suspected that the person which he had insulted was the Sultan. Whereupon the king turned towards him, and seeing in him signs of discomfiture, asked, What is in thy mind, O Bhang-Eater? What hath befallen thee? The other arose forthright, and kissing the ground cried, Pardon, O king of the age, before whom I have sinned. The sovereign asked, How didst thou know this? And he answered, Because none other was with us, and news of us goeth not out of doors, so needs must thou have been one of the twain, and he who wrote the writ was thyself, for well we know that the kings read not in schools. Thou and thy friend did come in disguise to make merry at our expense. Therefore pardon us, O king of the age, for mercy is a quality of the noble. And Almighty Allah said, Whoso pardoneth and benefiteth, his reward is with Allah. And eke he said, And the stiflers of wrath and the pardoners of mankind, and Allah loveth the doers of good. Herewith the Sultan smiled and said, No harm shall befall thee, O Bhang-Eater. Thine excuse is accepted, and thy default pardoned. But, O thou clever fellow, hast thou no tale to tell us? He replied, O king of the age, I have a story touching myself and my wife which, were it graven with needle gravers upon the eye corners, were a warning to whoso would be warned. But I strave against her on my own behalf. Withal she overcame me and tyrannized over me by her contrivance. What is it? Asked the king. So the man began to relate the history of the Bhang-Eater and his wife. End of section 18. Section 19 of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. History of the Bhang-Eater and his Wife. In the beginning of my career, I owned only a single bowl, and poverty confused my wits. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 398th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Bhang-Eater said to the Sultan, I had no property save a single bowl, and poverty confused my wits. So I resolved to sell Roger, and going to the bazaar, stood therein expecting someone to buy it. But none came to me until the last of the day. At that time I drove it forth and dragged it off till we reached halfway to my home, where I came upon a tree and sat down to rest in the cool shade. Now I had somewhat of bhang with me, also a trifle of bread, which I brought out and ate, and after I drank a draught of water from the spring. Presently the bhang began to wobble in my brains, and behold, a bird in the tree-top, which men call a magpie, fell a-cawing. So I said to her, Thou, O mother of Solomon, hast thou a mind to buy the bowl? And she cawed again. I continued, Whatso price ever thou settest upon the bowl, at that will I concede it to thee. Again croak and I, Haply thou hast brought no money. Another croak, and cried I, Say the word, and I will leave the bowl with thee till next Friday, when thou wilt come and pay me its price. But she still cawed, and I, whenever she opened her beak, O king of the age, fancied that she bespake me, and wanted the bowl. But all this was of the excess of my bhang, which kept working in my brains, and I mistook the croaking for her conversing. Accordingly I left with her the bowl bound to the tree, and turned towards my village. And, when I went in to my wife, she asked me anent the bowl, and I told her of my selling it to the mother of Solomon. Who may she be? asked my rib, and I replied, She dwelleth in yonder tree. Whereat my spouse rejoined, Allah compensate thee with welfare. So I awaited patiently the appointed term. Then, after swallowing somewhat of bhang, I repaired to the tree and sat beneath it, when lo and behold, the pie cawed, and I cried to her, Hast thou brought the coin? A second caw. Then said I, Come hither and bring me the money. A third caw. Hereat I waxed wroth and arose, and taking up a bittock of brick, I threw it at her as she sat perched upon the tree, whereupon she flew off and alit upon an old man of clay hard by. So it occurred to my mind, By Allah, the mother of Solomon biddeth me follow her, and recover the value of the bowl from yonder old man. Presently I went up to it, and digging therein, suddenly came upon a crock full of gold, wherefrom I took 10 ashrafas, the value of the bowl, and returned it to its place, saying, Allah ensure thy weal, O mother of Solomon. Then I walked back to my village, and went in to my wife, and said, By Allah, verily the mother of Solomon is of the righteous. Look ye, she gave me these 10 golden ducats to the price of our Roger. Said my wife, And who may be the mother of Solomon? And I told her all that had befallen me, especially in the matter of the crock of gold buried in the old man. But after she heard my words, she tarried until sundown. Then, going to the landmark, she dug into it, and carrying off the crock, brought it home privily. But I suspected her of doing so, and said to her, O woman, hast thou taken the good of the mother of Solomon, and she of the righteous, after we have received from her the price of our Roger out of our own moneys? And hast thou gone and appropriated her property? By Allah, an thou restore it not to its stead even as it was, I will report to the Wali that my wife hath happened upon treasure trove. And so saying, I went forth from her. Then she arose and got ready somewhat of dough for cooking with flesh meat, and, sending for a fisherman, bade him bring her a few fishes fresh caught and all alive. And taking these inside the house, she drew sweet water and sprinkled them therewith. And lastly she placed the dough and meat outside the house ready for nightfall. Presently I returned, and we supped, I and she. But 'twas my firm resolve to report my wife's find to the chief of police. We slept together till midnight, when she awoke me, saying, O man, I have dreamed a dream, and this it is. The sky hath rained down drink and meat, and that fishes have entered our house. I replied to her of my folly, and the overmuch bang which disported in my head. Let us get up and look. So we searched the inside of the house, and we found the fishes, and the outside where we came upon the doughboy and the flesh meat. So we fell to picking it up, I and she, and broiling it and eating thereof till morning. Then said I, Do thou go and return the moneys of Solomon's mother to their own place. But she would not, and flatly refused. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 399th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Bhang-Eater continued. I said to my wife, Do thou go and return the moneys of Solomon's mother to their own place. But she would not, and flatly refused. I repeated my words, but without avail. So I flew into a fury, and leaving her ceased not trudging till I found the Wali, and said to him, O my lord, my wife such an one hath hit upon a hoard, and 'tis now with her. The chief of police asked, O man, hast thou seen it? And I answered, Yes. So he sent a body of his followers to bring her before him, and when she came, said to her, O woman, where is the treasure trove? Said she, O my lord, this report is baseless. Whereupon the chief of police bade her be led to jail. They did his bidding, and she abode in the prison a whole day, after which the Wali summoned her, and repeated his words to her, adding, An thou bring not the hoard, I will slay thee, and cast thy corpse into the bog-shop of the Hammam. The woman, my wife, rejoined, O my lord, I never found aught. And when he persisted threatening her with death, she cried, O my lord, wherefore oppress me on this wise, and charge such load of sin upon thine own neck? I never came upon treasure at all, at all. The chief of police retorted, My first word and my last are these. Except thou bring the treasure trove, I will slay thee, and cast thee into the jakes. Herewith quoth she, O my lord, ask my husband where it was I hit upon the hoard, and at what time, by day or by night. And the Wali's men cried, By Allah, these her words are just and right, nor is there therein aught of harm. So he sent to summon me, and asked me, O man, when did thy wife hit upon the hoard? I answered, O my lord, she found it on the night when the skies rained drink and food and fishes. Now when the Wali heard my words, he said to me, O man, the skies are not wont to shed aught save rain-water, and a man in his right wits speaketh not such speech as this. Said I, By the life of thy head, O my lord, they did rain all three of them. But the officers cried, O my lord, verily this man be gin-mad, and his wife who telleth plain truth is wronged by him. The fellow deserveth confining in the Maristan. Accordingly the chief of police bade the men set the woman free, and let her wend her ways, and seize me, and throw me into the madhouse. They did his bidding, and I remained there the first day, and the second, till the third, when my wife said to herself, There is no majesty, and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. By the Lord, needs must I go and relieve my husband from Bedlam, and charge him never again to speak of that treasure trove. So she came to the Maristan, and entering said to me, Ho, such an one, if any ask of thee, saying, What do the skies rain? Do thou make answer, They rain water. Furthermore, if they inquire of thee, Do they ever rain drink and food and fishes? Reply thou, This is clean impossible, nor can such a thing ever take place. Then haply they will say to thee, How many days are in a week? And do thou say, 7 days, and this day be such a day. Lastly, have a guard on thyself when speaking. I rejoined, 'Tis well, and now hie thee forth, and buy me half a fada's worth of bhang, for during these days I have not eaten aught thereof. So she went and bought me somewhat of food and of hashish. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 400th night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Bhang-Eater's wife fared forth, and brought back somewhat of food and of hashish. Then returning to the Maristan, he continued, She gave both to me, and I ate of them, after which I said to her, Let us up and be off. Whereto she, And when we go to the Wali, what wilt thou say? Then the bang wrought in the brains, and I cried, O Bod, O my nice young lady, well thou wouldest that the skies did rain flesh and drink and fishes. Why then didst thou not tell the truth before the chief of police? Thereupon the manager of the madhouse cried to me, O fellow, this is the babble of madmen. And I, By Allah, I ate of them boiled, and doubtless the same kind of rain fell in your house. The other exclaimed, There be nor doubt nor hesitation anent the insanity of one who saith such say. Now all this was related by the Bhang-Eater to the Sultan, who marvelled and asked him, What could have made thee go to the manager and recount to him such absurdities? But the Bhang-Eater resumed, saying, I dwelt in the Maristan 20 days, till at last having no bhang to eat, I came to my senses, and confessed that the sky shed only rain-water, that the week containeth 7 days, and that this day be such and such. In fact, I discoursed like a man in his right mind. So they discharged me, and I went my ways. But when the Kazi heard this tale, he cried out to the Sultan, O king of the age, my story is still more wondrous than this, which is only a prank played by my wife. My name was originally Abu Karim al-Tamburi, and I was appointed Kazi after a neat thing I did. And if thou, O our lord the Sultan, desire to be told of the adventures which befell me, and of the clever trick wherefore they made me a judge, deign give thy commandment, and I will commence it. Quoth the Sultan, Recount to us why and where they entitled thee Kazi. And the judge began to relate how Drummer Abu Karim Section 20 of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Drummer Abu Karim became a Kazi. There was once, O King of the Age, a merchant and a man of Bassorah, who went about trading with eunuchs and slave boys, and who bore his goods in bales from Bassorah to Al-Yaman land, there to sell them, and to buy him other merchandise for vending in Syria. On this wise he tarried a long while, until 1 year of the years he packed up his property, as was his wont, and fared forth with it to Persia. But at that time there was fortune to be a famine, and when he arrived at one of the cities of Al-Yaman land, where formerly the traders bought his goods, on this occasion none of them would come near him. In such case he continued a long while, till at last a Khwaja appeared before him, a man who owned abundant riches in Persia, but his home was distant 3 days from the place. The visitor asked, saying, O Bassorite, wilt thou sell me thy stock in trade? Whereto the other answered, And how? Of course I'll sell it. So the buyer opened the gate of bidding and offered such and such, but the Bassorah man cried, Allah openeth. Then the purchaser added somewhat, and the seller rejoined, Give me yet more. At last the buyer exclaimed, I will give nothing more than a knot. And the seller accepted the offer, saying, May Allah grant us gain. Thereupon the Persian Khwaja took over all the goods from the vendor, and next day the twain met to settle money matters. Now I, O King of the Age, happened to be abiding in that city. The seller received from the buyer payment in full, nor did anything remain. But after, the Bassorah man said to his customer, Thou still owest me the anat, which thou must hand over to me. The other replied jeeringly, And the anat is a knot, to wit, no thing. But the Bassorite rejoined, Here with that anat. Upon this a violent ruffle befell between them. The cause was carried before the king, and payment was required in the divan, for the Bassorite still demanded from the purchaser his anat. The Sultan asked, And what be this anat? And the Bassorah man answered, I wot not, O King of the Age. Whereat the Sultan marvelled. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 401st night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the Sultan marvelled at the action of this Bassorite, and his saying, Give me my anat. Presently the tidings of that cause reached me, O king, so I went to the divan, which was thronged with folk, and all present kept saying, How would it be if this anat were a fraud or a resiliation of the contract? Thereupon the Sultan exclaimed, Whoso shall settle this case, to him verily will I be bountiful. So I came forward, O King of the Age, thinking of a conceit, and kissed ground, and said to him, I will conclude this case. And he rejoined, And thou determine it and dispose of it, I will give thee largesse, but if not, I will strike off thy head. I rejoined, To hear is to obey. Then I bade them bring a large basin which could hold a skinful of water, and ordered them fill it. After which I called out to the Bassorite, Draw near, and he drew near. Then I cried to the claimant, Close thy fist, and he did accordingly, and again I commanded him to close it, and to keep it tight closed. He obeyed my bidding, and I continued, "Dip thy knee into the basin," and he dipped it. Presently I asked, "Is thy hand in the water and thy fist closed?" And he replied, "It is." Then said I, "Withdraw it," and he withdrew it, and I cried, "Open thy kneve," and he opened it. Then I asked, "What thing hast thou found therein?" And he answered, "A knot." Whereupon I cried to him, "Take thine a knot and wend thy ways." Hereupon the Sultan said to the Bassorite, "Hast thou taken thine a knot, O man?" And said he, "Yes." Accordingly the king bade him gang his gait. Then the Sultan gifted me with costly gifts, and named me Kazi. And hence, O king of the age, is the cause of the title in the case of one who erst was Abu Karim the drummer. Hereat quoth the Sultan, "Relate to us what rare accident befell thee in thy proper person." So the judge began to recount the story of the Kazi and his slipper. End of section 20. Section 21 of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 14, Supplemental Nights, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1 of the story of the Kazi and his slipper. Once upon a time, O king of the age, I had a slipper which hardly belonged to its kind, nor ever was there seen a bigger. Now one day of the days I waxed aweary of it, and sware to myself that I would never wear it any more. So in mine anger I flung it away, and it fortuned to fall upon the flat roof of a Khwaja's house, where the stucco was weakest. Thence it dropped through, striking a shelf that held a number of phials full of the purest rosewater, and the boarding yielded breaking all the bottles and spilling their contents. The housefolk heard the breakage, ringing and rattling, so they crowded one after other to discover what had done the damage, and at last they found my papoosh sprawling amiddlemost the room. Then they made sure that the shelf had not been broken except by the violence of that slipper, and they examined it, when, behold, the housemaster cried, saying, "This be the papoosh of Abu Karim the drummer." Hereupon he took it and carried it to the governor, who summoned me, and set me before him. Then he made me responsible for the phials and whatso was therein, and for the repairing of the terrace roof and upraising it again. And lastly he handed to me the slipper, which was exceedingly long and broad and heavy, and, being cruel old, it showed upwards of 130 patches, nor was it unknown to any of the villagers. So I took it and fared forth, and, being anangered with the article, I resolved to throw it into some dark hole or out-of-the-way place. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 402nd night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that Abu Karim the drummer continued to the Sultan. I resolved to throw it into some dark hole or out-of-the-way place, and presently I came to the water-closet of the hammam, and cast it into the conduit, saying, "Now shall none ever see it again, nor shall I be troubled with its foul aspect for the rest of my life." Then I returned home and abode there the first day and the second, but about noon on the third a party of the governor's men came and seized me, and bore me before him. And no sooner did he see me than he cried out, "Throw him!" Accordingly they laid me out at fullest length, and gave me 100 cuts with a scourge, which I bore stoutly, and presently said, "O my Sultan, What be the cause of this fustigation, and wherefore do they oppress me? Said he, O man, the conduit of the jakes attached to the mosque was choked by the slipper, and the flow, unable to pass off, brimmed over, whereby sundry houses belonging to the folk were wrecked. I replied, O my lord, can a slipper stop the flowing of a water that feedeth the hammam? Thereupon the governor said to me, Take it away, and if any find it in his place, and again bring me a complaint thereanent, I will cut off thy head. So they hauled me away after tossing my slipper to me, and I repaired to the effendi of the town, and said to him, O our lord, I have a complaint against this papoosh, which is not my property, nor am I its owner. Prithee, do thou write me a deed to such purport between me and the slipper and all who pass down this road. The effendi replied, O man, how shall I write thee a deed between thee and thy papoosh, which is a senseless thing? Nay, take it thyself and cut it up, and cast it into some place avoided of the folk. Accordingly I seized it and hacked it with a hatchet into 4 pieces, which I threw down in the 4 corners of the city, saying to myself the while, By Allah, I shall never more in my life hear any further of its adventures, and walked away barefoot. But I had thrown one bit under a bridge that crossed a certain of the small canals, and the season was the dries, wherefore it collected a heap of sand which rose thereupon, and raised the pile higher until the archway was blocked up by a mound. Now when the Nile flooded and reached that archway, the water was dammed up and ceased running, so the townsfolk said, What may be the matter? The Nile inundation hath reached the bridge, but cannot pass under it. Come, let us inspect the archway. They did so, and presently discovered the obstacle, to wit, the mound before the arch which obstructed the waterway. Whereupon a party kilted their clothes and waded into the channel that they might clear it. But when they came to the mound base, they found my quarter slipper, and they exclaimed with one cry, This be the papoosh of Abu Karim the drummer. But as soon as the tidings reached me, I fared away, flying from that town, and while doing so was met by a comrade, yonder Bhang-Eater. So we agreed that we would travel together, and he accompanied me till we came to this city, e'en as thou seest us, O lord of the Sultan. Thereupon the king said to them, Do ye twain abide with me amongst my servants, but I have a condition with you, which is that ye be righteous in your service, and that ye be ready to join my seance every night after supper-tide. Then he cautioned them against disobedience, and quoth he, Be ye not deluded by becoming my companions, nor say to yourselves, We be the assessors of the king, for that the byword declareth, Whenas the king sitteth, beware of his severity, and be not refractory whenever he shall say thee do. They agreed to this condition, and each whispered his mate, Do thou have a care to act righteously. Then they left the king, nor did they see him again till one day of the days, when behold, a Khwaja appeared before the Sultan. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 403rd night, Dunyazad said to her, Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night. She replied, With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming, and worthy celebrating, that one day of the days, behold, a Khwaja appeared before the Sultan, and said, 'Tis not lawful in Allah's sight, O king of the age, that a Bhang-Eater should propose to dishonour me in the person of my daughter, and load me with infamy amongst his worshippers, saying the while, I am of the king's suite. Now the cause of the merchant's complaint was as follows. One day of the days the Bhang-Eater was passing by under the latticed window of the Khwaja's home when, by decree of the decreer, the daughter of the house was looking out at the casement, and was solacing herself by observing all who walked the street. Perchance the Bhang-Eater's glance fell upon the maiden, and that sight of eyes entailed 1,000 sighs. So he said to himself, "By Allah, if I meet not this maiden, although it be only once, I shall die of a broken heart, nor shall any know of my death." Then he took to passing under the window every day, and to gazing upwards, and to tarrying there from morning tide to set of sun. But the more he looked, the less he saw of her, because fortune, which was fair to him the first time, had now turned foul. So he continued in this condition for a while, coming every day to look at the lattice, and seeing naught. Presently his case became strait, and ill health entered his frame, for love to the merchant's daughter. And by reason of its excess he betook himself to his pillow, turning and tossing right and left, and crying, "O her eyes! O her loveliness! O her stature! O her symmetrical grace!" But as he was repeating these words, behold, an old woman came in to him, and, seeing his concern and chagrin, accosted him and said, "No harm to thee." Quoth he, "Ah, my reverend mother, unless thou come to my aid, I perish." And quoth she, "What is upon thy mind?" So he disclosed to her all he felt of fondness and affection for the Khwaja's daughter, and she rejoined, "Thou wilt never win to thy wish in this matter except through me." Then she left him and repaired to her own place, pondering the wiles of women, till she entered her house, and there she donned a woolen robe, and hung 3 rosaries around her neck, after which she hent a palm staff in hand, and set out for the merchant's quarters. She ceased not walking till she reached the place, and entered in her garb of a religious mendicant, crying out, "Allah! There is no God but the God! Extolled be Allah! Allah be with you all!" When the girl, whose name was Sitt al-Husn, the Lady of Beauty, heard these words, she met her, hoping for a blessing, and saying, "O my mother, pray for me." And the old woman responded, "The name of Allah be upon thee. Allah be thy safeguard." Then she sat down, and the damsel came and took seat beside her. So likewise did the girl's mother, and both sought a blessing from her, and conversed together till about noon, when she arose and made the wuzu ablution, and span out her prayers, whilst those present exclaimed, "By Allah, this be a pious woman." When her orisons were ended, they served up dinner to her. But she said, "I'm fasting." Whereat they increased in love and believed her words, and insisted upon her abiding with them till sunset, that she might break her fast within their walls. On such wise she acted, but it was all a fraud. Then they persisted in keeping her for the night, so she nighted with them. And when it was morn, she rose and prayed, and mumbled words, some intelligible and others not to be understanded of any, while the household gazed upon her, and whenever she would move from place to place, supported her with their hands under her armpits. At last, when it was mid-forenoon, she fared forth from them, albeit their intent was not to let her depart. But early on the next day she came in to them, and all met her with greetings and friendly reception, kissing her hands and bussing her feet. So she did as she had done on the first day, and in like guise on the third, while they showed her increased honour and worship. On the 4th day she came to them, as was her wont, and they prayed her be seated. However she refused, and said, "I have a daughter whom I am about to marry, and the bridal festivities will be in my house. But I come to you at this hour to let you know my desire that Sitt al-Husn may accompany me, and be present at my girl's wedding feast, and thus you will gain a blessing." Her mother replied, "We dread lest somewhat befall her." But the ancient woman rejoined, "Fear not for her, as the Hallows are with her." Thereupon cried the girl, "There is no help but that I accompany her and be present at her daughter's wedding ceremony, and enjoy the spectacle, and take my pleasure." The mother said, "'Tis well." And the old trot added, I will go and return within this moment." So saying, she went off as one aweary to the house of the Bhang-Eater, and told him what she had done. Then she returned to the maiden, whom she found dressed and decorated and looking her best. So she took the girl and fared forth with her. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 404th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the ancient woman took the girl and fared forth with her, and led her to the Bhang-Eater's house, and brought her in to him, who, seeing her in all her beauty and loveliness, arose forthright, and his wits fled him, and he drew near to her of his excessive love herwards. Therewith the Lady of Beauty understood that the old woman was an accursed procuress, who had beguiled her in order to bring her and the man together. So of her cleverness and clear intelligence she said to her lover, "O my brave, whoso expecteth a visit of his beloved getteth ready somewhat of meat and somewhat of fruit and somewhat of wine, that their pleasure may be perfected. And if thou purpose lovely ace, we will pass the night in this place." Quoth the Bhang-Eater, "By Allah, O my lady, thou speakest sooth, but what shall we do at such hour as this?" And quoth she, "Hie thee to the market street, and bring all whereof I spoke." Said he, "Hearkening and obedience." And said she, "I will sit down, I and this my mother in this place, the while thou goest and comest." He rejoined, "A sensible saying." And forthright he was right gladsome, nor knew what was prepared for him in the hidden future. Now as soon as he went, the damsel arose, and without making aught of noise, locked the door closely upon herself and the old trot. Then she wandered about the rooms, and presently came upon the butcher's chopper, which she seized. Hereupon, tucking up her sleeves above her elbows, in the firmness of her heart she drew near the old crone until she was hard by her right, and so clove her skull asunder that she fell weltering in her blood, and her ghost fled her flesh. After this the damsel again went about the house, and all worth the taking she took, leaving whatso was unworthy, till she had collected a number of fine robes, which the man had brought together after he had become a cup companion of the Sultan. And lastly, she packed the whole in a sheet, and went forth therewith. Now the season was morning, but the veiler veiled her, and none met her on the way, until she reached her home, and went in to her mother, whom she found awaiting her, and saying, "By Allah, today my girl hath tarried long at the bridal festivities of the ascetic's daughter." And behold, Sitt al-Husn came in to her, carrying a large sheet stuffed with raiment. And as her mother saw her agitated and in disorder, she questioned her of her case, and of what was packed in the bundle. But the girl, who returned no reply, and could not speak one syllable for the emotion caused by the slaughter of the ancient woman, fell to the ground in a fit. Her swoon endured from noon until eventide, her mother sitting at her head the while, and sorrowing for her condition. But about set of sun, behold, in came her father, who found his daughter aswoon. So he questioned his wife, who began by recounting to him what they had noted in the old woman of prayer and display of devotion, and how she had told them, "I have a daughter whom I am about to marry, and the bridal festivities will be in my house." "And," pursued the mother, "she invited us to visit her. So at undertide I sent with her the girl, who at noontide came back bringing somewhat wrapped up and bundled, which be this." But when she entered the house she fell to the floor in a fainting fit, and she is even as thou seest, nor do I know what befell her." Then the father rose up and besprinkled somewhat of water upon her face, which revived her, and she said, "Where am I?" Whereto said he, "Thou art with us." And when she had recovered and returned to her senses, and her condition was as before the swoon, she told them of the old woman, and her ill designs, and of her death, and lastly how the clothes had been brought by herself from the house of the Bhang-Eater. As soon as their sire had heard her words, he set out from his house and sought the Sultan. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable!" Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 405th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Howl upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy. Finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the Reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that whilst the Sultan was sitting, behold, the Khwaja came in and complained to him of the Bhang-Eater, whereupon he ordered a company to go fetch the accused, and they went off and found him not. So they returned and reported accordingly. Such was the cause of the Khwaja coming to the king, and such was the case with them. But as regards the Bhang-Eater, when he went off rejoicing to the bazaar in order to buy whatso the merchant's daughter had asked him, he brought many a thing wherewith he returned to his lodging. However, as he returned, he beheld the old woman slaughtered and weltering in her blood, and he found nothing at all of the choice articles wherewith his house was fulfilled. So he fell to quoting this couplet: "'Twas a hive of bees that greatly thrived, but when the bee swarm fled, 'twas clean unhived." And when he beheld that condition of things, he turned from his home in haste, and without stay or delay left it about the hour of mid-afternoon, and fared forth from the city. There he found a caravan bound to some bourne or other, so he proceeded therewith, hardly believing his own safety, and he ceased not accompanying the Kafila for a space of 5 days, till it made the city the traveller sought, albeit he was fatigued and footsore from the stress of hardships and weariness he had endured. So he entered the place and wandered about till he found a khan, wherein he hired him a cell by way of nightingstead, and every day he would go forth to seek service for wages, whereby he might make a livelihood. Now one day of the days a woman met him face to face on the highway, and said to him, "Dost thou do service?" And said he, "Indeed I do, O my lady." She continued, "There is a wall about my place which I desire to level and build another in lieu thereof, for that 'tis old and very old." He replied to her, "'Tis well." And she took him and repaired with him to her house, and showing him the wall in question, handed to him a pickaxe and said, "Break it down as much as thou art able, be it for 2 or 3 days, and heap up the stones in one place and the dried mud in another." He replied, "Hearkening and obedience." After which he brought to him somewhat of food and of water, and he ate and drank, and praised Almighty Allah. After this he rose and began breaking down the wall, and he ceased not working and piling up the stones and the dried mud until it was sunset time, when the woman paid to his wage 10 fadas, and added something of food, which he took and turned towards his own cell. As soon as it was the 2nd day, he repaired to the house of the woman, who again gave him somewhat to break his fast, and he fell to felling the wall, even as he had done on the 1st day, and he worked till noon. But when it was midday, and all the household was asleep, lo and behold, he found in the middle of the foundation a crock full of gold. So he opened it and considered its contents, whereat he was rejoiced, and he went forth without leisure or loss of time, seeking his own cell, and when he reached it he locked himself within for fear lest any look upon him. Then he opened the crock and counted therein 100 dinars, which he pouched in his purse and stowed away in his breast pocket. Presently he returned, as he was, to break down the rest of the wall, and whilst he was trudging along the highway, suddenly he sighted a box surrounded by a crowd of whom none knew what might be its contents, and its owner was crying out, "For 100 gold pieces." Thereupon the Bhang-Eater went forward, saying to himself, "Buy thee yonder box for the 100 dinars, and thy luck be thy lot. For if there be inside of it aught of wonderful, 'tis well, and if otherwise, thou shalt stand by thy bad bargain." So he drew near the broker and said to him, "This box for how much?" And the other answered, "For 100 gold dinars." But when he questioned him as to its contents, the man replied, "I know not. Whoso taketh it, his luck be his lot." Thereupon he brought out to him the 100 ducats, and the broker made over to him the box, which he charged upon his shoulders and carried off to his cell. There arrived, he bolted himself in and opened the coffer, wherein he found a white slave girl, which was a model of beauty and loveliness and stature and perfect grace. But she was like one drunken with wine. So he shook her, but she was not aroused, when he said to himself, "What may be the story of this handmaiden?" And he was never tired of looking upon her while she was in that condition, and he kept saying to himself, "Would heaven I wot had she be on life or in death, withal I see her breath coming and going." Now when it was about midnight, the handmaiden revived, and looking around and about her, cried, "Where am I?" And said the Bhang-Eater, "Thou, O my lady, art in my home," whereby she understood what had befallen her. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, "How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable." Quoth she, "And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive?" Now when it was the next night, and that was the 406th night, Dunyazad said to her, "Allah upon thee, O my sister, and thou be other than sleepy, finish for us thy tale, that we may cut short the watching of this our latter night." She replied, "With love and goodwill. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, the director, the right guiding, Lord of the reed, which is benefiting and of deeds fair seeming and worthy celebrating, that the handmaiden understood what had befallen her at the hands of her enemies. Now the cause thereof was that the Sultan of that city had bought him for concubine one Kut al-Kulub, or heart's food height, and she became to him the lifest of all women he before had, amongst whom his wife, the daughter of his uncle, had been preferred. But all fell into the rank of the common, and from the time he bought the new handmaid he was wholly occupied with her love, and he never went near the other inmates of his harem, not even his cousin. So they were filled with exceeding jealousy against Heart's Food the newcomer. Now one day of the days the Sultan went forth to hunt and bird and enjoy the occasion and solace himself in the gardens together with the lords of his land. And they rode on till they found themselves amiddlemost of the waste, pursuing their quarry. But when 2 days had passed, his wife, together with the women which were concubines, arose and invited all the neighborhood, whereamong was Kut al-Kulub, and she spread for them a sumptuous banquet, and lavished upon the newcomers all manner of attentions, and the wife began to play with her rival, and to disport with her, until it was thought that she loved none in the assembly save Heart's Food. And on such wise she continued to cheer her, and solace her, and gambol with her, and make her laugh, until the trays were laid, and the meats were dispread, and all the guests came forward and fell to eating and drinking. Thereupon the king's cousin wife brought a plate seasoned with bhang, and set it before the concubine, who had no sooner eaten it, and it had settled in her stomach, than she trembled as with sudden palsy, and fell to the ground without power of motion. Then the queen bade place her in a box, and having locked her therein, sent for one who was sheikh of the brokers, and committed to him the coffer, saying, Do thou sell it for 100 gold pieces, whilst it is locked and fast locked, and suffer not any open it. Otherwise we will work for the cutting off of thy hands. He replied, To hear is to obey, and took up the box and went with it to the market street, where he said to the brokers, Cry for sale this coffer at 100 dinars, and if any attempt to open it not to any by any manner of means. So they took their station and made auction of it for 100 gold pieces, when by the decree of destiny the Bhang-Eater passed down the street, exulting in his 100 dinars, which he had found in the crock while levelling the wall belonging to the woman. Thereupon he came up, and having paid the price required, carried off his coffer, saying in his mind, My luck is my livelihood. After this he went to his own cell and opened it, and found there the handmaid in condition as though drunken with wine. Such is the history of that concubine Kut al-Kulub, and she fell not into the hand of the Bhang-Eater, save by the wile and guile of the Sultan's cousin wife. But when she recovered from her fainting fit, and gazed around, and understood what had befallen her, she concealed her secret, and said to the man, Verily, this thy cell becometh us not. And as she had somewhat of gold pieces with her, and a collar of jewels around her neck, worth 1,000 dinars, she brought out for him some money, and sent him forth to hire for them a house in the middle of the quarter, befitting great folk, and when this was done, she had herself transported thither. Then she would give him every day spending money to buy whatso she ever required, and she would cook the delicatest dishes fit for the eating of the kings, wherewith she fed herself and her owner. This continued for 20 days, when suddenly the Sultan returned from his hunting party, and as soon as he entered his palace he asked for Kut al-Kulub. And Scheherazade was surprised by the dawn of day, and fell silent, and ceased to say her permitted say. Then quoth her sister, Dunyazad, How sweet is thy story, O sister mine, and how enjoyable and delectable. Quoth she, And where is this compared with that I would relate to you on the coming night, and the sovereign suffer me to survive? Now when it was the next night, and that was the 407th night. End of section 21, part 1.